welcome to the Off Label Podcast bonus episodes this weekend, ladies and gentlemen. There are a couple of hearings that I have not really heard. This is actually one of them. Don't know what to expect from this one, so we're going to see how this one plays out. This is the ending the weaponization of the federal Justice Department, or ending the weaponization of the Justice Department, whatever. What is this? Judiciary. Shit, I cannot think today. Anyway, we're going to go ahead and hit this one up. And depending on how much stupidity I can handle today, we may hit another one after this. We got about 5, maybe 6 of them. I still want to hear the Harmeet Dillon confirmation hearing. That one's probably going to be next if I can stand. But let's go ahead and start this one first. Let's see how I can take this one. Just go ahead and get it going.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
روز انگلیش که خبرونه خلا گوگه
Police of Pakistan Patan. Today we have here the border in Afghanistan. We near after the Afghani OCC border area. We have to the rocket launcher firing after the people 35 to the Boston.
Yeah, that's what it's going to be, right? That's what we sound like. That's a little fucking weird. Anyway, how's it going, everybody? We got Muffin in the house going on with us. We got Carolyn with us right now. Others may pop in a little bit later on, but we're going to hear this hearing. These are, like I said, I got about 5 of them I haven't heard, so we're just going to keep going as long as we can with this. What up, Greg? How you doing? We're going to keep going with as long as we can with this, till I can't stand the stupidity anymore, because I'm tasked with it, so I'm just going to make you suffer through it as well. That's the way it's going to be. I'm not sorry. But now let's go ahead and hit this up real quick, because this one, oh, you son of a bitch, don't you do it. Are we good? The StreamYard was really fucked up last night. There was nothing on my screen here. Okay, we're good. We're good. It's showing. Let me get rid of that. But yeah, this one here is the Entering the Golden Age, Ending the Weaponization of the Justice Department from the House Committee on the Judiciary. So this is pretty much the entire, well, this is a subcommittee part of it, but this is the Judiciary Committee and most of the prominent members of it.
Stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Without objection, Mr. Hunt of Texas will be permitted to participate in today's hearing for the purpose of questioning the witnesses, if a member yields time to him for that purpose. I will now recognize myself for an opening statement. Welcome, everyone, to the first hearing of the Subcommittee on Oversight. Today, we are here to shine a light on something that should be deeply concerning to every single American: how our justice system was allowed to become weaponized against political opponents. Early in his presidency, Joe Biden told the nation, "It's not my Justice Department, it's the Justice Department."
What's going on,
Former
Queen Bee?
Attorney General Merrick Garland promised the same thing. That was their promise. But we now know it was a lie. For the past 4 years, it was not the People's Justice Department. It was a political weapon used to go after anybody the Biden-Harris administration felt needed to be attacked. Let me lay it out clearly, case after case, so there's no confusion on what happened. Let's start in the great state of New York. Alvin Bragg ran for Manhattan DA, focused on only one thing, targeting Donald Trump instead of cleaning up the many problems facing New York City. After years of searching, he revived a dismissed case with the help of former DOJ officials and used a shaky legal theory to turn misdemeanors into felonies.
Yeah.
And it wasn't just Bragg. New York's Attorney General Letitia James also made it her mission to go after President Trump. She campaigned on it.
Mm-hmm.
Prosecutors, attorney generals, they shouldn't campaign on politics. They should campaign on justice. She campaigned on it and she promised voters she'd, quote, exact quote, get Trump. Before even seeing a shred of evidence. And sure enough, once in office, she followed through, twisting civil statutes into weapons for political gain, targeting not just Trump, but his entire family business. In Fulton County, Georgia, Fani Willis also campaigned on prosecuting President Trump. She coordinated with the partisan January 6th committee and the Biden White House from Georgia and hired her romantic partner as the lead prosecutor. Couldn't make this stuff up. I guess office romances can sometimes take you places. For Fani Willis and Nathan Wade, it was tropical destinations. It was luxury hotels, all on the taxpayer's dime. And while they were busy enjoying the perks, the cases they were building against Trump were falling apart under the weight of conflicts and impropriety because it was pure political lawfare. I want to just note, no one should run for DA, AG, or any legal office. Republican, Democrat, conservative, liberal, nobody should do this with the sole goal of going after one political figure. It's not what those jobs are about. That's not justice. That's vengeance. Our legal system isn't supposed to be about personal grudges or political payback. It's about fairness. It's about impartiality. It's about the rule of law. That's supposed to be the standard in America. Unfortunately, under President Biden, that standard wasn't just abandoned at the state level, it was shattered. It was shattered at the federal level as well.
Mm-hmm.
Jack Smith was unconstitutionally appointed as special counsel.
True.
His lead counsel pressured a defense attorney with a judgeship offer to flip a client. So if the client flipped, he'd get a judgeship.
That's true.
Smith admitted to altering evidence in the Mar-a-Lago case, evidence tampering at the highest and most important level. Pure political lawfare. The FBI conducted an unprecedented raid on Mar-a-Lago, the home of a former president. They ignored standard protocol. They didn't wait for President Trump's lawyers to respond. They didn't use a local field office, and they bypassed all typical legal channels. Pure political lawfare. The FBI also targeted religious institutions. You couldn't make this up again. And parents. They labeled traditionalist Catholics as domestic terrorists, traditional Roman Catholics as domestic terrorists, and considered spying on their churches, on their priests, on their parishioners. Think about that. I really want everybody to think about it. Forget the politics for a minute. The FBI was planning to spy on grandmothers clutching their rosary beads in prayer, treating them as if they were a national security threat. If they can do this to Catholic churches, and this is the important part, what's stopping them from doing it in any place of worship, to Protestant churches, to Jewish synagogues, to Muslim mosques, or to Hindu temples? It was Catholic churches one day. It could be any of those another day. It
Definitely.
could be you. If you think that sounds far-fetched, I want you to just take a look, if you get a chance, to what they did in my home state. In New Jersey, the FBI raided the largest Hindu temple in the Western Hemisphere, home to some of the most peaceful and spiritual people on the face of the earth, Hindus. Biden's FBI stormed the temple. He invaded private quarters, religious areas, and held guns. They held guns to the faces of swamis, holy men, some of whom were wearing nothing but their evening wear, their nightwear, their pajamas. These are individuals devoted to peace, nonviolence, and prayer, yet they were treated like dangerous criminals in an aggressive show of force. It's wrong. It's un-American. And it didn't stop at places of worship. The DOJ also turned its sight onto parents, moms and dads, grandparents who dared to speak up for their children at local school board meetings. Instead of seeing concerned citizens, the Biden administration saw potential domestic threats. They used counterterrorism resources to monitor and intimidate parents simply for voicing their concerns about what's happening to their own children in their own classrooms. The DOJ even weaponized the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrance Act, the FACE Act, to target pro-life advocates. This doesn't even matter if you're pro-life or pro-choice. Again, it could happen to anybody. Take Mark Houck, a peaceful pro-life activist and father of 7 kids. In a blatant show of force, the FBI sent a SWAT team to his home, raiding it, and a pre-dawn raid with guns drawn, terrifying his wife and his children. Whether it's people praying in churches,
I mean, what about
or
the dude
parents
that
speaking out
that
at
was
school
shot by
board
the
meetings,
FBI 57,
the message from the
what was it,
DOJ,
57
from Biden's
seconds after
DOJ is
they
clear.
raided?
If you practice your First Amendment rights in ways they don't like, you will become a target. Could happen to any one of us. This is pure political lawfare. The Justice Department slow-walked the investigation into Hunter Biden, allowing statutes of limitations to expire, tipping off defense lawyers about search warrants, and ultimately offering a sweetheart plea deal that nobody else would ever get. Meanwhile, the DOJ was slow-walking investigations that might make the president look bad. The full force of the DOJ was aimed at President Trump and any, even worse yet, people that didn't sign up for this, any of his allies. Just look at the timeline. After announcing his candidacy, President Trump was indicted 4 times, twice by partisan DAs and twice by an unconstitutionally appointed special counsel. I'm sure my Democratic colleagues will say that it was not coordinated, but it was.
Yeah, it
And I'll
was.
say it was pure political warfare.
Each and every single
What
one
I've
of those
laid out
cases can go
is
back
just
to the
a
Biden
framework of what the
administration.
Judiciary Committee, this Judiciary Committee uncovered last Congress. It was the work of this Judiciary Committee and our chairman, Jim Jordan, that did that. My colleagues, we will dig deeper into each case. I pledge to you that this committee, this subcommittee, is going to dig deep and dig hard and find out the real truth. And the reason is not because we want to rehash everything in that ugly, ugly past. The reason is we never, ever want it to happen again. It shouldn't matter. It really shouldn't matter if you're a Republican or a Democrat or a liberal or conservative. It could happen to you. I want you to really think about it. It could happen to your church. It could happen to your mosque. It could happen to your synagogue. It could happen to your temple. It could happen to your school. It could happen to your cause, whether on the right or the left. It could happen to your beliefs. It's un-American. It's wrong. This should never happen again. Our justice system should be blind to politics, blind to personal beliefs, and focused solely on fairness and the law. Under Attorney General Pam Bondi's leadership, this administration, this Congress, and this subcommittee are working to restore integrity to the DOJ for everyone. All
Let's
of
see how
us.
you do, because this
We will
first one
ensure
was
that never
this
again
first one was a
will our
dud.
justice system be used as a political weapon. I thank our witnesses, all of you, for being here today, and I look forward to your testimony. I now recognize the ranking member, Ms. Crockett.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. This is my first time serving as a ranking member of a subcommittee during a hearing, and I am grateful to be here today.
How the hell you made it to
I look
ranking member? I have
forward
no idea.
to working with you and the rest of this committee on behalf of the American people. Before I was elected to Congress or to the Texas House of Representatives, I was a public defender and civil rights attorney by trade. I know about the Department of Justice and what they're supposed to be doing. I am also very concerned by a rogue DOJ, or one that is not beholden to the American people. I am very concerned about the DOJ being weaponized by the White House. I am concerned about the FBI being used for purposes outside of our domestic security and maintaining peace at home. So, weaponization of the Department of Justice. This phrase, the weaponization of government, is something that has been overly used and repeated by my Republican colleagues. They use it as a war cry, a battle call, to justify dismantling federal agencies and the purging of thousands of hardworking, dedicated federal servants who swore an oath to protect the Constitution and the rule of law. If the
And they
purpose of this
broke
hearing
both of them.
today is to examine and expose the weaponization of government, specifically the weaponization
What up,
of
Paula?
Department of
Representative
Justice,
Ratchet.
then
Yes.
it is essential that we understand what exactly weaponization means. Fortunately, history is kind to us. Last Congress, the House Judiciary Committee held numerous hearings on this notion of weaponization. And in those hearings, Republicans described weaponization as, quote, corruption, quote, government abuse and political treachery.
Yes.
Having the government act, quote, against people who were innocent and did nothing wrong, quote, targeting people of one political persuasion. And as one of my colleagues aptly described, quote, if you speak up about the abuses you are seeing, excuse me, or are sharing information that may not fall in line with the political narrative, you will be suspended without pay, have your security clearance revoked, or your life will be turned upside down. It's pretty clear that the MO is, if you don't comply, they will retaliate. If you don't agree with their political agenda, you get suspended. They do it in such a way to deter others from speaking up and speaking out. These are not my words. These are not the words of Ranking Member Raskin or Leader Jeffries. These are the words of Congress.
If you don't do your job, they suspend you. If you don't answer to leadership, they suspend you. And this is somehow weaponization? What the fuck does she mean by that in the first damn place? Like that. Anybody out there that has a job, what happens if you don't answer when your manager asks you to do something? What if you just say no, you know? Just like straight up, no, fuck you. What do you think's going to happen? You continuously do that, you're going to get fired. What if you just don't show up to work? Oh, it's supposed to be okay. It's supposed to be cool, right? You can't get fired for that. Oh, God damn.
Congressional Republicans. This is what they believe embodies weaponization. I am the first to admit that I don't often agree with many things that my Republican colleagues say, but wholeheartedly concur with their descriptions here. What concerns me, however, is the inability of my colleagues on the other side to connect the dots that are in front of them, while the rest of America is watching as this DOJ weaponization takes hold right before our eyes. And to be clear, what we are witnessing happening before us satisfies the descriptions used by my Republican colleagues. Corruption. Any lawyer with a good head on their shoulders will tell you that the recent attempt by Trump's DOJ to drop the corruption case against Mayor Adams is ironically riddled with corruption itself. This decision to try and
It's riddled with corruption. To drop the targeting charge on Mayor Adams that literally happened 1 month after he said these migrants are going to destroy this city. All on charges that say the country of Turkey helped him get elected by giving them upgrades on his flights. That's your case? I'm sorry, what?
drop this case was never about some flawed argument or approach by the DOJ. In fact, even acting Deputy Attorney General and
I just realized this. Hold on. I just realized who she reminds me of. Gonna go to this one right here. If you've ever seen Martin, you know.
What do you want, Shanae?
Oh my goodness. If it isn't Little Miss Attitude, why are you always over here? I mean, don't you have a bag?
If you know, you know. But yeah, that's what she reminds me of.
Emil Beauvais. In his February 10th letter to the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, the office handling the case stated that the Department of Justice's attempt to drop this was done, quote, without assessing the strength of the evidence
Polar.
or legal theories on which the case is based inherited. Instead, it is trying to drop the case because Trump's DOJ is, quote, particularly concerned about the impact of the prosecution on Mayor Adams' ability to support critical ongoing federal efforts to protect the American people from the disastrous effects of unlawful mass immigration and resettlement. Put differently, the Department of Justice wants Mayor Adams to give fealty to Trump and also use him to execute Trump's immigration policy in New York City. The blatant corruption of this quid pro quo alone should warrant this subcommittee to investigate the current weaponization of this Department of Justice. But this is far.
Wait. What? How did you get there? I'm sorry. How did your staffers get there? Because this one was not. Well, this one could have been written by you. This is actually on your level of stupid in the first place. But how did you go after somebody legally with trumped up bullshit because he starts speaking up about the migrants that are coming into New York City, which at the time when he was speaking was 10,000 a week, yet Texas was registering 10,000 a fucking day. Yeah. But you go after him because somehow they interfered in his election by giving him upgrades on the flights he used. I don't know why you would be flying to Turkey in the first place or using Turkish Airlines in any way, shape, or form. Being the mayor of a big city, you should be there. Or at least somewhere in the United States of America, not across seas in the first place. Let's just understand that. But because they gave him free upgrades, that helped him get elected. That is the argument for that. How in the hell is that not targeting?
Far from the only example of weaponization occurring before us. Next, government abuse and political treachery. Make no mistake, acting Deputy Attorney General Emil Beauvais ordering Brian Driscoll the then acting director of the FBI to turn over a list of not just current, but also former FBI staff who were assigned, quote, at any time to investigations and or prosecutions related to the events that occurred at or near the U.S. Capitol on January 6th, end quote. It is a clear illustration of government abuse targeting employees they wrongfully claim are political adversaries. In fact, rather than utilize the FBI's time and resources to protect America from cyber attacks, terrorism, and other violent crimes, Trump's DOJ is choosing to spend resources to build loyalty to Trump. If that is not government abuse, I just don't know what is. Third, the view that the government is acting, quote, against people who were innocent and did nothing wrong. For those of you who may not be familiar, when career prosecutors and staff at DOJ are assigned to cases, they take these tasks on not because of power or politics, but because it is quite simply part of the job. It's rare that prosecutors get every case they want. Instead, prosecutors and staff are assigned cases because of their capacity, experience, and expertise. But where we see commitment to the Constitution and the rule of law, the Trump DOJ sees reason for retribution. This has already taken shape in various forms, but notably, on January 27th, Trump's then acting Attorney General James McHenry fired DOJ officials on those of who which worked on federal criminal investigations into Trump. Let me repeat this. They fired
Please
DOJ
don't.
officials
God
who
damn
did
it.
nothing wrong. These officials simply did their jobs. Now, finally, quote, targeting people of one political persuasion. While I just briefly touch on this point, I want to be very clear with the American people. Within the last 35 days, Trump's DOJ has already sent inquiry letters to Democratic members of Congress for speaking out and criticizing Elon Musk. Our task on this subcommittee today is to conduct real congressional.
You mean about how you're fear mongering and lying? And literally, some of you have actually called for him to be killed too. So, what you mean? Hey, they sent letters to tell him to knock it the fuck off before we actually prosecute your ass. What do you mean? I thought nobody in this country is above the law, even the president. So what makes you think members of Congress are above the law then? If the president's not above the law, members of Congress are not above the law either then, correct? I mean, even you said it in the Breakfast Club thing. The speech and debate clause means you can say whatever you want to, even something incredibly defamatory, but you can never be sued for it because the speech and debate clause. And you were happy about it. So, I think it's about time you calm the fuck down, man.
Oversight of the Department of Justice, because this notion of weaponization is not simply a threat, it is a reality. The public is worried. Career attorneys are worried. Congress is worried. The world is worried. Every day that passes, the Department of Justice is losing institutional knowledge and exceptional attorneys because of a blind arrogance and vengeance. We owe it to this country to come together to call out weaponization happening today, to call out corruption, government abuse, attacks on innocent people, and the targeting of people with different political views. We owe it to everyone to speak the truth, even if the truth is hard to hear. We owe it to us all to preserve our country's rule of law. And the final point that I'll make is that there were a number of attorneys that were brought up in the chairman's opening remarks. Attorney General Letitia James of New York, as well as DA Fani Willis.
Yes.
I do want to point out that each of these women are women that were duly elected in their states, and Fani Willis was just reelected. That is not federal lawfare. That is not weaponization of the federal government. both.
Ma'am. What up, Michael? How you doing? I'm just going to pause you right there. Letitia James ran off prosecuting Trump without even knowing anything about anything that could have been prosecuted in the first place. She ran on prosecuting Trump. That was it. She trumped up every damn thing in those cases. 34 fucking felony charges. What were the charges? You got billed something. You wrote that in your ledger. 2 different charges. You got billed, charge. You wrote it in your letter, or your ledger, charge. You wrote a check, charge. You sent the check, charge. The check stub came back, charge. You wrote that in your ledger, charge. All to cover up what? But in furtherance of what other crime? We still don't know that shit. And then you got Fannie Willis for supposedly going after Trump and investigating him for what, 2.5 years, 3 years, something like that? Even going to the White House, all on taxpayer dime. Almost a fucking, what is it, $750,000 or something that she just blew through? And as soon as y'all were ready to pull the fucking trigger on that, she stumbled her fucking feet because she had nothing ready. She was too busy taking trips all over the fucking world on your dime, America. And then when it came to it, oh, she got these plea deals. Every single one of them, except for, who was that? Jenna Ellis. Every single one of them said, I acted in my own fucking accord anyway. The only thing you had was Jenna Ellis, who then went on to do other shit and had case after case after case hit her in every other direction. She got nothing out of the deal except a little bit of money and started a podcast where she grifts all over the fucking place. I don't know how that worked. Unless there was some kind of back end deal. Because all that money she grifted for in the first place for a legal defense and then decided to plead the fuck out. Supposedly, all of it was paid for the legal fees. How about we look into that? Either y'all paid her or she scammed money off people. We're not going to, that's not a thing, right? We don't care about that because she pled. She pled and she cried like a little bitch about how Trump did all of this to her and it was all his idea, which is a complete fucking lie in the first place. But okay. Oh, goddamn. And going back to the Fannie Willis thing, didn't they drop the indictment before the grand jury even heard anything about the case? They accidentally leaked it before the grand jury even convened. Huh.
Both of those women work on the state level. And the final point that I'll make is that while they work on state levels, there were only a certain amount of cases that were
Diversion
able
deals, yeah.
to be tried prior to the election. Any cases that did take place, whether they were civil cases or federal cases, I do want to point out, regardless of who brought those cases ultimately, at least the ones that did go, they ultimately went to juries. They went to juries that were full of American citizens, juries that were not asked, are you going to sit here and support Donald Trump and his agenda, or do you have some left-wing agenda? They were given an opportunity to hear the evidence, and they were able to rule based on the evidence that was presented to them.
I'm sorry, that's complete fucking horse shit. That is complete fucking horse. For instance, you're going to sit there and tell me that in a deep blue area that you've demonized a man for so long, and even though they are literally politically fucking retarded mentally as well. But sorry, you're going to sit there and tell me that that was fair in any way? Okay, cool. How about the E. Jean Carroll case where they tried to kick off juror number 77 because the man watched a just about 5 minutes of a couple of Tim Pool videos that had nothing to do with the case, and somehow he was a far-right conspiracy theorist. How about that shit? Which, by the way, the dude went on to say he was liable for sexual assault in the first damn place. But y'all tried to kick him off the fucking jury just because he watched Tim Pool videos. What the fuck are you talking about, bitch?
I am someone who misses the courtroom every single day, as I practiced for 17 years before entering into Congress.
What up, Joe?
And if we continue to pretend as if the voices of everyday American citizens don't matter when they have an opportunity
This is going to be hard with her as a ranking
both
member.
sides of a case and make a decision, then we really are in for a rude awakening in this country. One thing that we should do as members of Congress is we should preserve our institutions.
Fair enough point, Bullaberry. You mean taken to the most blue area in the states instead of the red areas because it served their propaganda. Yeah. I mean, look what happened to the case with Judge Cannon. I mean, that she was the most fair judge. She was a fucking a Trump appointed judge. And she's been the most fair about it all. She gave both sides wins on everything. And then all of a sudden you start arguing, hey, this dude was elected to a lower office. He was not constitutionally sworn in the way he was supposed to be doing because he did not go through any confirmation hearings. He was not able to charge people in any way, yet he did in two different states. He's not supposed to be able to do this anyway, so these cases are literally illegal. Judge Cannon said, what do you got to say about that? And he's like, yeah, I can do it. The president said I could. She's like, get the fuck out. But yet in New York, that still happened, right? But there's nothing political about that then, right? If it goes down in one court in another state that the prosecutor cannot prosecute because they don't have the authority to do so, the same should be true in another state. It would be different if we were playing state by state laws. No, but these are federal because he was never federally constituted or he was never federally appointed into the position in the correct way. He took the oath of office for a lower position that cannot bring charges to the fucking to anything federal or even state. But yet Jack Smith was your shining star, right?
And make sure we build them up to the point that people have trust. And when you walk into a courtroom, you have no idea who's walking in and who just decided that they would actually show up for jury duty. And I am here to tell you that I still believe in that imperfect but beautiful system that we have in this country, known as the jury system. And with that, I will yield.
The blatantly corrupt move in federal courts by saying, hey, he has no answer because he was appointed to a lesser office that cannot bring charges, so therefore this case should never exist in the first place. That's somehow blatantly corrupt, dude? Wow, that is absolutely fucking retarded. That means I should just be able to just go into any fucking courtroom and drag your ass in there, make up some trumped up charges just because I want to and prosecute you for whatever the fuck I want to whenever. And if they drop the case or dismiss it in any way, it's somehow corrupt. What the fuck? I'm going to be completely 100% honest with you, Joe. I followed along with Rob, who deep dive into this shit. I guarantee you, I will find a lot more about this shit than you ever could, brother. That case was not fucking corrupt in any goddamn way. And to sit there and try to say that it is just proves the goddamn point of how fucking blatantly retarded you really are. I'm going to be honest and I'm going to be fucking rude to this. The fact that you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about, but still sit there and say that that shit is somehow corrupt just because? No, fuck that, dude. You don't know this shit. We followed along transcripts, fucking court documents, every fucking listing in that shit that made any real fucking point. Don't do it. Don't even fucking try. That shit was the most, that pissed me off the fucking most because that was straight down the middle. She was the most fair about that fucking case. And just because she dropped it, oh, it's all corrupt. Shut the fuck up. She did what she was supposed to do as a motherfucking judge. God damn retarded ass motherfuckers want to sit there and run their mouth all the time.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Quickly point out that the president did ask his attorneys for a neutral venue and was denied during some of those cases. And Judge Marchand
Fucking done
himself
playing
was
nice
very
with
politically
retarded
connected,
assholes who want to sit there and
particularly to
act like they
his
know what
order.
the fuck they're
I
talking
do want to
about.
make an announcement. This room, this is a one-time only appearance pretty much here. Kind of scheduling issues for now on for those who come regularly will be in the other room that usually the Judiciary Committee is in. I now recognize the great chairman of the full committee, the gentleman from Ohio, Jim Jordan, for his opening
I don't know
statement.
about the great part, but thank you, Mr. Chairman. They can never tell us who planted the pipe bombs on January 6th. They can never tell us who leaked the Dobbs opinion, and they can never tell us who put cocaine at the White House. But they sure had time for a lot of other things.
Mm-hmm.
October 2nd, 2021, they set up a snitch line to report moms and dads who have the nerve to show up at a
You retarded sack of fucking shit. I went off on the Trump administration just last night. All over Rumble. Watch the last 15, 20 fucking minutes back. Don't sit there and try to pull that dumb shit. I am so tired of you getting pissed off because you want to suck his motherfucking dick and swallow the baby gravy. But you can't do it. So you're all pissy and whiny and cry about it. I'm more fucking critical than anybody else in our group about fucking Trump. But here you do, stroking the fucking shaft like it's something to fucking do because you are politically fucking retarded, don't even know what's going on, and still run your mouth like it's something to fucking do. We're all sick and tired of it. You are miles behind the entire fucking crew that we have formed. And you want to sit there and try to argue this shit? I think it's about time you sit down, shut up, and listen.
a school board meeting and advocate for their son or daughter. On September 23rd, 2022, 10 unmarked cars pull up to Mark Houck's home, arrest him in front of his wife and 7 children. And what did he do wrong? What did he do wrong? Praying in front of an abortion clinic. And when some crazy guy comes up and starts yelling obscenities in his kid's face,
you're goddamn right. I've been targeted, bitch, and here you are sitting here trying to defend it.
Jury found him not guilty.
Go fuck yourself.
November 18th, 2022, the chairman talked about this. Actually before that, summer of 2022, raid on President Trump's home. President Trump's attorney said, you can come. They were working with him. No. We got to do a raid. We had actually Mr. Stephen D'Antuono.
You want my goddamn address, motherfucker?
Tell us how wrong that was, how they broke all kinds of protocol. 2 months later.
Come on.
Mr. Garland appoints Jack Smith, special prosecutor. And as the chairman pointed out in his opening statement, the lead prosecutor, Jay Bratt,
I was fucking targeted by Biden's administration myself.
Trying to pressure one of the defendant's lawyers.
I had a fucking terrorist rating on my goddamn flights for fucking no reason.
January 23rd, 2023, FBI Richmond Field Office issues a memorandum where it says, if you're a pro-life Catholic, you might be a domestic violent extremist. Can't tell us who put cocaine at the White House, but you can call Catholics extremists. Spring of 2023, 2 brave whistleblowers come forward and tell us about the sweetheart deal that David Weiss was trying to do for Hunter Biden. Of course, those guys' reward for coming forward as good, brave whistleblowers was to have their security clearances
not the fucking day for this dumb shit, Joe.
Again, 6:01 a.m.
Not
March
the
19,
fucking day
2024. Brian Malinowski, Little Rock, Arkansas, highest paid official in the Little Rock government, runs the Bill and Hillary Clinton Airport. 6:01. All these folks show up in the morning. First thing they do is put tape on the doorbell cam, and they're coming after Mr. Malinowski, a warrant, search his home, because they believed he had sold 6 guns that he wasn't supposed to sell. 6:01, tape on the doorbell cam, 53 seconds later, Brian Malinowski shot in the head, later dies. They could have handled that. So, I mean, the SWAT team and everything else, just talk to his lawyers. You could have, all kinds of ways you could have handled that to avoid the terrible outcome. We had Brian Malinowski's spouse here last Congress. His lawyer testified. Tragic story because of this Justice Department, previous Justice Department, the way they handled things. And don't forget, December 12, 2024, when the Inspector General told us about the 26 confidential human sources who were there on January 6, 2021. 17 went in restricted space, which they were not authorized to do. 4 went in the Capitol, which they were not authorized to do. None of them were charged. 2 of the 4 who went in the Capitol were asked to be there by the FBI. We got all kinds of questions about that incident, about those confidential human sources, all kinds of questions we want answered. Now, thank goodness, and the chairman referenced this as well, thank goodness Pam Bondi, Todd Blanche, Kash Patel, Dan Bongino are now going to be running the Justice Department, where we won't have this kind of ridiculous focus on agencies being turned on the very people they're supposed to serve. We sent 7 subpoenas today. 7 subpoenas that we sent asking for information about all these issues. We want everything you got so the American people have answers. Maybe it's not as bad as I think, but one thing I've learned in my time in Congress with these investigations, every single time, the only thing we get wrong is it's always worse than we thought. It is always worse than we thought. So maybe I'll be proven wrong this time, but we're going to get that information. I think the date's March 7th. They're supposed to have this information back to us. So I want to thank the chairman and the good work I know he's going to do this Congress, the great work he's done on our committee for having this hearing, taking a look back at what we saw from this ridiculous previous Justice Department and the good work I think we're going to see from the folks who are now running that critical department and agency. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Chairman. I now recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Raskin, for his opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very kindly. Last Congress, the good chairman of the committee and the committee sent over 150 letters of inquiry and subpoenas to the DOJ and the FBI. That's more than 2 inquiries a week for every week that we were in session. All that breathless investigation didn't yield much evidence of weaponization any more than it led to the impeachment of Joe Biden, which was the express objective of it all. But I have good news for all of the weaponized sleuths and gumshoes out there on the committee. The Department of Justice and the FBI are now filled with actual staggering corruption and weaponized lawlessness, and we should get on it.
Don't start with the dumb shit.
It's only been 36 days since the
warned
beginning
you.
of the administration.
Don't start with the dumb
We
shit.
already have a thick report we're releasing today on the violations of law and the Constitution that have taken place, the early misdeeds of the Trump administration DOJ. It's true the federal courts have issued more than 20 temporary restraining orders and preliminary injunctions to try to stop this governmental crime wave, but we cannot maintain a demure legislative silence, Mr. Chairman, about the shocking weaponized corruption overtaking the U.S. Department of Justice. 10 days ago, 7 career prosecutors resigned in protest rather than carry out a corrupt and lawless order from the acting Deputy Attorney General and former Donald Trump private defense attorney.
I'm done with you.
He ordered prosecutors.
I was targeted myself by the Biden administration. I had that 4S fucking rating on my goddamn flights. Why? Why? Because I'm pissed that these motherfuckers are fucking me in the ass? I was labeled a domestic fucking terrorist, and I didn't even know what the fuck that was on my ticket. Didn't even fucking think about it until it came up that their fucking baby of a January 6er was labeled a domestic terrorist, a newborn fucking baby. That's when I figured out what the fucking 4S rating was on my goddamn ticket. That's why I was sitting there for over an hour every time I had to fly. You're going to sit there and try to defend any of this goddamn garbage. You can suck my fucking dick. Get the fuck out.
Prosecutors in the Southern District to dismiss for totally political reasons a major public corruption case against New York Mayor Eric Adams, who had been charged by a unanimous grand jury in a 57-page indictment with 5 felony counts of criminal bribery and soliciting illegal contributions. Trump ordered DOJ to withdraw the grand jury indictment after Adams traveled to Mar-a-Lago and agreed to back Trump's political agenda in return. The interim U.S. attorney, Danielle Sassoon, resigned rather than make her storied office a party to this profoundly corrupt bargain. She refused to extend prosecutorial favoritism towards a politician who had been indicted for serious bribery and corruption charges, nor would she participate in Mr. Beauvais' project to cover up the details of this dirty deal. Ms. Sassoon is a Republican with impeccable credentials in the conservative movement, for anyone who might doubt it, a member of the Federalist Society and a former law clerk to Supreme Court Justice Scalia, a jurist whom I know the chairman has repeatedly praised. Now, in ordinary times, we wouldn't have to raise this, but here we do, because we live in an atmosphere of political paranoia. This is a very conservative U.S. attorney who said she could not abide the corruption of the new Trump administration's Department of Justice.
She resigned because she wouldn't drop the fucking charges against Mayor Adams, who you say was illegally elected because the country of Turkey gave this motherfucker upgrades on his flights when he used Turkish Airlines. Are you fucking retarded?
Her resignation triggered a cascade of further resignations as 6 other veteran prosecutors refused in their turn to take part in this corrupt bargain. The officials included the acting head of the criminal division, several leaders of DOJ's public integrity section,
I don't
and
know
the
how long
lead
I can,
prosecutor on the
I can
case
go with this
from
shit.
the Southern District, Hagen Scotton, a decorated veteran, and another
This might have been a
Republican
bad day
with
for this. I'm not
impeccable
gonna lie.
credentials who could not stomach the thought
But we're gonna
of
continue.
joining this plot, and said in a letter for the ages that I will submit to the record that it would take a fool or a coward to join this plot against justice. The next day, an apparently exasperated Mr. Beauvais demanded that the career prosecutors in the public integrity section volunteer one lawyer to sign this disgraceful dismissal order, or there would be a mass firing of all of them. One lawyer set to retire agreed to
Why
sign
the fuck is the camera so
dismissal to
goddamn
protect
high?
his colleagues from this outrageous threat of collective mass punishment, something that would be more appropriate to Stalin's Russia than the United States of America. This eye-popping sellout of public integrity and public safety in New York wasn't even a secret. In a Fox News interview, Tom Homan, the border czar, sat next to Mayor Adams and explicitly referred to the corrupt bargain, saying, quote, "If he doesn't come through, I'll be back in New York and we won't be sitting on a couch. I'll be in his office up his butt saying, where the hell is the agreement we came to?"
So you made an agreement to actually work with the mayor to remove the illegal immigrants that the dude said was going to destroy his city and was 100% correct about. And if he doesn't follow through with that agreement, our border czar, which you were all adamant that didn't exist. It's not a thing, right? Kamala Harris isn't our border czar. That position doesn't exist. But now all of a sudden it does, right? Now all of a sudden it does, Raskin. But to sit there and say, hey, we made a deal to actually get these fucking people out, and if he doesn't come through with the deal and actually uphold what we agreed to, I'm going to be down there asking why the fuck not. And somehow that's corruption. What the fuck is your deal, dude? Is this the best argument y'all have? Because this is fucking pathetic and weak.
Last Friday, the judge in the case at least provisionally refused to honor this dirty deal, instead appointing an independent monitor, Republican Paul Clement, to evaluate what should be done with the now orphaned 5-count criminal corruption indictment. Mr. Chairman, these facts are shocking. Blatant corruption, cover-up, mass resignations, threats, coercion. This, can you imagine what the...
Mass resignation. oh my God, we did a lot of illegal shit. And now it's coming, they're looking at me. Holy shit. I'm just going to resign. They'll stop caring about all the illegal shit I did after I resign. Again, what stops the next person from doing the exact same thing once they get in that position when all they fear is losing a job? These people need to be held to a higher standard than the citizens themselves.
Republican members of this committee would be saying if that happened under President Biden, if Joe Biden had done that for the corrupt Democratic mayor of New York City, my God, this toxic sweetheart deal demands a committee inquiry. Where is it? It's infinitely worse.
If Joe Biden, wait. You mean to tell me you'd still be pissed off if Joe Biden made a deal with Mayor Adams to get the influx of fucking illegals out of his city? It would still be corrupt? Are you goddamn retarded? I know you are. I mean, you had a fucking botched transplant to put pubes on your head. We get it. You are fucking mentally retarded.
Than any of the flotsam and jetsam the committee examined with the brainy intensity of Lieutenant Colombo in the last Congress. But the majority has asked no questions, written no letters, demanded no briefings, issued no subpoenas on this scandal. Why not? Why's the cat got your tongue? Well, this Adams debacle provides just a whiff of the raw sewage already overpouring the Department of Justice. They sacked dozens of prosecutors with superior credentials and evaluations simply for doing their jobs when they were assigned to work on the January 6th case. These people must get their jobs back under the civil service rules, which allow dismissal and discipline only for poor performance or misconduct, but the majority has not uttered a peep wondering about how such an...
So the people who were just doing their jobs as they targeted American citizens who entered a building and was peaceful as shit, most of them were actually let in, waved in. Some of them were even escorted the fuck around. They must still go to prison. And those who did that shit, knowing full fucking well there's no real reason these people need to be in fucking prison because they did nothing but take a fucking tour when they were let the goddamn fuck in. They need to come back to work. They were fired for wrong reasons and they need to come back to work. So that way they can feel pissy about being targeted and then come after people like you and me to prove a point. So they need to come back to work to continue to fascistically target the American fucking people. Retardation question has been solved, I guess.
Appalling violation of the law and professional ethics has come to pass. Why not? Last Congress, you investigated the DOJ for allegedly hiring and firing employees based on political ideology. Nothing came of it. Now DOJ has openly fired dozens of career prosecutors, Republicans, Democrats, Independents, for the sole reason that they were assigned to work on the January 6th insurrection cases. In other words, for doing their job.
The January 6th insurrection cases that overwhelmingly is starting to look like the government set that shit up in the first place, allowed it to happen so they could demonize in an attempt to say, oh my God, look at Trump, he's so horrible. We need to lock him in prison and throw away the key. Insurrection. Gitmo would be too good for you, Raskin.
In a case that Donald Trump now considers uncomfortable for him. How is that remotely acceptable? Even Trump said on January 7th, in the wake of the vicious premeditated attack on our police and our Congress and our Constitution,
the rule
that
of
it was a heinous
thirds.
attack. He said the demonstrators who infiltrated the
Times
Capitol
a million?
have defiled the seat
I don't
of
know how that
American
works.
democracy.
I don't know the math on
To
that.
those who engage in acts of violence and destruction, you do not represent our country. And to those who broke the law, he said, you will pay. Well, the only people paying now after his pardons are the prosecutors and FBI agents they're going after for doing their jobs. Because Donald Trump thinks it's too much truth. In an act of Orwellian revisionism that would make Joseph Stalin blush, Trump's team wants to punish hardworking prosecutors and FBI agents for doing the job they were told to do. If this is not weaponization of the Department of Justice, then what is, Mr. Chairman? It is far worse than the imaginary things floating around last Congress that led nowhere. When will we have a hearing on what is taking place for real in the Department of Justice right now? They've hollowed out the career leadership ranks at DOJ, ravaging the offices that prosecute public corruption and terrorism. Now we meet Ed Martin, the new U.S. attorney in D.C., who's already proven himself to be to legal ethics what Bobby Kennedy is to public health. He's an election denier who participated in the insurrectionary mass protest of January 6th, which he joyfully likened to Mardi Gras on the social media. And until recently, very recently, in fact, into his term of office, he's been a defense lawyer of record in the courts for numerous January 6th criminal defendants. After taking over the U.S. Attorney's Office, he fired dozens of prosecutors, again, for doing their jobs, for prosecuting January 6 rioters. But DOJ ethics rules plainly require that he recuse himself because of this glaring conflict of interest created by his ongoing representation of private plaintiffs being prosecuted by the government. Naturally, the Trump DOJ forced out the senior ethics official, Brad Weinsheimer, who would have ruled on the matter, and replaced him with two inexperienced political appointees who apparently think it's okay, not just for the Fox to guard the henhouse, but for the Fox to simultaneously represent other Foxes in court who have already ravaged the henhouse. Mr. Martin has literally made filings on both sides of January 6th cases as defense counsel for participants in the riot, and now as a prosecutor dismissing the charges against the same defendants he was representing. When will there be a hearing on this? This is taking place right now. The list goes on. We don't have time to go through everything that's already happened, but I would encourage the chairman to please check out our report. This hearing was entitled Entering the Golden Age, Ending the Weaponization at the Department of Justice, a title that comes just in time to help us celebrate the 50th anniversary of Saturday.
Hey, at least it ain't just the black man with a mask on in this one. I mean, that did look bad. We saw the committee hearing where just the black person had a mask on in the entire room. It looked bad. It looked incredibly bad. But it was only the black person had a mask on in the entire room.
Night Live. Well, perhaps the title's referring to a golden age for corrupt billionaires or lawless oligarchs and violent white nationalists, but it's no golden age for the Department of Justice, which is now mired in corruption and lawlessness, halting corruption prosecutions, disbanding the anti-corruption task forces, and purging veteran prosecutors and agents who are dedicated to public safety and have superior performance evaluations, but have run afoul of the new political correctness imposed on the department. Chairman Jordan has championed our power under Article 1 to ensure that the Department of Justice upholds the rule of law for all without fear or favor. Good for him. I don't need to quote his eloquent speeches for you on the subject. We know them well. So I ask this committee to be true to our own beautiful words. Let's not use our oversight power selectively. Let's investigate these startling developments so dangerous to justice in America. And let's start with the dirty deal with Mayor Adams, which has now put a giant worm in the Big Apple. Mr. Chairman, I would invite you to join us in sending this letter today to Attorney General Bondi demanding specific answers on her shocking abuse of prosecutorial power, the shocking abuse of prosecutorial power that has taken place at DOJ in the whole Mayor Adams matter. And I would think that the committee should move very quickly to have a hearing on this next week. Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Real quickly, Pam Bondi will be here for the Committee of the Whole, I'm sure, and members also will meet some of her staff and ranking people. They will be at this committee as well. I would maintain the attorneys were removed not because they were doing a great job, because they weren't doing their job and they were involved in lawfare, and that's the point. With that, Mr. Raskin, I believe you wanted to enter something in the record?
Yes, please. Two things. One is the letter to Attorney General Bondi, and the other is our new report, President Trump's new Gilded Age, how Trump's Department of Justice is promoting political and corporate corruption to benefit his most loyal supporters.
Without objection. Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. We will now introduce today's witnesses. First, Mr. Chris Swecker. Mr. Swecker is a former FBI agent who retired as the Assistant Director of the Criminal Investigations Unit. He served with the Bureau for 24 years. It's a while. He currently practices law in the great state of North Carolina. Mr. Jonathan Fahey. Mr. Fahey is a partner with Holtzman Vogel, where his practice focuses on investigations and white-collar criminal defense. He previously served in various roles in the Department of Homeland Security and as a prosecutor in the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of Virginia. Mr. Peter Breen. Mr. Breen is the Executive Vice President and Head of Litigation at the Thomas More Society, a public interest law firm focused on constitutional rights. Mr. Breen successfully defended Mark Houck, a pro-life advocate, against FACE Act charges brought by the Biden-Harris administration. Mr. Brendan Ballou. Mr. Ballou is a former federal prosecutor. He served with the Justice Department for 5 years. We welcome all our witnesses today and thank them for appearing here. We will begin by swearing you in. Please rise. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury the testimony you are about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief? So help you God. Okay, you may be seated. Let the record reflect that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. Please know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. Mr. Swecker, you may begin.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Ranking Member and members of the subcommittee. It is an honor to appear at this hearing today. As mentioned, I have over 42 years of active experience in the criminal justice system as a prosecutor, as an agent, and as an attorney. And that informs my testimony today. I served under 7 FBI directors, 7 attorney generals. While attorney generals are cabinet appointments and politics goes with the position, this should not be the case with the FBI director, who has a 10-year term that was designed to insulate the position from politics. Indeed, during my 24 years in the FBI, I can attest that politics did not drive the initiation or conduct of any investigation, and cases were not pursued for political purposes. Sadly, that has not been the case at the DOJ and FBI since at least 2016. And I'm not here to convey my political views. I know how federal investigations flow, however, and I know the laws, policies, and procedures that govern FBI and DOJ operations. I am familiar with the works of this committee, as well as the DOJ Inspector General Horowitz, Special Counsel Durham, and all the relevant investigations from Crossfire Hurricane to the Mar-a-Lago raid. Many official actions taken by DOJ and FBI in the last 8 years were simply wrong. And I share the goals of this subcommittee that these agencies should never again be used as political weapons. The facts speak for themselves. The U.S. DOJ and its agencies have effectively been used as political weapons. This has taken the form of selective and hyper-aggressive prosecutions of political opponents, while slow-walking and even sabotaging investigations of favored political figures. There has been coordination with and even funding of state prosecutions of Donald Trump. There has been use of some of the most intrusive techniques available against political opponents of Joe Biden, and injection of personal animus and political views into investigations and prosecutions. Much of this weaponization was driven by an entrenched group of ideologues within the DOJ and FBI in perfect alignment with the Biden administration that can't be chalked up to coincidence. A well-known example is Crossfire Hurricane, a notoriously unpredicated investigation of the 2016 Trump presidential campaign tainted by 4 FISA surveillance orders based on deliberately false information contained in opposition research. This was accompanied by an unprecedented infiltration of the campaign by multiple informants. Crossfire Hurricane further involved the potential entrapment of a cabinet-level appointee based on the pretext of an introductory intelligence briefing, and rather than target the Russian influencers and protect the unwitting campaign operatives, the FBI targeted the Trump presidential campaign through those operatives. Note that when similar information was developed about the Hillary Clinton campaign, she was immediately afforded a defensive briefing. Undeterred by the misconduct identified in the DOJ IG Horowitz and Special Counsel Durham reports regarding Crossfire Hurricane, many of the same DOJ and FBI managers opened and pursued a classified documents case on the former president and presidential candidate, culminating in the dawn raid of his personal residence. This was ostensibly to execute a search warrant and was conducted despite ongoing negotiations regarding the declassification and possible return of the documents. After the raid, it was disclosed that Biden had squirreled away classified documents himself. In another example, the inexplicably tepid DOJ-controlled FBI investigation of the Biden family influence peddling schemes, despite the existence of over 170 bank suspicious activity reports, multiple witnesses, 20 offshore corporations, 19 million in potentially illicit proceeds, and from hostile and corrupt foreign governments, oligarchs, and shadowy international characters seeking official favors, and a laptop full of evidence, the investigation languished. It doesn't take a Mensa candidate to surmise that serious criminal activity was afoot that extended well beyond a garden variety tax and firearms case. The case was plagued by interference by DOJ, attempts to slow walk the investigation.
Sorry, I got a call from David.
Statute of limitations, and a deceptive effort to discredit the laptop. It took an alert federal judge to expose the clever attempt to implement a global plea bargain hidden in a plea agreement to a single firearms charge. The contrast with the multiple scorched earth investigation targeting Donald Trump should be clear to pretty much anyone that's being objective. Since I'm running out of time, I ask that you introduce my full statement into the record. Thank you. And I want to also add, I'm not here in any official capacity for the FBI. As mentioned, I retired from the FBI, so I'm here as a concerned citizen with some experience.
Thank you, Mr. Swecker, and without objection, we will enter the full statement of all of you into the permanent record. Mr. Fahey, you may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, members of the subcommittee. I thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Jonathan Fahey, and I'm a partner.
Mr. Fahey, I believe your mic is not on.
Oh, okay. Is it on? Okay.
Now, some folks might not like that, but we want to hear you.
Okay. You didn't miss anything at the beginning. I'm a partner of a law firm of Holtzman Vogel, but most of my career practicing law, I served as a prosecutor both at the state and federal level. And during this time, I had the opportunity to work with numerous hardworking men and women of law enforcement and fellow prosecutors. And because of my experience, I have immense respect for members of the law enforcement community who every day make sacrifices on behalf of all of us. And a lot of times things that go unnoticed and probably should be recognized more often. By and large, I found that both state and federal law enforcement agents to adhere to the highest ethical standards, to have an unwavering commitment to justice and to public safety. My work with fellow prosecutors was similar, and I want to basically echo what Mr. Swecker said. I worked with some of the finest attorneys at the Eastern District of Virginia. We worked side by side on cases big and small. I worked as an assistant U.S. attorney under President Bush 43, President Obama, and President Trump. And during these times, even though some priorities would change, I never saw any politicization, and often I didn't really know what the politics were of my colleagues other than occasionally in private conversations. I was extremely proud of the work I did as a prosecutor, and I'm grateful for the opportunity I had to stand up in court to advocate on behalf of victims and stand and say my name on behalf of the United States. In addition to that, I gained amazing professional experiences, many friends in law enforcement, fellow prosecutors, defense attorneys, courtroom personnel, and it's an experience I wouldn't trade for anything. One of the most important things I learned, which I think is relevant here, is the tremendous responsibility that comes from being a prosecutor with every decision you make and how many people can be affected by those decisions. Sadly, the last administration, I believe, changed the prosecutor's role, and instead of focusing on public safety issues, they focus on political agendas and to advance the political agenda. This manifested itself in many of the cases the chairman spoke about earlier, and it led to a severe distrust in the criminal justice system and the FBI. Meanwhile, Americans became less safe because
The crazier you look, the
political agenda
dumber your
rather
politics
than
are. Yes.
public safety issues.
CSI referee, thank you for
One
the
of the
5
most
gifted
egregious
subs.
example
Apparently,
that's been
they'll have
referenced
to
a
come in
lot,
here
but I
later
think
to
it's
grab them because it ain't
important here,
populate.
is the investigation into
They
the
have
school
been safe.
boards or the
Rick,
parents
I
speaking
appreciate
out
the
the
fuck
school
out of you,
boards.
brother.
This came, the
I
timing
don't
of
know
this
who
is
it's going to
critical.
be
One,
until
it's
it
towards the
actually
beginning of the Biden administration,
populates.
so it sort of set the tone. But the other part is this occurred in October of 2021 when the election in Virginia as well as in New Jersey, the most critical issue, most important issue was school issues involving COVID policy as well as curriculum. With some information about threats that came in, I think there's dispute about how it came in, but a lot of information that may have come in from teachers unions and things like that. The Attorney General of the United States created a task force for these parents that consisted of the criminal division of DOJ, the Civil Rights Division, the National Security Division, the Executive Office of U.S. Attorneys, the FBI, the Community Relations Service, which I didn't know existed, the Office of Justice Programs. He also ordered the U.S. attorneys, each U.S. attorney, to convene meetings with local officials.
We getting some shit started up here. We're going to actually,
and this was within 30 days of it.
Just to let y'all know why we doing this here, though. We getting some shit up. We're actually going to change up the view thing. Like, we had problems with StreamYard and everything. We're going to continue to have problems with this thing. I don't see it changing in any way. And I'm not going to pay $80 a month just to make this thing work like this, especially when we're having these kinds of problems. And we're going back to an easier way, something that's visually going to look a lot better. So we have more control over actually what's going on, the visual part of the stream and everything like that. So working on that, we got members only content that's coming up here. I don't know how we're going to work that. I know Rumble is linked to our locals that I have started up. I got to get locals going to figure that shit the fuck. I got a lot to do to make this work, but we're going to do it. Y'all have pushed us to it. So I appreciate the push. We got to figure it the fuck out. Let's go.
His memo, which was early October. Coincidentally, the election with the biggest issue on the table was November of that year. After all of this attention, there was not a single federal prosecution that was brought as a result. However, the harm to the system and to the individuals was profound. The specter of law enforcement investigating what you say at a school board meeting not only intimidated parents that have spoken up, that may have wanted to speak up, but also marginalized them. So other people that might agree with their stance, when they see them labeled as terrorists, it would have a political impact. So that is one of the things I think is most egregious about the weaponization. I know my time
I was labeled
near,
a terrorist, sir.
In all of these cases, the Department of Justice had to make decisions, whether it's January 6th, whether it's the
had nothing to do with
outside
that.
of Supreme Court justices' homes.
I didn't do that.
Whether or not, where to put your resources? Do you put them into public safety, or do you prosecute the 1,500th person that came in the Capitol on January 6th? While carjackers were not being prosecuted, while murderers were not being investigated fully. And that's really the issue here. The American people suffered during the last 4 years because crime was higher, and it was higher in many respects because the attention was not focused on what affected the community. Going forward, I hope this new Department of Justice will focus on issues from the bottom up, to not politicize anything, to focus on what affects people day to day on the street, whether it's fentanyl trafficking, gangs, human trafficking, other crimes of violence. I believe if they do that, the American people will be well served, they will be safer, and this will restore credibility for the Justice Department and the justice system as a whole. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Fahey. Mr. Breen, you may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You know, I will admit this though. I always thought our justice system was pretty much as fair as it could be in every part of everything up until I'm gonna say about 2018. And then I started really seeing some shit about that just didn't make sense, just pop up in the news, and people are going to jail for random fucking shit and all this. And it's just like, wait, this doesn't make sense. And then 2020 happened and all this lawfare happened. Has it really always been this fucked? Or, I mean, I honestly don't know if our federal system, our federal law system has been this fucked. I know some local ones. I know some state ones that have been fucked along the way, but has it always been this way federally? All right, take it easy, Paul. We'll see you again, brother.
Chairman, ranking member, members.
We're going to be at this for a while,
As
probably.
noted ahead of, I'm honored to lead the Society's national litigation team. Our dedicated professionals work in states.
I'm going to save the Harmeet
and
Dillon
federal
one
courts
for
across
tomorrow.
the country to defend the constitutional rights and really the rights of every American. Relevant to today's
Oh, there's
hearing,
always
noted,
been fuckery.
I'm proud to have led
But
the
not
defense
like
of Mark
this.
Houck,
Not
for
that I
the
remember.
Society,
Not that I
and
knew
our
of.
team has represented dozens of other pro-life Americans against the unprecedented assault on them by the Biden
The worst thing I can think of is lawfare
Numerous criminal
dating back would
prosecutions
be
have brought
what?
civil cases across the
Watergate?
country. Now, the Biden
Like the
DOJ
worst
engaged
of
in a systematic campaign to abuse the power of the federal government against pro-life advocates, while that same DOJ ignored hundreds
We're going to be
of
doing
acts
this
of
for a minute.
vandalism
Like I
and
said,
violence
Michael.
against pro-life churches, pregnancy help centers, and other advocates. On behalf of our clients and the pro-life movement as a whole, we're thankful to President Trump for his recent pardons.
Oh, no,
and
you're
to the
good,
members of
Curly.
his House who supported that effort. Those pardons sent a powerful message to the country and especially to the millions of Americans in the pro-life movement that the federal government should not be weaponized against Americans because of their sincere beliefs in the sanctity of human life. We're grateful as well for the actions of the Trump DOJ, its chief of staff, who issued the memorandum directing the
I just want to point out something, ladies and gentlemen. Now, this stream literally, okay. They started at roughly around 36 minutes in, 36 and a half minutes in, somewhere around that. It is now 1 hour and 31 minutes in. So we have gone 1 fucking hour and we still have yet to get through the opening statements.
the dismissal of the prosecutions and civil lawsuits against our clients. And that memo highlighted the fact that the Biden DOJ selectively prosecuted and enforced the law against our folks while ignoring the many acts on the other side. You may have heard some of the stories of these advocates. There's Paul Vaughn, the evangelical Christian father of 11, whose children were outside waiting to go to school when heavily armed federal agents rolled up, held his kids at bay as other agents then arrested their father.
Right.
Paul didn't even block access to a clinic. He was there to give moral and spiritual support, who did, but still the DOJ charged him with a FACE Act violation and a felony conspiracy against rights.
Yes.
While he escaped prison time, others did not. Because of that conspiracy against rights felony, we've had numerous clients who received multiple year prison sentences, especially in Washington, D.C. Then you heard about Mark Houck. And of course, 20 federal agents at dawn directed their guns at him and his family, took him away in handcuffs. The thing is, we offered to present Mark to the prosecution, and had he been anybody but Mark Houck, we would have been allowed to do so. Instead, they spent those law enforcement resources, created an incredibly dangerous situation on his front lawn outside of Philadelphia. Now, we did beat the Biden DOJ in the Mark Houck case, winning that unanimous not guilty verdict from the Philly jury. And after that win, the DOJ from under Biden did not prosecute another sidewalk counselor. You see, because at the same time, you may not have heard, the Biden DOJ was investigating numerous other sidewalk scuffles at abortion facilities coast to coast. We had numerous clients contacted by the FBI in connection with those incidents. And had we not won for Mark and won so definitively and publicly, we are sure that there would have been a wave of Houck-style prosecutions
Yeah, that's what has
federalizing minor sidewalk squabbles across the country. Yeah, but now that the president is active, the DOJ's cleaned out,
I think my
compliance
headset's
criminal
going out.
records are wiped clean. Was the matter concluded? Absolutely not. Because of the actions of the Biden DOJ, which mirror to some extent the actions of the Obama DOJ, sword of Damocles still hangs over pro-life advocates. There are long statutes of limitations on these federal laws. So folks remain in fear that some future administration will twist the law and come after them. You know, some of those Biden prosecutions were for actions that were taken under the first Trump administration. And the DOJ's recent dismissals were ordered on the basis of selective prosecution and did not necessarily recognize that the underlying laws don't apply to the conduct. And so, of course, while we urge the Congress to repeal the FACE Act, which is selectively and illegally enforced, we do have several other concrete steps that we would recommend. First off, as noted, this committee is very much needed because you need, respectfully, to continue to investigate and expose the misuse of the FBI and DOJ over the past 4 years against pro-life Americans. Sunlight's the best disinfectant, and this subcommittee has a lot of light to bring. Second, we would ask that you urge the Trump administration to bring to justice those who committed the violence and vandalism. You know, if the FACE Act's to remain on the books, it should be enforced equally. And third, there are some very concrete things that the DOJ can do to properly define the scope of the FACE Act and the conspiracy against rights statutes. They can take formal written positions on those laws that will help to prevent this going forward. First off, recognize that Congress intended the FACE Act not to apply to sidewalk squabbles. That was agreed to by Senator Ted Kennedy. It's on the record from over 30 years ago. They agreed to that as part of passing this act, but it's been wiped away and ignored ever since. That needs to be recognized. Second, we need to make clear that the FACE Act's physical obstruction doesn't apply to peaceable counseling activity that does not intentionally obstruct a patient or an abortion provider. The Biden DOJ advanced a contrary theory, which mirrored the Obama DOJ before it, and the New York Attorney General is continuing that action right now. That needs to stop. And again, we had said third was that recognize that FACE can't be applied to others who are not actually blocking the clinic without running afoul of the First Amendment. And fourth, get rid of this conspiracy against rights statute application because its 10-year felony provisions cannot be applied to pro-life advocates at all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Breen. Mr. Ballou, you may begin.
Thank you. As mentioned, my name is Brennan Ballou. I serve in the Justice Department's National Security and Antitrust Divisions, and for 2 years was detailed to prosecute crimes stemming from the attack on the Capitol. It's important to remember that approximately 140 police officers were assaulted by rioters on January 6, 2021. One officer told me that he feared for his life more that day than during his entire deployment to Afghanistan in 2001. Another told me that he texted his family that afternoon because he expected to die. The work we did was about getting justice for those officers. But justice is only possible when federal prosecutors have credibility. And I want to explain how the Justice Department built that credibility over many decades and how it's being destroyed in a matter of weeks. After Watergate and the Nixon administration, Congress and the executive built protections to make it less likely that the department's powers would be abused. The offices of professional responsibility and inspector general were created. The department limited communications with the White House, and FBI officials began regularly testifying before congressional committees like this one. Investigations into activists were largely ended, and the department refocused its energy on public corruption. In the past month, the administration has largely destroyed these reforms and refocused the department away from prosecuting the corrupt and towards favoring friends and investigating enemies. To give just a few examples, most obviously, the president pardoned nearly 1,600 rioters who stormed the Capitol and its grounds in the president's name, including rioters whom I helped prosecute, who punched officers, who dragged them into the crowd, and who speared them with flagpoles. The acting DC U.S. attorneys threatened investigations into various perceived enemies of the administration, including Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer and former special counsel Jack Smith. The department has largely stopped enforcing the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, which prohibits bribery, prosecuting cases under the Foreign Agents Registration Act, which prohibits secret work on behalf of a foreign power, or pursuing the work of the Klepto Capture Task Force, which enforced sanctions against Russian oligarchs. The administration also threatened to fire the attorneys of the Public Integrity Section, who prosecute corrupt politicians. Now, there's now an effort to draw a false equivalency between these actions over the last month and those of recent administrations, either to argue that what is happening now is nothing new, or that if it is, it's deserved retribution. This attempt at equivalence, however, is a mistake for two reasons. First, a weaponized Justice Department endangers anyone involved in politics, no matter their political persuasion. Since the president pardoned the Capitol rioters, FBI agents have been subject to personal and specific threats of violence. But these threats have no party limits. Just this weekend at a conservative political conference, speakers considered insufficiently loyal to the president were threatened and told that pipe bombs had been planted in the building. Second, a weaponized Justice Department corrupts all of society and makes life harder and more expensive for people far from politics. For instance, the Wall Street Journal reports that executives at Twitter recently demanded that a company advertise on its platform and intimated that the government might stop or slow a proposed merger if it did not. This is an attempt to use the tools of the Justice Department to enrich one politically connected business, and it's how an oligarchy is created. The actions of the past month should concern us all, largely ending foreign bribery and corruption cases and threatening to fire public corruption prosecutors, investigating political enemies while putting political friends above the law. These are all efforts to return us to the time of Watergate, and it harms you no matter your political beliefs. The only people who will benefit from these actions will be billionaire criminals, and for them, this will be a golden age. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ballou. We're now going to proceed under the 5-minute rule with questions, and the chair will recognize the gentleman from Alabama, Barry Moore.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the witnesses being here today. The Biden-Harris DOJ enabled hyper-partisan prosecutors, in particular, former special counsel Jack Smith, to criminalize politics in America.
Okay.
Smith's approach to prosecutorial process raised many concerns among experts related to what his actions would mean to the future of the DOJ. In addition to his storied investigations Smith personally led, he also coordinated with Fannie Willis to help with her politically motivated prosecution of President Trump. Willis was also given disproportionate assistance from the January 6th committee, receiving records simultaneously with help from us in Congress and law enforcement. Meanwhile,
He's doing this.
an attorney known for waging lawfare against Trump during his first term as president, left the elite position at the Biden-Harris DOJ to work with a Manhattan district attorney by the name of Alvin Bragg, where he led the prosecution of President Trump. Mr. Fahey, what are your thoughts generally on the investigations led by former special counsel Jack Smith?
Generally, they were, I would characterize them as heavy-handed in all respects. And, you look at this from, which is sort of the point I was trying to make, is when you're doing something when you're focusing on something, you're not focusing on something else. But it's also heavy-handed to the way other cases are prosecuted by the Justice Department. And I think the best example of the Jack Smith case is compare that to how Robert Hur handled President Biden. You have, just when you focus on Mar-a-Lago, you have President Biden who, when he was in the Senate, managed to get a hold of classified information that shows up at his house. When he was vice president, he left office and managed to keep classified information. He kept this in his home. He kept this at the Biden Center. I think there's one other location. Robert Hur wrote a report describing all that, more than ample evidence. He described, his cognitive deficiencies, but he didn't. There were no heavy-handed measures taken. It wasn't interview everyone until the cows come home, and ultimately he came to a measured decision for conduct that arguably is more egregious than what President Trump did, because President Trump allegedly, all of the classified information that he allegedly had, he was allowed to have it at the beginning. President Biden at the time was never allowed to have this information. He was also treated quite a bit differently when he turned in the information.
What up, Jennifer?
When it first came about, which was before the election of
Rick,
2022.
I'm sorry.
The Justice
I'm a little bit
Department
busy.
kept that quiet. He turns it in through his lawyer, and then he proceeded to turn in more information over the period of the next couple of months, I think until about December. Why that's important? Nobody raided his home. Nobody did any heavy-handed moves. They let him turn it in at his convenience, at his leisure. And
For the ones that are coming in now, a lot of things are about to change here because of the problems that we've been having with StreamYard. We're going back to the OBS thing. I got somebody that's actually going to help me out with that to make sure everything's linked right, and we can continuously bring that kind of quality like we were doing before. I'm getting a lot of things changed on this side. A lot of we're going to be bringing a whole different setup and everything for everything that we're about to do here. Give us some time. Let us work on it. We're about to be bringing members only content as well. We're about to try to throw out some merch and everything like that. And we're going to make this actually happen. And it's all because of you. Every bit of you. Any one of you literally want to speak at any time, just let us know. You know, you're more than welcome to. But let's continue. What up, Steven?
Ultimately, they did a consent search because it seemed like every time he turned around, there's more classified information in his house. So, and then you compare that to President Trump, with they were negotiating with NARA. They were in a far more secure location than his garage. And then you have, and how was that treated? They ran up in his house. They're searching, his wife's, where she keeps her clothes and intimate clothing and things like that to get items. And it was always under the guise of, this is so serious to get these items back because our national security is at risk. But when it was Biden, it was sort of like,
in the garage, around the car, and open boxes was fine.
Yeah, just swing it by when you have a chance. You know?
Sure. So are you familiar with the 2013 IRS scandal that targeted conservative nonprofit organizations? You familiar
with the
that?
Lois Lerner?
Yes, and then actually,
I am, but not intimately.
Well,
yes.
I understand Jack Smith actually, he encouraged
yeah, we just doing these committee hearings. I got like 5 or 6 of them that I do need to listen to. Might as well bring them live.
And Mr.
I'm
Stryker, I know
tracking shit
you've
down.
served with the FBI for some time, and I appreciate
Tomorrow
your
we're
service.
doing the Harvey
What about the
one.
raid to Mar-a-Lago to you stood out? I know we had some other FBI officials testify and tell us what they thought. And so as we look through this process, what about it to you stood out?
Just the fact that they did it at all. I mean, there's a lot of discretion in investigations. There's a lot of discretion in prosecutions. I was a prosecutor. I've been an agent. I know it from both angles. And I just think it was never in the best interest of the American public for them to, during negotiations, where there were a lot of issues that were being discussed between lawyers, the information, the documents were secure, and they weren't going anywhere. Unlike Hillary Clinton's server, which was the least secure place you could ever store information, is on a server anybody can get to.
And I thought it was interesting they handled it from the Washington field office rather than the Miami field office, and they raided his home. And I kind of thought that was rather unusual.
Highly unusual, and that search was conducted over the objection of the assistant director in charge of the Washington field office.
That, Mr. Chairman, I'm out of time. I'll yield back.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I do have a UC request.
Okay.
I'd ask for unanimous consent. I'd like to enter into the record the full transcript with Stephen D. Tuno, I may be saying that incorrectly. Antuano, the assistant director in charge of FBI's Washington field office.
Without objection.
Thank you so much. I've got one more. Sorry. I'd also like to introduce an article titled "Donald Trump Stored, Showed Off, and Refused to Return Classified Documents, Indictments."
Without objection.
Thank you so much.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank the witnesses for your testimony today. Let's see.
First of all, Hank Johnson, why the fuck ain't you on cue with everything? You know this time is coming up and you just in here blowing off whatever. You're blowing dudes. Okay. Secondly, did Guam top capsize yet? I don't know. I'm just asking. Just asking questions. Did Guam capsize yet? I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
You know, Trump is purging experienced career civil servants and filling their roles with inexperienced sycophants who will do whatever they are told to do, no matter how unlawful or unconstitutional they ask. And the American people are focused on that real threat to our democracy and to the rule of law that is poised by this Trump administration. And so they are too smart to be distracted by Republicans' tired conspiracy theories. And that is exactly what we're getting today. Now, Mr. Ballou, you're familiar with Danielle Sassoon, are
I
you
am,
not?
sir.
And you know her to be a Federalist Society member?
She is.
A former law clerk to Antonin Scalia?
She is.
Anti-LGBTQ rights, anti-civil rights, a blazing right-wing extremist. Isn't that correct?
He was an extremely conservative jurist.
And no, I'm talking about Danielle Sassoon.
I can't speak to Ms. Sassoon's personal opinions about
No,
those specific legal
she
issues.
is, as you described, Justice Scalia, but even she could not stomach the prospect of being a party to a quid pro quo in the Eric Adams case, could she?
No, sir.
You know, dropping charges for illegitimate reasons. She didn't want to have a hand in that. She was too principled to participate in that. And because we know that when you drop charges against someone for a illegitimate purpose, a quid pro quo, Eric Adams, to force him over a barrel to carry out your
All right, I'm back.
deportation political agenda in return for dropping the charges against him eventually, but hanging
What up,
over his
Eric? How you
head
doing?
with a dismissal without prejudice. She did not want to be a party to such a.
If you put 12,000 people on one side of the island of Guam,
bargain.
it'll capsize.
And we know that if you drop a charge, you'll also institute charges for political purposes, for illegitimate purposes. Is
And you
that
have the
not
studio.
the essence of weaponizing the Justice Department?
Yeah, absolutely, sir. You know, the concern here is that criminal prosecutions would be used to achieve unrelated policy objectives in the case of the Eric Adams scandal. You know, the reason that we don't do that is because the powers of prosecutors are so vast that once that happens, people will follow government directives not because they want to or believe in it, but simply because they fear retribution if they don't.
Thank you. In your testimony, you talked about how this administration has corrupted the guardrails that existed in the Department of Justice.
Would y'all stop
with
talking in the
respect
background
to
with your microphone on?
reforms put in place after the abuse during the Republican Nixon
I mean,
administration.
fuck, Jim Andrew. I
And
knew you
talked
used
about
corrupt
how
motherfucker to get elected. But
guardrails
goddamn, come
that
on.
would,
You know how to turn the
have
microphone
been
off.
destroyed insofar as favoring friends of this administration. What did you mean by that specifically?
Yeah. Well, I think we're seeing this in the Wall Street Journal reporting about potentially X or Twitter trying to get advertisers back on their site. And if they don't,
I do need that hub later.
well, then the government will investigate them and potentially
This is
stop a merger.
The co-president of the United States, who, by the way, was unelected and hails from apartheid South Africa, trying to leverage his position as co-president to gain something for his platform that spews mis and disinformation publicly.
And when the government is used in that
Goddamn.
way, it harms everybody, far from politics, because it increases prices and it interferes with the free economy.
Yeah, I can't think of a greater threat to democracy than a guy like Elon Musk set free or set loose by a president, Donald Trump, who was duly elected but has outsourced now and privatized his administration to a oligarch billionaire and his other billionaire buddies. With that, I'll yield back.
Okay.
All right, we're good this week.
I'm going to recognize myself for 5 minutes. Mr. Swecker, when did you first become aware of the FBI's memo targeting traditional Roman Catholics?
Oh, well, I don't know the exact date, but it was when,
I don't need
when
the
it hit the
exact date.
press.
Okay, just to let you know, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a dual stream setup with my computer here. With everything that we are doing, of course, we're moving back to the OBS situation, so I have better visual control over everything. My wife, I built a computer for her, so I have her laptop free. We're going to use the laptop to actually run everything. I got a KVM switch. I got everything kind of ordered to make this a lot better and a lot more. I'm not going to say a lot better looking as far as that goes. I got everything I needed ordered. It's on its way. Eventually, it'll be here. Things are going to get better. And then we got to start working on the members only thing and all the merch. We're going to really start putting work into this shit more than we ever have. Ladies and gentlemen, lots coming forward. Fuck, I have to say it. Anyway, let's go.
I mean, as soon as it hit the press, I mean, I found out about it when everybody else did.
Did you get the opportunity to review the memo?
What up, RP?
That came from the Virginia field office. Did you take a look at it?
I did. I don't remember all the details in it, but it was a very ill-advised memo.
Did it strike you?
Yeah, of course it did.
In a bad way?
I think it would strike anybody in a bad way. I'm Catholic, not that that matters, but just singling out a religion and religious beliefs in the way that they did.
The Union address.
Frankly, though, I don't know how much play that really got further up the food chain, but it was it just demonstrated incredibly poor judgment.
We asked the then Attorney General about it. We asked the then FBI Director about it. They both, in essence, apologized, but it said it was only limited to the Virginia field office. Then, fortunately, there were other whistleblowers. We got information. It wasn't only limited. This was starting to go throughout the country. Thank God we found out about it. And as I said before, my good Hindu friends, men of peace, that people, human beings of peace, that never would do anything harmful. If it happened to Roman Catholics, and I happen to be Roman Catholic as well, it can happen to anyone.
I think it does reflect that there were some ideologues deep in the it wasn't just the leadership in the bureau.
You can't believe otherwise. I mean, it just didn't make sense. It was shocking for America. Do you believe the memo infringed on Americans' rights under our Constitution to some degree?
Absolutely, especially if they had followed through on it aggressively.
Oh no,
got
gotta look.
did
The
other
memo
things.
stated, let me read this, I'm quoting now, catalyzing events in which regionally
I'm sorry,
motivated violent
there's still like
extremists,
5 get the
regionally
subs
motivated
over there
violent
for
extremists,
CSI
and
referee
radical
for people that have come into the show,
traditional Catholics.
and it hasn't
I'm not sure
registered
what the
yet.
hell that means,
I
to be
apologize
honest.
for that, but eventually they'll get it.
Yeah, I mean,
essentially.
I don't know. I try to go to mass when I can. I honest to God, I don't see too many, I don't see any domestic terrorists there.
What's March 4th?
And they said
Tuesday
they might have a
night.
common clause,
Davey.
including legislation or judicial
Davey.
decisions
We
in
hitting
areas
it
such
up.
as abortion rights, immigration, affirmative action, and LGBTQ protections. Isn't that their right? And is it typical for the FBI to dig into something like that?
Not the FBI I served under, and I mean, I think Chris Wray made a lot of mistakes, but he apologized for that one. I think that's one that got away from, it should never even.
I think they were even shocked that they had that level of an
Right.
ideologue, actually. And I believe that they were being sincere. I know the Attorney General at the time almost cried. Maybe he did a little bit, actually. Do you think the FBI
What up,
needs
Rhino? How you doing?
stricter controls over how these bulletins are created and distributed? Hopefully they will now.
I do. I mean, it's a lot of it's judgment based, and it's who you hire and the examples that are set at the top of in this case, the FBI.
There you go. Rhino got a gift.
You can't. There's no substitute for just good judgment. As things, I saw a lot of junk come out of a squad room, reports and that sort of thing. And if you're at the supervisory level, you just cancel it out. You squelch it right there.
So I'm going to ask the three of you, Mr. Swecker, Mr. Fay, Mr. Breen, some real quick questions. That's something I'll always like to do. I like to get to the point. It's either yes or no, not a long answer on this. I'll start with you, Mr. Swecker. Do you believe the DOJ was weaponized against political opponents? Yes or no?
Yes, I think there's many examples of that.
Mr. Fay. Mr. Breen.
Yes, absolutely.
Should federal law enforcement agencies surveil parents at school board meetings? Yes or no, Mr.
No.
Swecker?
No.
No.
Was it appropriate for a DOJ official to pressure a defense lawyer with a judgeship offer? Yes or no?
What
Mr.
up,
Schmuck?
Rhonda?
If that happened, no.
And it did. We
Yeah,
have.
I've heard
Like,
information,
yeah.
I just don't know definitively, but yes.
Correct. Outrageous.
Is it acceptable for the FBI to categorize certain religious groups in the way that they did? Yes or no?
No.
No.
Absolutely not.
I think everybody, God help us, agrees on that one. Even my friends on the other side of the aisle here might. Do you believe there is currently, or was currently, that there was a two-tiered system of justice in America? Yes or no?
Yes, many examples of that.
There's so many.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, we live
Thank
through
you. I think it makes our point, and I'm almost out of time myself. Ms. Crockett, the ranking member. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Moskowitz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming to today's hearing
Oh, this
entitled
is just
Entering
fuck.
the Golden Age.
This dude is a horrible
Probably
piece of shit.
named it that because the price of eggs are the price of gold. But here
I
we
don't know,
are.
Davey. Are you joining
Chairman
tomorrow?
Drew mentioned something. He said the People's Justice Department. I actually think that's very important. Unfortunately, the DC U.S. Attorney Ed Martin disagrees with him because he calls himself Trump's attorney, his own words and his own statements. He doesn't say the people's attorney. He doesn't say the Justice Department's attorney. He said he's President Trump's lawyer. And so it seems to me that those two things are not accurate. Mr. Swacker, you think a U.S. attorney is the president's attorney or the Department of Justice's attorney?
It's people's attorney.
The people's attorney, okay.
The president has a White House counsel.
Okay, right. Okay, so I just want to clear that up. Maybe someone should, send a quick email to Ed Martin. Maybe we can get someone in Doge to do that. They like emailing people with like 5 things to do. Maybe like someone could say like, hey, Mr. Martin, of the 5 things to do, number 1, make sure you know who your client is. It's America.
A squirrel cheek version of Rick Moranis. You are correct.
He's also sending letters to members of Congress. Are you aware of that, Mr. Fahey?
Yes.
Yeah,
I think if you're referring to the Chuck Schumer letter, yes.
No, he's sending letters to member of the House asking him to clarify statements.
When he made those
statements which is weird because literally that same week he sent a letter, like this committee literally held a whole hearing on free speech. Right. And then all of a sudden the DC attorney is sending letters asking members of Congress to clarify.
Those are tricky situations. The Schumer thing, if that was not Chuck Schumer and just a regular person outside of the Supreme Court, I believe that person would at least be investigated for threats, whether or not it comes out. And those are tricky, but I don't think those are so clear cut because you don't have a free speech right to threaten people, threaten justice.
No, of course not.
I don't see. I mean, I see your point, and that may be how it breaks out, but I don't think it's inappropriate to look a step further in those types of things.
We're hearing a lot about weaponization, and my colleagues across the other, I mean, they're the bravado party. Like we can admit that, right? Like the Republicans just have a lot more bravado than Democrats, and I'm okay admitting that. But they seem to just not wanting to. They're like coy on this one.
Like I said earlier,
they're not
at least in this one,
ending the
it's not
weaponization
the
of the DOJ.
only person in the
They
room
wanna
mask is the black
continue
guy.
it. In fact, the deep state gave them a bad idea, and they're going to run with it. And in fact, not only are they going to run with it, man, they're going to do it even better than the deep state. I mean, they just hired pacifist Don Bongino, right? Like Dan Bongino, that seems to be very against this idea that we want to end weaponization. Dan, who says Americans are having a Cold War amongst themselves, who says that the only thing that matters is power, a system of checks and balances. Ha!
Sir, both of those were out of context for what you're actually trying to talk about right now. Dan Bongino was a huge fucking surprise to me, and I am 100% behind that motherfucker. I don't give a damn. I have listened to that man. I have, even with the things I disagree with, I'm still like, he's got a fucking point with it. He knows the ins and outs of this situation. He was fucking Secret Service, and y'all want to point him as a far right influencer. Like, that's something to fucking do. This motherfucker was Secret goddamn Service. Yeah, I 100% back his ass because he knows from the rotten, treacherous shit. He fucking knows because he was involved in it.
That's a good one.
Ah.
That doesn't seem to be someone that wants to end the weaponization. Seems someone who is going to be given power and wants to continue the weaponization. I have a question. Will you gentlemen all come back in, let's say, a year and give us your assessment of whether or not we have ended the weaponization? I like we'll do like this, like a quick, like, okay, you're here now, and then like a year later you'll come back and we'll be like, by the way, mission accomplished. We'll get a big banner, we'll fly a plane, like, and mission accomplished. Or will you come back and admit, like, it looks like it's continuing to go on? Okay.
That's.
I mean, not all at once.
Depending on the scheduling, sure.
Yeah.
We don't have to pick a date now. That's fine.
We'll
Sure.
get it. We'll get it.
I thought it was a rhetorical question, but yeah, we'll
It
come
was
back.
rhetorical. Okay, fair. I'm. Someone is paying attention. So I just like. There's got to be at least one of my colleagues who like can get in front of the camera and be the tough guy and just be like, we're not ending the weaponization. No. The deep state started it, man. We're gonna run with it because we've already seen that in the appointments in the first couple of weeks. I just
That is true.
I don't need honesty because we're in Congress.
Rick is correct here.
What I want is we already know, like the American people know, they know this, right? We don't need to hide. Just tell the American people what they know. Revenge
What
tour
up,
is
Shane?
coming. We're gonna have tour dates. We're gonna show up. We're gonna play arenas, but the DOJ revenge tour is coming. Thank you.
And that's why they're scared of this motherfucker.
Two things. I would love to have you back in a year. Let's try to make that a date. It may not be exactly 1 year. It could be 11 months. It could be 13 months. Oh, I think you scared them a little bit. I bet you all would be willing to come, including you, Mr. Blue. Secondly, real quick, Mr. Moskowitz, I love your sense of humor. You got to always have a sense of humor as you go through things. You're pretty good at it.
Mr. Chair, I have a unanimous consent. I'd like to introduce for the record the letter from the Department of Justice Office of Inspector General related to the Richmond memo that stated we did not find evidence
Without
that anyone
objection.
ordered or objected to find a link between racially motivated.
Without objection.
I'd also like to introduce an article titled Jim Jordan's New Myth in Anti-Catholic FBI.
Without objection.
And the final one I'd like to introduce is an article from Fox News noting that the FBI was absolved of malicious intent in the Catholic memo incident.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Some people wrote a bad memo. Anyhow, I now recognize the gentleman from the great state of Missouri, Dr. Onder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for coming today. Mr. Breen, on September 23rd, 2022, the FBI raided the home of your client, Mark Houck, following indictment, charging FACE Act violations based on an alleged shoving incident that took place where he was defending his son near an abortion clinic. Mr. Breen, if my memory serves right, other prosecutors had looked at that case, the Houck case, prior to this SWAT team raid. Could you refresh my memory on that?
Yes, Congressman. And in fact, it had been prosecuted through the state level system, and the charges were dropped because the complaining witness refused to show up.
Right.
In fact, he'd gone on vacation one time. One time, he actually went to the abortion facility to escort. And when Mark arrived, they went to court. He wasn't there. Mark arrived, said, "Did you enjoy your morning at court?" This guy was the complaining witness.
Yeah.
So that was looked through there. But even on the federal side, the they had started in front of a grand jury and went fallow. It just stopped.
Right.
But then the Dobbs leak hits, all of this, and we watched it then restart up, and they get out an indictment. So that it was clearly something that was related to trying to make a point on abortion,
right,
not because he had actually committed a crime.
So dropped on the state.
I want to pause for a second because I done squirreled myself out on this, and this is amazing because I've been thinking about everything and what we want to do, right? And how we're going to work this. I have a stream deck. I have everything I need. Literally, lies of the components are coming to me right now. I got them ordered. I got this thing here called an Azeron controller. This is a cool ass little thing. Look, check this out. Now, it is, let me take off the green screen real quick. Virtual background. How do we turn this off completely? None. There we go. All right, check this out. This is an Azeron. It's dusty as shit because I haven't used it in a while. I just saw this in, I saw this in here beside my desk, and I was like, wait, I remember this thing. Like, this is an Azeron controller. Every single one of these green little button things on this, every single one of them green tabs, every bit of it is a button. I can macro the fuck out of that. I can set every single one of them to do a different thing, even with some, a movement stick and the old controller situation like you used to do on Super Nintendo and shit like that. I have that as well. I wonder, instead of like, I can use the Stream Deck just to control starting a stream, changing the scenes in there. I'm not even, no, just like starting the stream, getting everything going with that. Could I hook up the Azeron controller to control OBS through hotkeys and commands, macros? Because if I could do that, it'd be right there beside me. I'd have one hand free for that. I can take my hand out, hit the Stream Deck, type what I need to, control the entire stream just by flicking fingers. Literally. Like, check this out. I got my hand here. Every movement would be a different command, a different button, a different macro, even up here. This would be like starts. Could I make this my Stream Deck? We're good. I'm sorry. I just scrolled down on that and I saw it there and I was thinking, I was like, wait. Could that be possible? I'm going to put everything back now. Give me a second. Virtual background. Go back to that one. Then back to this screen. Technically, I don't see why it wouldn't be possible. And if I can get used to that, I just put my hand down into that whole thing. And as we're talking, I'm flipping cameras just by wiggling fingers. I'm flipping scenes, turning things on and off just by wiggling a finger while I'd have to get used to it, but I'm squirreling it out into my own head. Y'all listen to this while I try to figure out if this is a thing.
Level dropped on the federal level and resurrected. And then did your client do something like violent or threaten someone or something to merit 25 SWAT officers that morning?
No, and in fact, so I can show you the email from my colleague who was a former federal prosecutor, 15 years in Arizona. He had corresponded with the local U.S. attorney who had requested a response. Said, hey, if you want, we'll present him. We're glad to. He's represented. Certainly no need. There wasn't a need to send 25 officers. I mean, for heaven's sakes, you send one or two to the door and knock on it if you really want to go arrest him.
Right.
But I mean, this was outrageous, and we've seen video of it. I mean,
or maybe talk to his lawyer and ask him to appear in court.
Right. Well, and this was our thing. Our local lawyer said, if this guy was anyone but him, he would have been brought in to present. I mean, they let people that are much, much more dangerous and violent present. I mean, Mark did something, and we found out after we went into the case, we realized no one had gone back into the legislative history of the FACE Act. Senator Kennedy and Senator Durenberger, literally on the floor of the Senate, cut a deal and said, we are not getting in the middle of the sidewalk squabbles.
Right.
And I got to tell you, he's a good Republican. We don't like legislative history. It's a thing for the Republicans. I'm a former legislator. I love legislative history. And for heaven's sakes, for you guys, I mean, you guys in the Congress did this So
Right.
I think you should be asserting your rights to say, stop it. You are
Right.
expanding this law beyond our intent.
Right, right. And so if Mark Houck wasn't the kind of defendant or the suspect that would merit this kind of treatment, this must have been the Department of Justice sending a political message on abortion.
Maine Justice sent people in to the Eastern District of Pennsylvania. And look, Philadelphia's a rough area.
Right.
In fact, our trial judge, who was an experienced prosecutor, he's former Pennsylvania Attorney General, he said, I have never, in my time on the bench, had Maine Justice send someone out to prosecute a case in the Eastern District of Pennsylvania.
Well, let me talk about another case of a very dangerous criminal defendant you might be familiar with, Mr. Houck. On January 23rd, President Trump announced the pardons for 23 pro-life advocates. One of these was Eva Edel, who at 89 years old faced a sentence of up to 11 years in federal prison. Eva was a Soviet concentration camp survivor who was charged with singing and praying from her wheelchair at the entrance to an abortion facility. In 2022, at least 26 pro-life advocates faced federal charges for FACE Act violations. The same year, pregnancy resource centers experienced serious attacks, firebombings, and yet, to my knowledge, did not face any FACE Act prosecutions from the Biden Justice Department. Am I correct on that?
Yes, Congressman. I have specifically in mind a client in upstate New York, firebombed their facility, took them $500,000 to rebuild it. And they told them, oh, we can't figure out who did it. And we can't get any answers from the police. We couldn't even get our surveillance video back. And it was outrageous when you look at the amount of federal resources that are spent on our clients. They couldn't even find these terrorists, actual, literal domestic terrorists.
So again, aggressive prosecutorial action against pro-lifers, none against actual arsonists, domestic terrorists. Would that be a politicization of the Justice Department?
Absolutely. That's a politicization, and it's one that can be fixed with the new DOJ and under the guidance of this subcommittee.
Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from the great state of Maryland, Mr. Raskin, the ranking member.
And thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We've got decades of excellent government law enforcement experience represented at the table. Unfortunately, I've only got 5 minutes, so I want to go very quickly. I want to ask a few yes or no questions, and I'll start with you, Mr. Blue, and go down. In your time as a prosecutor, have you been aware of any case where prosecutors have been fired or otherwise disciplined in office for having worked on a particular case that they were assigned to before January 6th?
Not until the last month.
Mr. Fahey, Mr. Breen, you were not a prosecutor, as I understand. Okay, Mr. Fahey, in your years of government law enforcement, were you aware of any prosecutors who ever were disciplined or demoted or fired because they'd worked on a particular case before January 6th?
For being assigned to a case or beyond that? I know of people that may have been disciplined by their work on a case, but by me.
I'm not talking about misconduct on a case.
But just by being assigned.
Just by virtue of being on a team.
I don't know of it.
Okay, Mr. Swecker, did you ever encounter that in your many years on the FBI?
Not based on mere assignment of a case. I will note that, at the end of administration, U.S. attorneys routinely submit their resignations and usually are fired.
Right, but in terms of line prosecutors, civil service lawyers, you're not, or FBI agents rather, you're not aware of any. And okay, let me continue with you for a sec. Have you heard of a case where participation as an FBI agent in a particular case is grounds for dismissal or demotion, just for having worked on a particular case?
No, absent misconduct.
Okay. Mr. Blue, back to you.
Or use a third-party plugin.
A number of attorneys, around 24, I think, have been sacked just because they worked on a particular case, even if they are civil service people, which means you can't be fired for political reasons. You can only be fired for poor performance or misconduct. But I think all of the dozen attorneys who worked for Jack Smith, and a dozen attorneys were fired, I think, on the very first day because they had worked on the January 6th prosecution. Will you describe what you think the lawfulness of that is, and then also what effect that will have on morale and cohesion within the ranks of lawyers who work at the Department of Justice?
It certainly seems unlawful in that these people were being fired not because of misconduct, but because of simply the cases that they were working on, essentially viewpoint discrimination. The effect is profound. These attorneys weren't just working on January 6 cases, they were working on other cases within the DC U.S. Attorney's Office. So,
And it's not viewpoint discrimination based on any of the viewpoints they had. We have no idea what their viewpoint.
So are you literally sitting there and trying to tell me that these motherfuckers who were fired for because they were corruptly looking into January 6 cases and doing I'm just following orders kind of Nazi walk kind of shit? Okay, let's be honest. That it's fascistic as fuck the way that actually was played out within the Biden administration. You want to go with the Nazi thing? That's brown shirt fucking work. What happened with that shit was brown shirt work. There ain't no way you can't play that off. But you're going to sit there and fucking tell me that people shouldn't be fired for fucking up a major situation because of the bullshit that they do in the background? Other investigations that they're working on, they shouldn't be fired for what they fucked up on something else because of what they do here. I'm sorry, everybody out there. If you fuck up on another job that you're doing, on another project, another side thing, whatever the hell you do in your private, in your everyday work, however it is, a little, I'm not going to say a side project or anything, just a major project that you've just been assigned to that needs to be done because it's something huge for the company, and you fuck up on that. Imagine going to your boss and saying, you can't fire me because I work on this, this, and this as well. Imagine making that argument to your fucking boss. You fucked up on something goddamn major for the company. And you're going to sit here and fucking tell me you can't get fired because you do other things for the company? Raskin, what the fuck are you even trying to argue with this? Oh, I'm sorry. It's different because they're government employees, ladies and gentlemen.
Points where it was viewpoints based on the people who've come into the office who think that somehow it's a badge of a stigma or shame to have worked on a particular case.
Precisely.
There were 6,000 FBI agents who worked on January 6th, which was the most massive violent mob attack on the United States Congress and the peaceful transfer of power and the vice president
I wish
in
Glenn were
American
here.
history. What do you think about the idea that somehow there's an attempt to demonize and vilify people for having done their jobs in working on it?
Yeah, I think if they are
Agreed,
demonized,
RP.
if they're fired, it's going to be devastating for the FBI because these are folks that are working on counterterrorism, counterespionage, and other cases.
Yeah. So, Mr. Fade, one of the
Rat
questions for
Foreskin
you,
is one of the worst fucking people in Congress.
do you think that the idea of sacking all of these lawyers simply because of having worked on a particular case will promote public safety in the District of Columbia or undermine public safety in the District of Columbia?
If people are being fired just for because I know the hypothetical, I don't know why individuals were fired and that there's conduct or things are interrelated. I think overall the morale is going to be far higher because morale is rock bottom at DOJ, rock bottom at the FBI under the prior administration.
In the last 4 weeks, I agree with you on that.
No. During the prior administration, if you bring in some law enforcement agents,
I will have a separate
need
hearing
to
on that.
clip
We'll
that
get
part
back
out.
to that one. Mr. Blue,
you've got to talk to
I'm sorry, I need to
we'll
clip
have
that
you
part
back,
out.
I promise. I would love nothing.
That whole fucking argument with Raskin where he's just like, hey, these people shouldn't be fired because they fuck up on the biggest project, the biggest fucking event of our lifetime in this country, because they fucked up on the investigation of all that shit. They shouldn't be fired because of every other small fry bullshit along the way. So because they fucked up on the biggest fucking thing, you're going to sit there and tell me that they're okay with the rest of whatever the fuck is down the line? Again, imagine going to your fucking boss and arguing that point. That's like, that would be like me going to my boss, and my boss is like, hey, we got this big project here. We're going to have everybody on deck. This is going to take a couple of months. We need overtime and everything. I'm going to give it to you. You handle the whole damn thing. And I fuck it up. 100%. I ain't done shit right. And then he says, look, I had faith in you and you fucked this up. This was a big project. And my only argument is, you can't fire me because I helped this person and this person and this person do their project. That is the dumbest fucking argument I have ever heard. Oh, Rhonda got one. Rhonda got one.
Nothing more. Mr. Blue, let me come back to you. I've heard, I was there January 6th, so I know that was something that really happened. Officer Brian Sicknick
it really
died
happened
from strokes that he had based on the violence visited on him being sprayed in the.
You're trying to tell me he stroked the fuck out because of what happened? Never mind the past medical history behind the motherfucker in the first place. Never mind all that, right, Raskin? He stroked out because of what happened on January 6th.
The face with noxious chemicals. He's buried at Arlington National Cemetery, and I'll take anyone with the Sicknick family over there to see him. This is not some kind of a mirage. This really happened. 140 of our officers were smashed in the face with Confederate battle flags, Trump flags, broken furniture, steel pipes, you name it. There were.
Hey, throughout the BLM and Antifa riots that were happening in D.C. For a fucking month, how many officers were hurt and everything while D.C. burned? How many officers got hurt within that whole goddamn month? Let's just break it down. How many officers got hurt on May 29th, 2020, where you motherfuckers actually attacked the fucking White House, openly committed war against the American fucking people and against the presidency of the United States, all because your fucking media told you that the president was racist? What about that shit? Can we talk about that for once? Anybody? Can we talk about that situation? Can we get this information out there? People know about it, but we need to continue to push back on this. Because when you talk about January 6th, okay, you want to call that an insurrection? May 29, 2020 was fucking open treason. You levied war against us. What do you want? You openly attacked the White House. How can you not say that is treasonous acts? Oh, because you're covered to do so. But when it happens on January 6th, it's an insurrection because your coverage doesn't include us. Fascism, ladies and gentlemen.
Heart attacks, traumatic brain injury. I've got constituents who've never recovered from the wounds that took place there. Sergeant Cannell had to leave when we talk about it, then I hear about the prosecution and vilification of parents, of mothers and fathers.
What about that firebombing that happened in, what was it, Atlanta, Georgia, with the little cop city thing where they demanded, because they couldn't defund and get rid of the police force, they demanded better training, so they actually built a fucking complex to train fucking officers, and they firebombed it while it was being constructed? Can we talk about fascistic? You want better fucking training for officers because the argument about, who was it? Derek Chauvin. and all these other fucking officers. Oh, they need better training. Okay, cool. Let's build a facility so they can get better training. And you firebomb it while it's being constructed? Are we retarded?
Others. And hey, I'm a father. My kids went to public school. That doesn't sound very good to me. So I try to get to the bottom of this because I've been hearing about it for 5 years now. And I ask myself, what are they talking about? So I get the memo, which was from Attorney General Merrick Garland. And it begins, I don't have time to read the whole thing. There's been a disturbing spike in harassment, intimidation, and threats of violence against school administrators, teachers, board members, and staff. The word mother or father don't appear. The word parent doesn't appear here. There's all of this propaganda about some prosecution of parents is based on absolutely nothing. This is just made up out of thin air. So I will submit this for the record.
I'm sorry. You're trying to sit there and tell me there wasn't a man who was arrested at a PTA meeting for getting pissed off that his daughter was sexually assaulted by a boy in a skirt who had previously been expelled from another school for doing the exact same thing, and both schools covered it up. So he gets pissed. Doesn't do anything violent, just starts being mad and yelling and screaming. And cops take him away for that. Which, when you put your hands on me for giving free fucking speech, yeah, I'm going to fight back. I'm going to resist a bit. The motherfucker was labeled a domestic goddamn terrorist because he stood up in a school board meeting and said, a boy in a skirt raped my daughter. Come to find out this happened before, and both of y'all motherfuckers are covering this up. Imagine if that was your kid.
Memo, though, all this goes back to Mr. Chairman. Thanks so much.
Without objection. The chair recognizes, I'll see who I'm recognizing. The chair recognizes Mr. Schmidt from the great state of Kansas. See, I remembered that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll be on the exam at the end. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, thank you for convening this hearing. Thank you to the witnesses who I know have covered a wide range of subject matter today. I had a couple of questions regarding the school board matter, which I'm not sure has been focused upon perhaps as much as I might have thought it would have been. This is, of course, the matter from 2021 where the National School Board Association, oddly, in my view, requested that the President of the United States initiate a federal law enforcement investigation of, in effect, parents who had shown up at a variety of school board meetings around the country. In my view, understandably, they were distressed by some very difficult and I think ill-advised decisions that were made regarding masking, regarding shutting kids out of school, regarding a variety of other very unusual practices that occurred during the COVID period, and wanted to express their views on that to their locally elected officials who were making those decisions, perhaps much as we're doing here in a different scale.
We'll be
It struck me
covering
as
it,
very
apparently.
odd that we had, at the time, that we had this private association
It's on a
asking
Tuesday,
for a
so it's our
federal
time.
law
No.
enforcement
Yeah,
investigation,
Tuesday.
and that they directed their request
So it's
to the
our
President of
day.
the United States. So much so that at the time I was serving as Attorney General in Kansas, and about 3 weeks after that request came in and the Department of Justice had directed, as I recall, some of the local offices to take certain actions in terms of, I think, responding to threats was their top line, rather an odd assertion given that there weren't any actual threats asserted in the request. A group of us, 17, I believe, state attorneys general, wrote to the president and to the then U.S. Attorney General, Mr. Garland, on October 18th and asked them, in effect, what are you doing and why are you doing it? We expressed in that a concern that they were being asked to intervene in what we called a quintessentially local issue, which is the public safety in the room of a public governing body that was local. And we asked that the president and the then Attorney General and others under their direction take our point of view that local authorities were perfectly capable of handling any threats in these local meetings, as they do each and every day all over the country without this sort of fanfare. There were then some additional steps, and the School Board Association, as I recall, backed off a bit of
No,
what
Rick
they had
is
asked for.
100% correct
And then
in
about
this,
a week
ladies
after
and
that,
gentlemen.
on October the 26th, the smaller but still substantial group of 14 of us followed up with a second letter to the president and to the Attorney General.
Because
asking
you
that
were
they take a look
pregnant
at
in
the School Board
Wisconsin. They're trying to
Association's,
call you an
actions and
inseminated
how those
person.
requests that were very odd had come to pass. So a handful of questions for our witnesses. I'll start with Mr. Sprecher, but perhaps also Mr. Fahey.
Hold up. Can we talk about how dehumanizing that shit is? With the transgender movement and everything like that, and we all have to play their game with every bit of that, because if you don't, you're transphobic, homophobic, well, yeah, all that other bullshit. Whatever. How dehumanizing is it to take something as amazing as bringing into and nurturing life itself to be reduced down to 2 words, inseminated person, because only women can give birth. Only women can nurture life, create life, nurture life, and give birth. To be reduced down to the term of inseminated person? Think about that. Your medical records, everything that make you who you are, other than us knowing you, from here on out. If you're pregnant, you are now an inseminated person. You are no longer human, I guess. Fuck, what's the next thing? We don't know what you are? I mean, you got 2 different people inside you, correct? Like you're you, and then there's another human in you. So you can't be you because you're 2 different people. Is that where we're headed next? Like, how does any of this fucking shit make sense with this dumb shit? It is very dehumanizing just because somebody wants to chop off their dick and fucking balls and just call themselves a woman. Now we must denigrate every fucking woman around the world because some dude just wants to mutilate himself. And the reverse is actually true too. Women just like, you chop off your breast. Okay. Guess what? You can't feed a child if you have a child. Okay, fuck it. You don't want it? Scoop out your uterus? But let's be completely honest. Unless you go all the way, which is detrimental to your fucking health and will fucking kill you because you chromosomally is set up to be a woman, cannot handle the amount of testosterone running through my body unless your DNA actually says you can fucking handle it. Because let's be honest, there are a lot of manly looking women out there. There are a lot of women who can push themselves to the absolute fucking limit. But here's the thing. What was it? It was a soccer game, wasn't it? Or something like that? Like the U.S. It was like an official fucking or a country fucking team that lost to high schoolers. I think it was a soccer game or some shit like that. Like there was a difference, and we all fucking know it. But just to say you want to be them, now we must change all of human fucking history in the direction of evolution, creation, however you want to call it. This is what happens when you shut down insane asylums and stop shocking the shit out of people's brains. I'm sorry, that's dark as fuck, but prove me wrong.
In the course of all this, it came to light that there have been conversations between people at the White House and the School Board Association, functionally consulting on the drafting of this letter that then requested federal law enforcement investigation. In your experience, is that ordinary for the White House?
Yeah, that was what it was. U.S. women's soccer team, world champions, by the way, lost to a high school junior
I can't
varsity
come up with
team.
any examples of it during my tenure. And
I
you know,
more
the
than a
most
little.
disturbing thing about it was that it was rolled out as a national initiative. It wasn't just an isolated instance where someone came in and said, I'm going to set up a bomb in this meeting. It was people just like city council meetings and county commission meetings and boards of trustee meetings across the country. That's where people exercise their First Amendment rights. And clearly this went way, way beyond that as in the form of a national level initiative.
Have you ever seen anything like it?
No.
Mr. Fahey?
I've never seen anything like it. And another thing that's striking about this, if you look at DOJ, and they put together a task force on things like drug trafficking, terrorism, human trafficking, it's usually major things. And this was all of a sudden, whatever information they had, they nationalized this with task force and every U.S. attorney elevating it to a level. And I'm sure you all know threats are fairly common. I'm sure what you do, and I dealt with them all the time at the U.S. Attorney's Office. And the idea that anything would have risen to this level was really, it just shows it was political in nature, because as you know, the issue of the day of that November election, both in New Jersey as well as Virginia, was that educational issue.
Did any federal prosecutions result from this use of resources?
My understanding was none. And that's the other thing. If you put that much resources into it, the fact that you would come up with nothing, it just shows that there probably was nothing there to begin with.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
I just
Wait,
have a
what?
UC request.
Yes, without objection.
There are four.
I ain't
four
checked
articles.
shit
One
today,
is
Stain.
Reuters, school boards get death threats amid rage over race, gender, mask policies. That's February 15, 2022. Quote, I don't want to die for it.
Without objection.
School board members face rising threats. New York Times, November 5, 2021. A transcript with a former DOJ official
Without
describing
objection.
deadly threats. And finally, this note that appeared in the New York Times. It's too bad that your mama is an ugly communist whore. If she doesn't quit or
Without
resign,
objection.
for then we will.
Hold up. Your mama's an ugly. Let me take that down so it doesn't look like I'm replying to that. No. I'm sorry. That just happened at the same time. Hold on right now. I want to hit this up real quick.
A transcript with a former DOJ official
Without
describing
objection.
deadly threats. And finally, this note that appeared in the New York Times. It's too bad that your mama is an ugly communist whore. If she doesn't quit or
Without
resign,
objection.
for then we will kill her, which was on the windshield of a
objection.
school board member. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry. I have to laugh at that because I've been telling y'all. I've been really fucking telling you. There are places that are ready to flip. America is pissed the fuck off to handwrite a note and say your mother is an ugly communist whore. I'm coming for you, motherfucker. I don't condone it. For legal purposes, I don't condone. I don't really. I don't want it to go that route, but I enjoy the savagery of something like that because I understand it. I understand that the broad population of humankind is retarded. That goes beyond this country. But the best of the best of us, the most educated of us, very few of them are in this country. As far as in public eye. Now, you can be a private person and still be incredibly fucking intelligent, but that skews everything, the whole point of this. But in public fucking eye, you can literally, if you have any kind of inkling of common sense, you can tell who is intelligent and who is not. I'm just going to say and leave it with this proof positive. Dylan Mulvaney and Hawk to a girl.
I will now recognize the ranking member from the great state of Texas, Ms. Crockett.
Thank you so much, Mr.
Oh, wait. Yeah, that's right. That's right. We got to hit this up. Where was it? There it is. Hey, this comes from Rhonda. Let me slow it down. I'm sorry. I'm hitting it. Hey, to all who are interested, all of you should be. I just got a call from Daniel Holsclaw, and he wanted me to tell all of you thank you for helping me help him. No. See, all right. I'm gonna leave that up. I'll put it this way. And this can be a thing. You can tag him with this, cut it out, do whatever you need to do to get this to him. Dude, when I came into this thing with Rhonda and she was telling me about this situation, I was kind of like, okay, I can see the claim. It happens. We all know it happens. Police are corrupt. Y'all are kind of fucked up individuals. You really are. Now, there are fucked up individuals that need to be in that area because those fucked up individuals need to protect me from other fucked up individuals. I get you. I 100% do. Now, here's the thing. I was going through this and it's just like, it's kind of whatever situation. I don't care either way. This doesn't bother me. It's not my area. So I started reading with everything and then I just started picking up on little things like how the fucking judge literally at the end of one of the days of trial or one of the readings we did. I don't know if it was a day of trial, but it was the reading for somebody. I remember that where the judge literally right before they dismissed the fucking witness said, "Hey, you said this because you felt like this, correct? Okay, thank you. Step down." The fucking judge led the fucking jury into belief. Let's be honest, the judge is end all be all in a court case, right? The jury's supposed to take direction from the judge. So when the judge gets involved and literally says, "Hey, before you leave, this happened because you felt like this and this and this and you made," yeah, right? That caught my attention when I actually did that, and I've been looking into this case. Daniel Holtzclaw has been fucking railroaded. And it is disturbing as shit. Y'all want to take a look at that? Hit up Rhonda's channel there on YouTube. As a matter of fact, I'll throw all the links and everything. I'll get all that working. We got mods and everything. Fucking throw it in. I don't give a shit. No, check this out. Rhonda's just about to have some members only content, and it's going to be fucking great. Because it's going to be the bloopers, the side talk, and everything that we do. We got Scott coming into the game. Davey's going to be coming in. If we can make it happen Liberty's going to be coming into the game. We got a whole bunch. Jennifer's in on it. Rick's in on it. We're having a whole bunch of people just having fun doing voiceover work. You don't need to have a face in this. It's actually, we don't even have that. You just play a voice, you play a character. And it is incredibly fun because I'm just going to admit it. Like, if you take a look at this, I can understand how everybody kind of got their job because these people are a little bit retarded, but at least they can cut their own meat. Dude was fucked from beginning to end. I'm just going to admit it. Let's get back to what we were doing.
I just want to level set on a few things because my head has been spinning from some of the testimony that we have heard today. So just to level set really quickly, all of you have been involved with the criminal justice system in some way at some point in time in your lives. As it relates to January 6th, I just want to be clear. If anyone was incarcerated because of what happened on January 6th, they either went to trial or they entered pleas of guilty. Is that true or false? I'll start with you, Mr. Swecker.
As a public defender, you know full fucking well how loaded your goddamn question is, bitch. That is inexcusable. She was a public defender and just said every single one of the January 6th defendants that were arrested, charged, and convicted had a trial. And a lot of them pleaded out, right? The fucking federal government brings charges on you. Do y'all motherfuckers have the funds for that shit? If the fucking federal government charged you with a fucking crime right now, do y'all have the funds to defend yourself from that? But they had a trial, right? Or they pleaded out. As a public defender, that is goddamn inexcusable that you sit there with that look upon your fucking face, which is a perfect goddamn moment in time right here to sit here and rant about that shit. As a public defender, which means these people are poor as shit. They might have fucked up, they might not have, but you are employed by the goddamn state to defend them. And you're going to sit here and say these people are in jail because they pleaded out. Okay. Okay, Houston. Answer that one. Answer that one. Let's be honest, Houston. Y'all know it. Y'all feel it. Y'all need public defenders yourselves. As a woman who defended you in court is now saying if you did something that she doesn't like, which does look like was set up by the federal fucking government, just like Gretchen Whitmer, if you participated in something, if you got caught up in some shit, you need to go to jail. The fucking federal government caught you up in some shit. Isn't that entrapment? Come on, y'all deal with that too, right? You must go to jail. You must do 20 fucking years because you got caught up in some shit and you're too poor to defend yourself. That bitch should know exactly your fucking issue, but she's saying you need to go to jail because you're too poor to defend yourself from the federal fucking government. Answer for it, fucking Houston. Why the fuck is she here? Why do you love her so goddamn much?
I really don't know. I
Okay.
mean,
That's fine. Mr.
Well,
Fahey?
there would be
Yes
the-
or no, Mr. Fahey? I ain't got
Well,
that much
it's
time.
not a yes or no.
Okay,
There were-
then
there
then
were
I'll move
people that
on.
were incarcerated
I'm gonna reclaim my time.
pre-trial,
I'm gonna
so
reclaim my
that's
time.
a separate category, but the people that were sentenced and incarcerated, yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Breen?
Yeah, I'm assuming that that was the process, although I understand the trials were not fair.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Mr. Baloo?
Every January 6th defendant who was incarcerated was charged or found guilty.
Thank you so much. It's interesting that we're not having a conversation around January 6th, and we're talking about school boards, and we're talking about people that never ended up being arrested. We're talking about the process seemingly working because there were people that felt like there should be an investigation, but ultimately they did not feel like there was anything that warranted going forward. But I can tell you for sure that we as Americans watched in despair because we did not know what was going to happen on January 6th. And as a result, over 1,000 people were arrested and or convicted. But the first day, the first priority that the sitting president had was to release these criminals. So while we're talking about whether or not we're going to be safe, I want to clarify these weren't little innocent folk that were running around and were persecuted as it was made out to be. In fact, we know that the day after one of those defendants got out, he was rearrested on a firearm charge. We know that soon after another defendant got out, he was arrested for child solicitation. We know that after another one got out, he was actually killed by...
I'm sorry. Hold up. Does anybody remember the Rittenhouse situation? Wasn't it? I think it was Rosenbaum that literally left a mental health service facility 15, 20 minutes before he looked Kyle Rittenhouse straight in the eyes and said, "I'm gonna kill you, faggot." Oh, I'm sorry. No, it wasn't the F word. It was the N word. Which one was it? Was it Grosskreutz or the other one that literally had child offenses against them? And you demonized the man who took him out. 100% self-defense defended his motherfucking ass from somebody who, multiple people who wanted to kill him, including UNICEF guy who pointed a fucking gun straight at him. Y'all demonized. And every single one of the motherfuckers had a very, very fucked up background. I don't think you need to be going down this road, Crockett. Please do. Please do, because this will be great. I'll make fucking content off your goddamn dumbass all day long. You are pathetically fucking weak. And the only thing you got is a ghetto ass attitude. That is your only fucking strength. Because all this is for you is just clips and social media. just to keep your ass up there so you can continue to do this, to make the laws that tell me how to live my life while you think you're above them. Keep doing it. Please.
Law enforcement in a confrontation. And we know that after another one got out, she was sentenced because of a fatal car crash that she caused. So I want to be clear. In this country, we should believe in law and order. And I am going to be honest because much like Mr. Breen, the only time that I ever entered a criminal courthouse was in defense of someone, in defense of the accused. And it is because I believe in the Constitution. I believe that everyone has the right to due process. And as a defense attorney, I should show up ready, and I am hoping.
Rhonda, the FBI tried to withhold drone fucking evidence of Rittenhouse running from Rosenbaum. During his fucking shooting, there was FBI drone evidence that they tried to hide from the case. And when they got it, it was fucking edited to cut out the news footage that they could release of it. That was the evidence that they handed over in the first fucking place for that. Whatever they could release to the media just to pull out the Chiron and everything, the resolution was edited. It was not the original fucking video. The FBI had drones in the air that night. They recorded Rosenbaum running up on Rittenhouse and tried to hide that evidence. I'm sorry, that shit pisses me off.
That the system works, but I say hoping because nothing on this earth is perfect. And one of the things that I actually used to take a lot of issue with was the fact that I did believe that there was a two-tier justice system. This is not something that the Black community somehow woke up and said, oh, this is a new thing, although we're talking about it and we're meaning it in different ways, because all of a sudden you had somebody with more power than arguably anyone in the world. And somehow Lady Justice found him too. And I say Lady Justice somehow found him because it was grand juries that had to indict him. And then ultimately he was found guilty of 34
I'm just going to throw it
counts
up there. That
of
was a long time
felonies,
ago,
at
but
least in one courthouse. We know that the other cases never
I
proceeded
love
for
Rhonda.
various reasons. We also know that when he entered into civil courthouses, he was found liable for various things. Listen, I don't want to have the American people.
He was found liable. Preponderance of evidence says you did this thing. Looks like he did this thing. It is your fault because of this thing. I don't think that actually needs to be involved in our justice system. Our justice system should be 100% full transparency in every situation. I don't think there should be anything allowed to be excluded from a court case, no matter how crazy the lawyer wants to bring it. That would determine the merit of the lawyer then, right? Now, I understand what I am saying because if anything is brought up criminality wise, it is a full deep dive into your life. And I'm not okay with that. However, in a situation like what they're trying to put up, I was a military contractor. They scrutinized my life. My dad was brought up everything. They asked me about everything, including things that I got in trouble for that nobody else ever fucking knew about, which is, of course, I understand that. And you're going to tell me that these people right here, they didn't know this was going to happen? Every pause I get from this bitch, it doesn't matter. It's fucking perfect. I just saw this pause. Hold on. I'm going to take a clip of this. I don't give a shit. I'm clipping it live. Save as. That's going to be a stock photo for me. All right. Nah. Nah, I do want to clip that because that is, look at that face. Look at that face. The smug fucking look on this bitch's face, knowing goddamn well, knowing what her roots are, and saying just because I want to push some political agenda to make myself look good in government, so that way maybe one day I could be in Hakeem Jeffrey's shoes by sitting here spouting looks like documents in the shitter to me, dressing myself up in Louis Vuitton, the nails, the hair, while I stay stoned in every goddamn committee, which I will admit this, it doesn't look like you are in this one. Maybe it's because people called you out about the fact that you are fucking stoned in these committee hearings. You know, something that's important to tell you how to vote on these bills that tell me how to live my life. You know, things like that, right? Those kind of things. You are stoned as shit in. And I guarantee you, 100%, you being stoned and me being stoned is completely fucking different. You do it because you think you're above the law. However, if I was in your position, there ain't no goddamn way in hell I would ever think of having the absolute audacity to sit here in a committee hearing in front of the American people more often than not and be completely blitzed off my fucking gourd while I'm listening to people who are arguing how I should vote on a particular bill or how I should feel about a particular issue that is causing something damaging to the American people. I don't care what you do on your life off the fucking clock. And I don't care. You entered the political realm. You went fucking federal. I don't give a shit if Houston is the only one it is who elected you. You are responsible to the American fucking people now, bitch. You are federal, which means you do have to answer to every single American on this fucking planet. You have to answer to them simply because you went from state level to federal level. I don't care if it's just your district that keeps you there at a federal level. You have to answer to me. This shit ain't it. You want to play WWE politics? You want to play WWE politics? Let's play. Because it's going to be fun. You want to be serious about this? Then shut the fuck up and listen. But I know how it is with you. You want that internet fame. This is all clips for you to make you look good. So let anybody know where your little clips coming from. What hearing? So when you talk about things like racism, when you talk about things like Trump, when you sit there and rant and rave about Elon Musk, the committee hearing could be on human trafficking. So why the fuck are you bringing up Elon Musk in a human trafficking committee? You only hear the clips, not the full fucking thing, right?
Get it twisted. I don't want them to be confused and believe that just because somebody is a prosecutor or just because somebody brings a case, that somehow that is weaponization. If they bring it forward and if the justice system works the way that it's supposed to be, Mr. Breen, you talked about how your client was found not guilty. And I'm guessing that you accept that jury's verdict.
Certainly.
You accept that jury's verdict for your client.
Absolutely.
Okay, but I got to move on to a few other things really quickly. Christopher Wray, Mr. Baloo.
Just because you are a lawyer and you won your case, you like the jury's verdict, correct? I have heard this little skit from her. I have heard this. This is why I'm going so fucking hard in the paint of this. I have fucking heard it. This bitch just said, just because you are a lawyer and you won your case, being a public goddamn defender, just because you won your case as a lawyer, you're happy with the jury's verdict, correct? Houston, we have a fucking problem. And I'm not talking about a spaceship, motherfuckers. This bitch is so fucking dumb. I don't know why y'all put her forefront. What up, Marlene? Sorry, I wasn't looking at chat.
Who do you know who that is?
Yes.
Was Christopher Wray appointed by Joe Biden?
No, he was appointed by President Trump.
He was appointed by President Trump. Now, Christopher Wray, for those that don't know, was the head of the FBI. And Christopher Wray, was he fired by Joe Biden just because Joe Biden was a Democrat that came in?
No.
In fact, Christopher Wray left the FBI when Trump threatened to fire him, but Christopher Wray still had time on the clock, didn't he?
Wait. We just gonna skip over the fact that why was he threatening Christopher Wray? Are we just gonna skip over that? Jasmine, hold up. Hold up. No, ma'am. I'm sorry. You just skipped a whole fucking 3 years of shit going the fuck on. Just to sit there and say, oh, he was the head of the FBI. He was appointed by Trump. And then all of a sudden, he was going to fire him. He wants to fire him. So he resigns. But that's the obfuscation, right? The only thing I will give Christopher Wray is you did give the warning about Vault Typhoon. However, your fucking department targeted me. Why? Because I say y'all motherfuckers are treasonous? Is that the reason I was targeted? I mean, Jesus Christ, I'm nobody, right? Before I say more than I should, I'm just going to end that there. This personally hits me.
So any prosecutions that took place, they actually took place under the Ray FBI department. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the last thing, I know, Mr. Chair, I'm running out of time. Just real quick. The last thing that I want to ask, because we've talked about the mayor of New York, is he a Democrat or a Republican?
He's a Democrat.
And he was prosecuted under a Democratic DOJ or a Republican DOJ?
A Democratic DOJ.
Thank you so much. And
Hey, he was prosecuted under a Democrat DOJ. He is a Democrat mayor. Prosecuted under a Democrat DOJ. He was your shining fucking God until he said that migrants are going to destroy this city. A month later, you motherfuckers were hauling him into court. Track that the fuck back. Because Turkey got him elected by giving him upgrades on his flights. They've had to have done an investigation into this shit, right? Because it goes back for a while. They were investigating his ass for a while. Why didn't you drag him in before he made that statement? Because the timing, literally just roughly around a month after he makes that statement, that's when y'all raid him. Come on now. Come on, Representative Crock of Shit. You know where I'm going with it. You, as even a public defender, know where I'm going with that. Because the country of Turkey got him elected by giving him upgrades on his goddamn flights that somehow evidence of corruption after the motherfucker broke fucking rank during the whole there ain't a problem at the border that even you yourself were involved in. After he broke rank and said these migrants are destroying this fucking city, the FBI raided him a month later. I'm sorry. Again, Crockett, with your public defender fucking brain, tell me how the fuck that's not targeting. In the public fucking eye, tell me how anybody looking at that information on a broad spectrum of things, everything that fucking happened, tell me how anybody wouldn't think that that is targeting. Let's stop with the retardation, bitch.
I will yield. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, Ranking Member. You know, real quickly, if it wasn't for this committee and what revealed about parents happening to parents in schools and what happening to parishioners in churches by whistleblowers, God knows what would have happened. It was just through the work actually that we did here. So the justice system, again, was not working at that time. With that,
what up,
I
Ken?
will yield to the chairman of the Committee of the Whole, Mr. Jordan from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Swecker, how long were you at the FBI?
24 years.
24 years. Distinguished career?
I'd like to think so.
I think so too. Assistant Director of the Criminal Division. That's a pretty darn important position you held. In that time at the FBI, did you ever deal with confidential human sources?
Yes.
Regular basis?
Yes.
What can you tell me? Well, let's frame it this way. 26 of them were there on January 6, 2021. And we know at least 17 of them did something they weren't authorized to do. Is that typical?
I wouldn't say it's atypical. I mean, informants are generally in the criminal mix, so they often find themselves in places where their crimes taking place. Yeah.
So it was okay for them to do something they weren't authorized to do on January 6th?
No, there's a process for the FBI to authorize ordinary criminal activity, and it has to be in, they're very structured about how they handle informants.
I honestly think the more she's going to be there, the more I'm just going to rage the fuck out against this stupid ass bitch with the same goddamn energy she brings, because I'm just going to fucking rip her a new one every damn time she speaks.
If an SAC, a special agent in charge, authorizes ordinary criminal activity, it's going to be in the file.
And have you read the Inspector General's report?
All right, I ain't done shit.
Not the entire report.
But according to the Inspector General, they were not authorized to do so. They were not authorized to enter the restricted space, certainly not authorized to go in the Capitol.
Right.
And we know 17 entered restricted space, 4 went in the Capitol. Yeah. How does it normally work? Do you think these guys were, I'm just asking as an expert, 24 years, assistant director of the criminal division, you think these guys were paid for what they were involved with, or what they did, or what they witnessed, how they informed, whatever they did on the 6th? Do you think
With
they were
your
paid
tax
by the
dollars.
taxpayers?
By the time they're fully vetted informants, they
No. Hold on. Track this the fuck back. Track this fuck back. With Crockett. She was a public defender. Go back and look. Like, she presented herself nicely while she was in, the Texas representatives. But when she got federal, this bitch went with the nails. This bitch went with the eyelashes. This bitch went with the weaves. This bitch went with a Louis goddamn Vuitton fucking outfit. Off your tax dollars. Yeah, everybody wears suit and ties and looks nice and everything like this. This bitch went Louis Vuitton and wore it goddamn proudly with a whole bunch of fucking jewelry that came from your tax dollars. While she screamed about fucking, I don't think it was that committee hearing where she was wearing all that, but while she screamed about documents in the shitter, she wears this shit. While she says you are a piece of shit, she comes in fucking stoned off her goddamn ass. Maybe we've all fucked up. Maybe she's done the fuck up. Depends on when they're called. To sit here and say you're a piece of shit, while she probably has a makeup crew run through her shit every goddamn day. Off your dime.
generally are paid
So
to
certainly
be where
the
they
two,
are.
so certainly the two.
She ain't doing it.
Is it
And
fair
you
to say
know
the
she
two
ain't
who were
doing it.
asked to be there by the FBI that particular day were probably on the payroll?
I would say yes. I
Okay,
think
so
that's
they
a
were
good,
being paid
guess.
by the taxpayer, most likely being paid by
Yo, KB, what's up?
most likely being paid by the taxpayer, and they went. Two of these four went into the Capitol who were being paid or who were asked to be there.
No, that's
So
a
they're
wild
asked to be by the
story.
FBI, likely being paid, and they did something they weren't allowed
That's
to
a
do.
wild. I'm sorry, Jennifer. That's a wild fucking story. When we can have both the ladies from Pretty and Social back on, we're going to talk about this because she is a disturbing individual. Anyway.
Right.
And why was it that every time Christopher Wray, the director of the FBI, came in front of the committee over the last several years, and we'd have some Republican members would ask him about any confidential, why was he so reluctant to just say, yes, they were there?
I think it was an embarrassing thing for the Bureau for the public
So
to
there's
know
no-
that they
there's
had
no- there's
that
no
many informants on the
No
premises.
procedure, nothing prohibiting from him telling us. We're
I'll
not
be right
asking
back.
for their names. We're not asking to identify.
Right.
Them. Certainly, we understand that's part of your
Right.
investigative techniques and tactics. But there was nothing prohibiting Christopher Wray from telling us, yeah, there were confidential human sources there that day.
There was nothing prohibiting that I know
But
of.
he went out of his way to make sure we couldn't get that information. And then we didn't get that information, frankly, until after the election, 4 years later. They didn't need to wait 4 years to tell us what they knew on January 7th.
Right.
Well, actually, they knew on January 6th because they asked some of these people to be there.
It's pretty extraordinary because my mind goes to prevention. If they had that many informants out there, what were they doing and why weren't they reporting on what was going on ahead of time, and why didn't the FBI take steps to prevent what happened?
Because if these guys were helping actually doing what they're supposed to do, we might have prevented some of the things that took place that day is what you're saying.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Fahey, is it appropriate for the special counsel, Mr. J. Bratt, to say to a defendant's counsel to say that we didn't know you were a Trump guy, and we thought you would do the right thing, and we understand you're interested in this judge position. Is that appropriate behavior from someone in the special counsel saying to a defendant's counsel?
That would be highly inappropriate.
That is as bad as it gets, isn't it?
That would seem, I don't recall anything even remotely comparable or even hearing of anything.
But Stanley Woodward, who this happened to.
Right, and I know it's shocking to me when I heard it, and it was only until I heard it multiple times that it was like.
One of the many things that were shocking about this special counsel, the idea that in the special counsel case in Florida, they mixed up the stuff that they got, they screwed it up and had to file with the court. Oh, the classified documents that we said Mr. Trump, that President Trump mishandled, we actually mishandled. They had to file that with the court, didn't they?
Yeah, and that's sort of the irony of it all, of holding one standard to President Trump and a lower standard, not only for them, but also.
One last question for the three of you. Why all the pre-dawn raids? What they did to Mr. Houck, what they did to Brian Malinowski. I mean, let's assume I'm not sure Brian Malinowski did anything wrong. But let's assume he did. Had 6 firearms, sold 6 firearms he wasn't supposed to sell. Why in the world would you knock on his door, have 10 cars pull up, coordinate with local police, put the tape on the doorbell cam and do what they did, which resulted in his loss of life? Why would you do that? We'll start with Mr. Breen, since you haven't answered anything yet.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, the outrageous thing too, so they overdo it. And I got to tell you, I asked for body cam footage from the feds. They're not wearing the body cams. They're not on. The only people I could get was from the Pennsylvania State Police. They gave me a full video.
Yeah, you're talking Mr. Houck. You're talking about Mark.
For Mark,
in case
for Mark
you had.
Houck.
Understand.
So
Understand.
you can't even figure out what are these folks doing. They tape the Ring doorbell.
Well, they did the same thing. The point is the consistency, and they did the same thing with Mr. Malinowski. Mr. Houck was acquitted by the jury, found not guilty by the jury. Mr. Malinowski wound up dead because he thought he was being robbed, and he defended his home and then was shot in the head and died a few hours later. It's terrible what happened. And the interesting thing about the Malinowski case, they were surveilling him for weeks. They were all set to go do this raid pre-dawn still the week before, and they found out he wasn't there. They were going to get the firearms. He didn't need to be there. Why in the world would you do that and jeopardize life? And of course, the worst thing happens. Mr. Schwecker, would you? That's not how it's supposed to operate, is it?
No. Most of the time you do a couple hours of surveillance, you get the routines down, you catch them walking out to the car when they're unaware. Maximum drama is the only thing that you could surmise.
The only explanation could be that because they followed him and they could have went to the airport where he worked, where everyone knew. It was so ridiculous. Mr. Chairman, I thank you for this hearing, and thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Chairman. That concludes today's hearing. We thank our witnesses for appearing before us and the time they spent. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witnesses or additional materials for the record. Without objection, the hearing is adjourned.
I had 2 UCs. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Let's do it.
Thank you. I'd ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record an article from Reuters. FBI did not send undercover operatives to join January 6th attack.
Without objection.
Says, as well as an article from the New York Times. FBI did not send informants to encourage Capitol riots.
Without objection.
Thank you so much.
The hearing is adjourned.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry. I forgot my mic was muted. I'm over here talking. And the mic's muted because I didn't even think to hear myself back. But yeah, we're going to leave it up to you as far as hear what we listen to next. Because I'm going to do a little bit more. Oh, I'm on this account. Hold up. Let me switch it. No, go fuck yourself. All right. Hold on. I will bring the Harmeet Dillon confirmation hearing tomorrow. We're not doing that tonight. I want to be kind of fresh for that. So, what we have on deck. Let's go to the GOP oversight. Let's look at theirs. You can see which ones I've listened to, which ones I haven't, which ones I've seen a little bit point of, taken little clips of. This is how the red bar looks underneath it. You have from oversight, government accountability, offices 2025 high risk list. Judiciary, protecting victims of human trafficking. You have House Rules. Oh, no, they haven't done shit. We brought that one. Homeland Security. Let's see what they got. Examining. I don't think there was anything in that one. But, all right, fine. Let's do this. From GOP oversight, government accountability, or from the judiciary, protecting victims of human trafficking. Hit it up. That's what you got. Government accountability or human trafficking. I'm going to just let y'all choose for a minute. Come on. Hey, I'm going to tell you this, Ken. I'm the same kind of way with any. It's weird. It's weird for me. The darker the liquor, the happier the drunk. The clearer the liquor, the angrier I get. It's a weird situation for me. I can't do vodka. I can't do like the first thing I ever fucking drank. I've already told that story, but the first thing I ever drank in my life was PGA because my mom got it for me at like I was like 14, 15 years old. My mom got it for me. Me and a friend down the entire goddamn bottle. I damn near filled up a 13 fucking gallon trash can with puke. I swear to God. There was a wild fucking night behind that. Now, if anybody doesn't know, you're talking about 195 proof. This was fucking PGA. Pure grain fucking alcohol. 195 proof. First time I had ever gotten fucked up drunk in my life. And me and one of the kids, the same situation. Finished the bottle. It's a long, drawn out story with that. That was incredibly fucked. Everybody involved in that situation was in the wrong that night. I'll admit that. Let's see. FBI says they didn't send agency. The stripper says that the FBI didn't send agents to CSS. Oh. Wait, what? What story was that one? What was that, RP? The stripper says the FBI says that they didn't send agents or CHS, but we now know that they did. This is something to get by. You know what? Fuck it.
It makes them.
I was listening to a good little bit of this. We're going to hit this one up. They actually started not too long after they said they went live, which is impressive because the other one was 30 minutes, 30 goddamn minutes before they got everybody together so they could start the other fucking hearing that we just listened to. I will say this. Protecting Victims of Human Trafficking and Online Exploitation, House Committee on the Judiciary. All right. I will say this. This one was well planned I have listened to this one. This one was well planned out. I I can critique a little bit more. And it's kind of like, I hear it myself. But if I can do it, I understand. Federal government pays you more than what I could do. I get you. I understand. This one was fucking great. There were a little bit of production things that I can critique. There were a little bit of audio issues I can critique, but this one was done well fucking great for how anybody behind the scenes would know how this shit works. But this was a great one because there were dumbass arguments in defense of human trafficking. As we get into this, you will understand exactly what I just said. Y'all know where it comes from. But well done. Well done from going fucking live, being on time, and being ready for the situation. You said this was going to be 9 o'clock in the fucking morning. Couple of minutes, 9:02, 9:03, 9:04, we began. That's what I'm talking about. Efficiency in the fucking government. Let's go.
Objection, the chair. Good morning. The subcommittee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recess at any time. We welcome everyone to today's hearing on protecting victims of human trafficking and online exploitation. I will recognize myself for an opening statement. Oh, I'm sorry. We're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm sorry. I'll ask this gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Moore, to lead us in the pledge.
And you definitely need to hit up Ryan's channel. You're about to have a lot of good outtakes with members only kind of content with that going on.
Thank you. I'll now recognize
It's going to be great.
an opening statement. I appreciate
It's not going to
everyone
be
being here
political
today.
at all.
We're here to continue an extremely
But
important
yeah, it's going to
discussion
be
on
great.
protecting the most vulnerable members of our population.
What up, Tortuga?
Through the 118th Congress, our subcommittee held 2 victims-focused hearings. We passed 2 pieces of legislation out of committee, and one of them
No.
ended up being signed into law.
No. Here's the thing with that. Okay. The only silver lining I can actually give you with the Epstein files as far as this is concerned right here, right now, is this. The reason why we didn't get everything is the FBI was caught deleting that shit after Pam Bondi had ordered everything fucking done. Give me it all. What they delivered to her was only confirmation that the shit that they leaked before and everybody told you was a right-wing conspiracy theory was actually fucking true. And apparently there's a dude on the list whose name looks like Niggasig. I'm sorry. It's weird. I don't know who Niggasig is, but that's not the name. But it was funny as hell because that's the way we saw it at the very beginning while we were going through it. We're just like, what? But yeah. Harken back to the last episode we did. I mean, it was just literally 2 hours of that shit. We had other things on deck we were going to do, but I mean, we deep dive hard into that and it was great. But yeah, go back to the last episode if you want to check that out. Definitely hit us up on Rumble because normally, unless I do situations like this with committee hearings and things like this, I'm going to keep it live on both sides. But our show normally happens every Tuesday and Thursdays. Soon to be more, the more Davey gets involved with this, the more we can actually afford to do this shit, the more we can spend time with this. But yeah. Normally right now, Tuesday, Thursday, 8 p.m. Central. We're going to hit you up. It's not going to be bullshit, but here's what we're going to do, which is kind of bullshit. But fuck it. The first hour of the show is on YouTube. Everything else that involves Davey will be on Rumble and X. Everything else that involves the show will always be on X. When it comes to committee hearings, when it comes to things that I am bringing right now, they will stay on both sides of the platform because I want all of this to be heard no matter what. Even the way I'm ranting right now about some dumb shit that makes no fucking sense to the point at hand. You see what I'm saying? I want y'all to understand this is the way your fucking federal government is talking, and I'm going to interact with y'all, pause it sometimes, and just say some things to y'all. This is the way your federal government is talking to each other. This is the way they look at the laws that tell you how to live your life. This is the way they talk about the bills that say your money must go here. The big issues, the small issues, every bit of it. If I feel like it's important and it's a committee hearing, I'm going to start bringing it to you guys. I want you to understand the way your representatives are talking. Because it ain't good. Left, right, center, it ain't good. Some are actors, and they've been in the game for a minute. Some are activists that you can point out with a 10-foot pole. But some are there actually for you on both sides. They'll toe the line to keep their job. But some of them are actually for you on both sides.
I look forward to continuing this work in the 119th Congress by spotlighting how to best protect victims of human trafficking and child exploitation and give a voice to these countless victims. Human trafficking, specifically sex trafficking, is a heinous crime that tragically continues to grow in America.
Out of the rough,
While international
almost
sex trafficking may be
500,
more widely known, domestic sex
I
trafficking
can count them
also
on both
persists in
hands.
the United States. Traffickers even use social media to lure innocent people, including children, to become victims. In the United States, an adult or child can be trafficked and exploited at hotels, truck stops, their own homes, and online. Trafficking victims are exploited in
I'll tell you
cities,
before. What up,
suburban,
KB?
and rural areas.
I don't know if I
It can
said hi
happen
before or not.
anytime and anywhere. Traffickers use fraud, force, and coercion to induce their victims to commit crimes. This can lead to the arrest,
Playing
conviction,
hoogies
and
here.
incarceration of
I missed you
trafficked
altogether,
victims
brother. What's up?
without consideration of their victim status. Thankfully, we as a country have and will
I don't know
continue
why
to
that
make
needed to be
significant
highlighted.
progress to help victims and survivors move forward with their lives. We're also committed to protecting children and combating the growing issue of child sexual abuse material, CSAM. Identifying children depicted in CSAM is crucial to stop their ongoing victimization and capture offenders of producing it. More than 50,000 children in CSAM videos and images in the possession of law enforcement remain unidentified. It's tragic that so many children remain unknown, unfound, and unrescued. Last year, the committee worked with former members of Homeland Security Investigations, the main investigative body within DHS, and the prominent law enforcement agency combating human trafficking and child exploitation. We also heard from current and former Internet Crimes Against Children, ICAC, task force officers coordinating thousands of federal, state, and local enforcement agencies across the country combating CSAM.
I got one better for you, Lenny. Get yourself a sun drop in the South and then go anywhere else and ask for the same thing.
We also had powerful testimony from Tim Tebow, sharing the mission of the Tim Tebow Foundation and more about Operation Renewed Hope. Operation Renewed Hope is the first of its kind. It's joining federal law enforcement agencies with non-government organizations to identify, locate, and rescue victims of child exploitation. Thanks to these heroic efforts, over 300 victims were identified and at least 14 were rescued. I understand Operation Renewed Hope.
Sundrop. The Sundrop is a soda designed, I mean, literally designed to be addictive. There's a lot going on with that. It's something nobody knows about. But they're putting shit in that to get you addicted to it. Yes. Yes, that's the thing. I'm going to look into that. I'm going to go a little bit further into that because this is regional. This is a thing for me. But I'll tell you this, for me, the Sundrop is way too goddamn sweet. It always has been.
Hope is ongoing, and I hope more victims continue to be rescued and provided with the care they need and deserve. There is no question these criminals must be prosecuted. While there are many solutions to combat these issues, we must assure prosecutors are doing their jobs to put these criminals behind bars. I express my gratitude to the special agents of HSI and ICAC task force officers for their unwavering commitment to safeguarding children and liberating
Pound and a
victims
half
from the
of sugar to
atrocities
every
of these
3
crimes.
gallons of tea.
I also thank NCMEC and the Tim Tebow Foundation. These groups are leading the charge to identify and rescue victims of human trafficking and CSAM. For that, we thank you. It is sunshine's the best disinfectant, it has been said. It is the best way to rid the world of these predators who abuse and exploit victims. We will continue our work to deliver hope to those who need it most. Again, I thank those witnesses who are here and the members of the committee who are here and will come. And with that, I yield back and now recognize the
Deb's
ranking
fighting
member,
words,
Ms.
honey.
McBath, for her opening statement.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to all of our witnesses this morning.
Oh, you got to
Thank
hear
you
this
to
shit,
each of
guys.
you
Hold on.
for joining us today for our first hearing of the Subcommittee on Crime and Federal Government Surveillance in the 119th Congress. I welcome.
Hold up. Hold up. Back it up. Back it up. I'm sorry, Miss Macbeth. The title is Protecting Victims of Human Trafficking and Online Exploitation. What is this hearing to you?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to all of our witnesses this morning. Thank you to each of you for joining us today for our first hearing of the Subcommittee on Crime and Federal Government Surveillance in the 119th Congress.
I'm sorry, what? Are you in the right room, ma'am? Are you in the right committee, ma'am? Are you in the right state of mind, ma'am? Roll it back. I want you to look at the title on screen. Victims of Human Trafficking and Online Exploitation. And she's walking into this bitch saying this.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to all of our witnesses this morning. Thank you to each of you for joining us today for our first hearing of the Subcommittee on Crime and Federal Government Surveillance in the 119th Congress.
Now, why would she do that, right? There's got to be some dumb shit, right? This is retardation in action. Hold on. Let her make that reach.
I welcome all of our subcommittee members, as Chairman said, that will also be arriving, and I truly hope that we can find common ground this Congress as we work to combat crime and make our communities safer. Most Americans probably think that we've never met a victim of human trafficking or online exploitation, that these crimes happen everywhere else. But the unfortunate reality is that more than 36 million reports of online child sexual exploitation were made in 2023, while reports of online enticement increased more than 300% in just 2 years. And human trafficking, a multi-billion-dollar industry that includes both sex trafficking and labor trafficking, has been reported in all 50 states. Before I became a member of Congress, believe it or not, I was a flight attendant. And I was trained to spot the signs of trafficking on board the airline, the planes. We were taught that if we saw someone in distress, we would reach out and help that person find safety if we could. This training continues today through the Department of Homeland Security's Blue Campaign, which educates people in key industries and the public to help identify victims of trafficking.
I'm just going to stop her right there. I'm going to stop you right there. Hold up. Hold on. Ma'am. Miss Macbeth. For years, you defended it and said it was a right-wing conspiracy theory that the shit going on at the border, it ain't really happening. They're just trying to fearmonger. They're trying to start up some shit. You defended that. And now Pugnose here. I'll be nice. This is all YouTube. This is all I can't do it, guys. Yeah. I can't do it.
But what happens after that victim is discovered, whether by a flight attendant, a doctor, a hotel manager, a friend, or a member of the community, what happens after that? Almost 25 years ago, Congress recognized that to combat human trafficking effectively, a system was needed that could help victims escape, get the support that they needed.
You know what? Fuck it. I don't give a shit. There ain't no goddamn way you're going to sit there and tell me you as a Democratic fucking representative in the House during the time when you had the fucking House, you had the Senate, you had the presidency, did not use taxpayer money to take these immigrants and ship them all over the United States while saying that this was a conspiracy theory. You as a House Democratic representative cannot sit there and tell me that you didn't even know an inkling about what was going on. You cannot sit there and fucking tell me that after doing that, even using military fucking means to ship these migrants all over the United States of America, then go ahead when Greg Abbott says, you know what, fuck it, I'm going to use Texas funds and I'm going to give you every goddamn bit of it. And New York City gets 1/10 a week that Texas gets in a day. Mayor Adams started screaming, this is a problem. It's going to destroy shit. And your fucking answer was to say the country of Turkey got him elected by upgrading his flights anytime he actually used their airlines. I'm not going to let that go.
And if they were willing, aid law enforcement in prosecuting their trafficker. With the help of trafficking advocates, Congress's solution was the Trafficking Victims Protection Act.
You like how I brought that around to that?
Bill that invested in prevention.
There was no reason Mayor Adams needed to be involved, but I still did it anyway.
But today, the entire system is in jeopardy. The current administration's chaotic and reckless
Maybe I
approach
do need
to
to be up
governing
there
has
with these
put
dumbasses.
lives on the line by freezing funding and stopping the very critical work done by organizations that help victims and help survivors. These disruptions have already forced nonprofits to lay off employees. And while some organizations have had their funding restored, They still worry about how this administration might continue to undermine their work. If the president continues down this path and funding is cut for good, it will be trafficking victims and survivors who pay the price. Without shelters, where will these victims and survivors go? Without lawyers or social workers, who will advocate for them to make sure that they get the services that they need? Without assurances of safety, how will victims work with law enforcement in pursuing charges that might prevent a trafficker from reaching new victims? If this administration lets the system fail, victims will have nowhere to turn. And that is
I
exactly
kind
what
of want to
traffickers
agree, but I'm
want.
kind of not going to.
When victims feel like they have nowhere to go, traffickers can promise them safety, then turn on them to resume their exploitation. Now, I'm sure that there may be some out there who still think that this issue doesn't affect them. But the reality is that human
no.
trafficking and online exploitation, both in the United States and abroad, it harms all Americans. When the administration attempted to illegally dismantle USAID and froze State Department funding, U.S. anti-trafficking efforts were stopped around the world.
Chica,
Efforts that protect Americans
you asked
and
that just
the
at the
United
right time.
States interests. For example, USAID has been working to combat online operations in South Asia known as scam farms, which use forced labor to scam Americans. Democrats and Republicans have long been able to work together to combat human trafficking and online exploitation. At this moment, and I believe this is possible, but at this moment, we need our Republican colleagues to stand with us in calling on the administration to stop the chaos and stop the disruptions. Join us in protecting these very vital programs and organizations and their funding so that we can truly protect the victims and survivors of these reprehensible crimes. Now is not the time for us to cut off funding for law enforcement and safety reforms and safety efforts. Funding is absolutely necessary to combat these egregious crimes. And I yield back.
Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. And I'm going to now introduce today's witnesses, and I appreciate you coming today. Starting with Ms. Jean Brugman. Ms. Brugman is the
I
Executive
mistyped
Director
the
of Freedom
fuck out
Network
of this.
USA, a collection of advocates and survivors that advocate for and provide services to trafficking survivors. She previously served as a human trafficking fellow in the DOJ Office for Victims of Crime. Also is Ms. Basham. Ms. Ann Basham is the founder and chair of the Interparliamentary Task Force on Human Trafficking. The task force is a consortium of members of Parliament and Congress, government leaders, and survivors from more than 25 countries who work to stop human trafficking. Ms. Camille Cooper serves as Vice President.
For y'all to understand this comment here, the shovel face is Jai Paul. Because when she does that look over the top of her glasses, the tip of her chin matches the tip of her forehead in a straight line. It kind of looks like somebody just smacked her in the face as a child and dented her face in. It's a weird fucking look. Think of the old, what was it, Mac the Knight? The moonhead motherfucker. Think of that. Okay, that's kind of what it looks like. And it's fucking weird. Pug bitch to be renamed would have to be Macbeth because she looks like a pug. You cannot argue that. There's no arguing in any way that she does not look like a pug. But yeah, Rob brought it because is sex obsessed Toronto. Like in a lot of these fucking hearings, especially with men, Senator Hirono always asks them, have you ever in any way inappropriately touched a woman in your career or your life? It's fucking weird. Like, there's no reason for that. There's no scandals or anything, and this bitch just randomly asks people this. It's, oh my God. But yeah.
Anti-human trafficking and child exploitation at the Tim Tebow Foundation. She's worked for over 20 years on issues including child protection, child exploitation, and child trafficking. She previously served for 13 years as the Director of Government Affairs at the National Association to Protect Children,
Hey, Chica.
a nonprofit organization dedicated to protecting children.
How many
from
known
abuse,
children are
neglect, and
missing so far?
exploitation. And Ms. Sherry Lopez is a
Last time I
survivor
heard,
of human
it
trafficking
was over
and founder of Pearl
400,000
at the Mailbox, a nonprofit organization that works to end
from our
child
government, at least.
exploitation through prevention, education, and awareness. Her nonprofit is named for the woman who noticed that she was being trafficked and helped Sherry get free from her traffickers. We welcome our witnesses.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Lenny. I would have to disagree. Pugs look like you literally bred a dog with no snout. Their faces are flat. It's it's off-putting for me to know that that is a canine with almost human fucking features. Kind of makes me think chimera looking. No. I'm sorry. Fuck those things.
And thank them for appearing today. We'll begin by swearing you in. Would you each please rise and raise your right hand? Do you each swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God?
Somewhere down their genetic line, a
The
human
record
fucked
will
a
reflect
dog,
that the
and it
witnesses
somehow
have
worked
answered
out.
in the affirmative. Thank you. Please be seated. Please know
Which
that
is
your written
why how that
testimony
dog got
will be entered into the
monkeypox on its
record in its
anus.
entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes.
All right, I'm done. I'm done.
Ms. Basham, we'll go to you first.
No, I'm not.
Thank you so much, Chairman Biggs, Ranking Member McBath, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Let's
My
play
name is
Spot
Ann
the
Basham,
Show.
as he mentioned, and while there are many important relevant bills here in Congress right now, I am going to be focusing primarily on two.
No, hold on. Let's play Spot the Show. We're about to hear from all four witnesses here. Ladies and gentlemen, you tell me who's there just to say some bullshit and disrupt every bit of the hearing. From their opening fucking statements. Number one is Miss Basham.
And that is the Trafficking Survivor Relief Act and the Gracie Act. Human trafficking is perhaps the worst human rights violation in the world, and yet instead of receiving protection and justice, many trafficking victims are arrested and convicted of crimes they were forced to commit. Survivors of human trafficking too often have their voices silenced by unjust felony convictions for crimes they committed as a direct result, I should restate, of their trafficking offenses. Traffickers often force their victims to commit crimes, and the resulting criminal records prevent survivors from obtaining housing, employment, and other essential elements for life. Currently, most states have legal mechanisms that allow survivors of trafficking to seek vacatur or expungement of their criminal records that are tied to their exploitation. However, there is no equivalent legal framework at the federal level. The Trafficking Survivor Relief Act, or TSRA as I'm going to refer to it, is sponsored by Representative Fry, Liu, and Wagner, and it actually passed through the House Judiciary Committee last year. It seeks to address this gap by providing a pathway for survivors to vacate convictions
doing a
and
poll.
expunge arrest records for certain crimes that were a direct result of their trafficking.
Poll has started. Who
Additionally,
is the witness
bill allows
shell?
for the Office of
1,
Violence
2,
Against
3, or
Women
4?
to allocate funding for
This is
civil
1.
legal services and establishes, and this is very important, an affirmative defense for victims so that they can avoid unjust criminalization at the outset. In an appendix to my written testimony, which I would really encourage you to read, I have included survivor impact statements, including the story of Holly Nadell, who built an incredible career and was acknowledged as a trafficking survivor by the court. But she recently lost everything due to a wrong.
Who was the witness shill? Who was there to just make talking points disrupt? Who was there to just say some dumb shit that makes no point whatsoever? 1, 2, 3, or 4. Before you, somebody already voted before you even heard anybody out. But hear them all out. I got the poll rolling. Hear them all out first before you start really voting. Let's find out who you believe is there to just spout dumb shit from their opening statements. As a matter of fact, let's go ahead and roll it back because this is witness 1. I'm sorry. It's going to be a minute. This is witness 1. We need to give this a fair shake. We're going to play it out. No, hold up. Can I edit? As a matter of fact, in that shit, I'm going to re-edit. Now that I can do this correctly, let's do this. All right, I'm going to do it again. Give me a second. Who is the witness show? The first one is going to be Miss Basham. The second one, Miss Cooper. Add option. I'm sorry, I'm doing this on the fly. This can be done in the back end while everything happens, but this was not planned. Ms. Lopez. And option, Ms. What the fuck is that? Brugmean? When I do these things and we have these hearings with these witnesses and everything, I should have all this fucking planned out and all this ready to go for you guys. This so that way it can just be an automatic thing. Yeah, I can just rely on that here. But I'm gonna hit this poll up. Let them play out their opening statements, and you tell me who was there to just spout off some retarded, ridiculous shit just to disrupt the whole damn flow of everything.
Ms. Ann Basham, as he mentioned, and while there are many important relevant bills here in Congress right now, I am going to be focusing primarily on 2, and that is the Trafficking Survivor Relief Act and the Gracie Act. Human trafficking is perhaps the worst human rights violation in the world, and yet instead of receiving protection and justice, many trafficking victims are arrested and convicted of crimes they were forced to commit. Survivors of human trafficking too often have their voices silenced by unjust felony convictions for crimes they committed as a direct result, I should restate, of their trafficking offenses. Traffickers often force their victims to commit crimes, and the resulting criminal records prevent survivors from obtaining housing,
I'm talking about
and other
there was
essential
always one
elements for life.
just to
Currently,
disrupt
most states
and
have
say
legal
stupid
mechanisms
shit.
that allow survivors of trafficking to seek vacator or expungement of their criminal records that are tied to their exploitation. However, there is no equivalent
Always
legal
one,
framework
chica.
at the federal level. The Trafficking Survivor Relief Act, or TSRA as I'm going to refer to it, is sponsored by Representative Fry, Liu, and Wagner, and it actually passed through the House Judiciary Committee last year. It seeks to address this gap by providing a pathway for survivors to vacate convictions and expunge arrest records for certain crimes that were a direct result of their trafficking. Additionally, the bill allows for the Office on Violence Against Women to allocate funding for civil legal services and establishes, and this is very important, an affirmative defense for victims so that they can avoid unjust criminalization at the outset. In an appendix to my written testimony, which I would really encourage you to read, I have included survivor impact statements, including the story of Holly Nadell, who built an incredible career and was acknowledged as a trafficking survivor by the court. But she recently lost everything due to a wrongful felony conviction. What is most alarming is that for most of these adults who are convicted in their late teens or early 20s, this experience began actually when they were children. Research shows that the average age at which children are targeted for both sex and labor trafficking is just 11 to 14 years old. And more than 60% of child trafficking victims are current or former foster youth. The Gracie Act, which is generate recordings of all CPS interviews everywhere, was just introduced last week by Senator Blackburn and Senator Ossoff. And it incentivizes states to mandate audio or video recordings for all Child Protective Services or CPS interviews. It also provides necessary transparency and accountability to those who are on the front lines of protecting children. So I'm actually going to share with you the story that inspired the Gracie Act. Abby, as I'm going to refer to her, was a young girl. She was caught in a nightmare that too many children face. Her parents were divorced, and during a visit to her father's house, a quarrel escalated into physical violence, and this was a young child in elementary school. Abby's father grabbed her neck. The incident was reported to a counselor, and the case was referred to CPS. The caseworker actually interviewed Abby at her mother's home because school happened to be closed that day for snow. That's very typical. The mother listened to the story from the next room and recorded the interview. The mother told the investigator, or Abby told the investigator the same story she had told the counselor. However, the case was curiously dismissed. Months after the case closed, it was discovered that the official report distorted Abby's testimony, downplaying the assault as a mere grab to the arm, not the neck, an act which could have qualified as a felony under state law. Abby's voice was silenced. In the United States, 37.4% of children, that's more than 1/3 of all children, will be interviewed by CPS by the time they're 18. And without recordings, these children's testimonies can be easily misrepresented. So I actually have here a copy of the congressional record. I know that you all know what this looked like, but for everyone else, this is just one day on the House floor. This is everything that was spoken. But what if you as members of Congress went to the House floor and you gave an important testimony and it was never recorded? What if there was only one witness in the hearing room, not a stenographer, but just an observer who recorded a personal analysis of your testimony? Would you take this personal analysis as an accurate record of your testimony? Do you want the most important statements of your life to be at the mercy of a stranger with a pen? So the lack of transparency and accountability within child welfare systems is appalling. Police are required to wear body cameras in most states, and the Department of Justice has mandated interrogation recordings since Eric Holder. But child victims are not afforded the same protections. So thank you so much. With that, I urge each of you to co-sponsor both of these bills, as well as the National Human Trafficking Database Act, the Crime Victims Fund Stabilization Act, the SHIELD Act, the Renewed Hope Act, and the Take It Down Act. Thank you so much, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Bell.
I'm going to be honest with you guys. No matter how you feel, no matter who you think is the shill, no matter how you vote throughout this entire thing, that was a strong-ass fucking opening.
Basham. Chair now recognizes Ms. Brugman for your 5-minute statement.
Now, Ms. Burgum is what? Let me look at it. Ms. Burgum is witness 4, but she's going in the second position. I did it from right to left as far as the witness count from this still right here that we're doing. This is the second person to be opening statement, but this is witness 4.
Your microphone, please.
Thank you. Chairman Biggs, Ranking Member McBath, members of the committee and staff, and my fellow witnesses, thank you for the opportunity to discuss human trafficking in the United States. I'm Jean Brugman, Executive Director of Freedom Network USA, and an attorney with 25 years of experience addressing human trafficking. Freedom Network USA is the nation's largest coalition of anti-trafficking programs and a training and technical assistance expert. Our 98 members are NGOs and individuals They are survivors, attorneys, researchers, teachers, doctors, and social service providers who work with over 6,000 trafficking survivors here in the United States every year. I've provided detailed recommendations in my written statement and will summarize those briefly now. Human trafficking is the result of policy choices. Industries like agriculture and domestic work, once dependent on enslaved labor, were left out of U.S. labor protections and are now rife with labor trafficking. Our immigration laws were established to exclude Asians and Africans. The criminalization of sex work was rooted in opposition to mixed-race couples. Enacting policies that protect all workers, value immigrants, and decriminalize sex work robs traffickers of their power. Young people are vulnerable to trafficking due to their developing brains and legal and physical dependence. If you add in poverty, insecure immigration status, sexual or physical abuse, or rejection by family or community, traffickers will swoop in. Providing care and support to all young people, including education on consent and healthy relationships, protects them from a range of abuse and creates safe places to seek help. The internet, social media, and cryptocurrencies are being used by traffickers, but also by survivors and providers. While we need safer online spaces, restricting access to information and shutting down sites with adult content only drives traffickers into hidden spaces out of the reach of legal authorities. Age and identity restrictions collect data that hackers steal. And far too many policies are used to block access to critical information and safety for queer communities. We need to pursue policies that protect everyone, not just a few. Both labor and sex trafficking survivors are left with criminal records as a result of their victimization. Our Survivor Reentry Project is currently supporting 137 survivors who have a total of 1,716 criminal charges. We're connecting them with pro bono attorneys in the 47 states that have criminal record relief, but for those with federal charges, there are no options. Enacting the Trafficking Survivors Relief Act is critical, but we must avoid the pitfalls we've seen in so many state statutes. It must include a broad range of criminal charges, reduced requirements, and meet the needs of real survivors. Over 25 years, the TVPA has remained impressively bipartisan. Funding for services has steadily grown, but let's be honest, still not that much. FY24 appropriations for the DOJ and HHS programs combined were only about $120 million. But they provide survivors with safe housing, medical and mental health care, legal services, and education. These programs not only meet the very real needs of survivors, but they also send a critical message. We see you. You did not deserve this abuse, and we will protect you. But last month's OMB memo threatened to end all funding in less than 48 hours. The HHS grants were on hold for weeks. Programs funded by the State Department and USAID, both in the US and abroad, have been canceled. Some programs have already enacted furloughs, halted hiring, or stopped accepting clients.
Jennifer, she
Funding
needs
is not
5
reliable,
focals.
programs will close. Survivors will have to choose between staying with traffickers and homelessness, between abuse and hunger. Funding cuts enable traffickers to abuse and exploit US citizens and foreign nationals alike. Traffickers target the vulnerabilities of their victims. To combat them, we can't use a one-size-fits-all approach.
I
We
need them
must meet
too.
the specific needs of each person. The executive orders on gender, DEI, and immigrants threaten this critical work. Guidance from the federal government to ignore gender identity and sexual orientation tells queer communities that they are not welcome in these programs. Eliminating services for undocumented immigrants leaves them dependent on the traffickers who control their visas and their debts back home. These orders are a blank check to traffickers and will lead to increased violence and abuse. Most anti-trafficking programs are embedded in community-based organizations like refugee resettlement agencies, runaway and homeless youth shelters, and queer community centers. They are a part of the fabric of our social safety net, and strengthening that net holds the key to not only supporting survivors, but preventing human trafficking in America.
Thank you. Chair now recognizes Ms. Lopez for 5 minutes.
Good morning, Chairman Biggs, Ranking Member Macbeth, and members of the committee. I am honored to testify before you today on protecting victims of human trafficking and online exploitation. My name is Sherry Lopez, and I am a human trafficking survivor and founder of the nonprofit Pearl at the Mailbox, named in honor of a brave woman who rescued me from 7 years of trafficking at a mailbox. I share with you today's survivor's point of view. I grew up in a stable, two-parent home. I had just turned 15 and was trying to find my place in the world. I was an insecure and shy teen, which made me vulnerable to manipulation. I share this to shatter the preconceived notion that most children trafficked come from broken homes, are troubled, or are runaways. I was none of these. The reality is that any child can be groomed and trafficked. I met a boy in the drama club in high school, and he quickly introduced me to his father. Throughout 3 months, he groomed me and became my first trafficker. This began my 7 years of being sex trafficked. From the age of 15 to 18, I lived at home, and my parents had no idea what was happening to me, and I could not find the words to tell them that I was repeatedly being raped. This continued on the weekends and over the summer while I was in high school. There are many times I tried to stop what was happening. However, every rape had been recorded and used as blackmail to force me into submission, along with other threatening actions that were messages to me to comply. From the age of 18 until my rescue, I was flown across the United States and forced to do things I didn't want to do, but did because of fear of the consequences. And traveling on airplanes, nobody would have ever known I was a trafficking victim. Over time, my body operated on autopilot while I emotionally checked out to cope with the trauma. During my 7 years of being trafficked, I had 4 traffickers. One
This
was
is
a
vaguely
woman.
familiar.
See, a trafficked person has a shelf life. Once they are no longer useful to the trafficker
What was I
is
saying
going
last
to get
night?
rid of them, which could include being sold to another trafficker, such in my case, kicked out, resulting in many homeless teens. They're going to be killed. Traffickers intentionally set out to destroy the will, heart, and soul of their victim and would not hesitate to take their life too if needed. When a victim gives up on life and their will to live is destroyed, the brain goes into self-preservation mode to keep the heart beating, even if the victim would rather die to end the abuse. Survival is in our DNA. Traffickers know this and use fear to gain and maintain control of their victim, beat down the will to live, and use the victim however it best fits the agenda of the trafficker. Human trafficker survivors are often the pawns of crimes masterminded by the traffickers and seen as throwaways who can take the blame. Many times, human traffickers are labeled as domestic violence victims and inadequately represented legally, and therefore easy to convict, a box that can be checked and a person to put behind bars. While the trafficker can afford better legal representation and receive a lesser charge or accountability for their role in forcing another person to participate in what they orchestrated. And let me share with you that it took over 25 years for me to grasp even what happened to me, to be able to put a name to it, and then it was anger that another person had the right to abuse another person in such fashion that I finally had to speak up. And now you cannot keep me quiet. I found my place in legislation. Last year, with the help of Representative Gress, I was able to get the Arizona vacator law updated and signed by the governor, which gives human trafficking survivors charged with prostitution or minor criminal offenses the ability to meet with a judge and potentially get those charges set aside. Also, I participated in a group with the help of Representative Bliss, Senator Bullock, and the guidance of Representative Wynn, which was Prop 313. And it was created by the Arizona voters on the ballot, and it was passed unanimously in the state. And what this does is it allows any adult who traffics a child under 15 is convicted with the charge will spend the rest of their natural life in prison without the possibility of parole. Why is this important? Because a traffic survivor has a life sentence themselves. I will never get away from what happened to me. The life I had before is now gone. I respectfully ask that you support the Trafficking Survivors Relief Act. Doing so will give survivors hope that they can go forward and have a new life. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes now Ms. Cooper for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Biggs, Ranking Member McBath, and honorable members of the committee, thank you for having me back to speak again. My name is Camille Cooper, and I'm Vice President of Anti-Human Trafficking and Child Exploitation at the Tim Tebow Foundation. The Tim Tebow Foundation exists to bring faith, hope, and love to those needing a brighter day in their darkest hour of need. Our anti-human trafficking efforts span 52 countries around the globe. You have a few great bills before you this Congress: the Strengthening Child Exploitation Enforcement Act, the Protect Our Children Act reauthorization, the SHIELD Act, the Trafficking Survivors Relief Act, and Representative Smith's reauthorization of TVPRA. For today, I'm going to focus most of my attention on the Renewed Hope Act, which addresses the need to identify and safeguard the 57,000 unknown children seen in crime scene photos that depict their rape and torture. Chairman Biggs and Representative Laura Lee, thank you for your leadership and your assistance with that bill. 10 years ago, in a small town, a man started raping his 2-year-old stepdaughter. For our purposes, I'm going to call her Jane Doe. He filmed that abuse and shared it online with other pedophiles. The girl repeatedly disclosed her abuse, but she was not believed. For this little girl, the boogeyman was real, and he lived down the hall. For 10 years, Jane Doe suffered. In 2020, the number of children in the US like Jane Doe that had their abuse images in the possession of law enforcement but had yet to be identified and safeguarded was 11,000. In 2022, the anecdotal information put that number at 20,000. In just 2 years, it had almost doubled. When I got to TTF, we put the protection of those children as our #1 priority, and we got to work. With the help of Timmy, John Rouse, Jim Cole, and the entire team at TTF, we hatched a plan. Bring all the experts in the world together with the goal of determining how many unknown victims were in the global image database at Interpol and operationalize a plan to find them. The result of that meeting led Homeland Security Investigations to create the first ever victim identification task force in the United States and dubbed it Operation Renewed Hope. In the summer of 2023 and the winter of 2024, this task force tentatively identified over 730 children, including Jane Doe. To date, 289 of those children have been confirmed safeguarded. Almost half were American children. Operation Renewed Hope 3 is currently underway as we speak. Based on current data of actively traded series identified at the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, we know that family members are the largest category of offender in actively traded series, and of those, fathers produce more child sexual abuse images than any other type of offender category. According to law enforcement, children can be heard in these videos screaming for daddy to stop. In a study of unidentified victims of the Interpol database, they found that 84% of the images were of actual child sexual abuse, 47% contained extreme abuse, including rape, bondage, torture, defecation, and even bestiality. 4.3% of the images were infants. Due to the nature of online distribution, international collaboration with Interpol is essential in identifying and safeguarding American children. By way of example, the offender in Arizona rapes his child, films it, shares it with offenders in Spain or Germany. When those countries make an arrest and seize that offender's devices and analyze the images, they will find new victims, and those new victims' images go to Interpol's International Child Sexual Exploitation Database. Since its inception, 14,000 children, or almost half of the identified images in the ICSA database, have been American children, and this is why collaboration is so critical. If half of the unidentified children in Interpol's database are likely American victims, that means that a team of 7 at HSI's Cybercrime Center are tasked with finding tens of thousands of American victims. And that's why the Renewed Hope Act is critical. It will increase that full-time workforce from 7 to 200. Despite the success of Operation Renewed Hope, we cannot leave these remaining 56,000 children to languish. They need intervention, and they need it quickly. When Jane Doe was protected, this is what she said. When the police arrived at my house, I felt happy. I felt that something good will happen for me. God, I was thrilled. I wanted to smile because I knew something good will happen. It was magic. Today, the fate of 56,000 children is in your hands. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper, and thank all of our witnesses for their opening statements. Mr. Raskin, you ready to go? So, Mr. Raskin, we recognize you for your opening statement.
All right, so everyone hit him up. I'm going to keep that ball rolling. Ladies and gentlemen, you just heard all opening statements. Who do you think is the show? I'm just going to keep doing this. I'm going to do like little stingers and things because I want to kind of bring this in more in a better visual format, of course. But I do want to do little stingers, play little games with you here in the audience, do polls and everything. I'm going to set this up more to bring this more of an interactive thing with you as we listen along to the people that we supposedly elect to represent us. It's going to be fun and interactive as hell. Let the people, let the world know what you think when we do this shit. I got a lot actually planned, and I'm still planning. Let's go.
Thank you very kindly for your indulgence, Mr. Chairman, and
Hey,
greetings to
the
our
botched
witnesses. Thank you for
pube head,
your testimony, which I know is
Mr.
harrowing
Rat
and
Foreskin.
difficult in some cases, and I thank you for your public service. Trafficking is modern day slavery, and it reflects a time of cruelty and barbarity when everything is for sale, not just public office and government, but human beings, people, women, children, laborers. And we know that labor trafficking, sex trafficking, child sex abuse material are all flourishing online. Alas, the social media companies have been pushed to remove all guardrails against objectionable content on their platforms, which is called censorship. The result has not been a free speech utopia, but a dystopian nightmare. Social media has become a cesspool of scams targeting the elderly, cyberbullying aimed at children and linked to escalating suicide rates, misinformation exploiting the victims of disasters, natural and unnatural, racist and anti-Semitic hatred and vilification, and foreign disinformation and propaganda undermining democratic elections and social trust. And all of this has been a boon for the sex traffickers, while reduced content moderation has also led to an explosion of child sex abuse material online. So we want to prevent the government from becoming a barren hellscape like the social media platforms have become. We cannot allow them to dismantle the government programs and federal funding that actually protect children and teens and aid the victims of human trafficking. So we rely on law enforcement and personnel from Homeland Security, the FBI, the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force program, which is a national network of 61 different task forces to target the people that are preying on children and women. Just last week, we learned that the Department of Homeland Security has ordered its entire investigative division, 6,000 agents, to stop focusing on drug dealers, terrorists, and human traffickers, and instead prioritize, you guessed it, immigration enforcement. So the child pornographers,
I'm in the poll when he's
networks,
done speaking.
and, the human traffickers must be uncorking their champagne bottles about the diversion of all the other law enforcement resources to work on the mass roundup and deportation of immigrants. So we've got an entire ecosystem of groups working to help here. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, which receives 81% of its funding from the federal government, does an essential job without federal funding and not-for-profits. And there are people determined to dismantle the federal funding. NCMEC and those that support victims by providing housing, emergency shelter, food, clothing, and so on, may have a much more difficult time
being able to find the victims and survivors, the people who are willing to cooperate with investigations and prosecutions. My bottom line is I want to thank you for everything that you all are doing, and I hope that we will invest carefully in the public programs and the funded not-for-profit programs that are actually working to confront this nightmare in our time. I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back, and now
Right. So I'm in the poll right now. Let me bring my camera back right here. But I'm in the poll right now. There is your results. Who was the witness shill? It was 60% of you. There were 5 votes. Yeah, I got to step up your game with that. We're going to introduce that a lot more. As far as that goes, when we have committee hearings with the witnesses and everything like that, I'm going to introduce this a lot more. I want y'all to be involved in this situation. I want y'all to literally, I'll throw it up when they start their opening testimony and things like this. I'll start up the poll. Y'all can vote if you want to early on. It don't fucking matter. But I'll end it after the ending remarks until we get into this to keep the poll rolling. So where if you actually do listen, you actually do hear, pay attention, get involved. Let's see how y'all voted. Because 60% of you said Miss Basham. 20% of you said Miss Cooper. 20% of you said Miss Bergmean. Out of 5 votes, so 1 Miss Cooper, 1 Miss Berggreen. Yeah. 3 Basham, 1 Cooper, 1 Bergmean. Let's see if y'all are correct.
I recognize myself for my 5 minutes. Ms. Brugman, you're the Executive Director of Freedom Network, and so I assume you're familiar with your organization's finances and budget.
That's correct.
And will you please share with the committee the dollar amount Freedom Network received in grants from the federal government in 2023, please? If you don't have an exact number.
I don't have the exact number in front of me. I think that was in my disclosure form. We do have currently 3 grants and 1 sub-award. They're 3-year awards, so the funding is received but is to be used over the course of 3 years.
Yeah, and the 990 indicates that you received about $1.3 million, and that was about 87.7% of your funding.
That's correct.
Is that accurate?
That sounds like accurate.
So let's put those up. So you're getting nearly 90% of what you do funded by American taxpayers, and you advocate for legalization of prostitution. Is that fair?
We advocate for the decriminalization, Mr. Biggs. It is not the same as legalization.
And you also advocate for open borders, right?
We advocate for a safe way to allow migrants to move, to attain safety and support for themselves and their children. Yes.
And so I have here a document from the National Center on Sexual Exploitation that protests your testimony today because the legalization or full decriminalization of commercial sex does 2 things: expands the trade, thereby expanding the demand for more prostitution, typically satisfied by manipulating vulnerable people, including youth and those experiencing poverty, homelessness, addiction, and undocumented status. And 2, it prevents law enforcement from being able to identify sex trafficking victims, including minors. And so without objection, I introduce this letter and the packet from the National Center on Sexual Exploitation.
I would argue that.
There's no question for you right now, Ms. Brugman. Not you, Ms. Lopez. The vacatur statute in Arizona that you worked on with Representative Gress in Arizona. That
I'd have been like, I don't give a shit. I'm a fucking taxpayer, bitch. You're going to hear me out.
Who sometimes get caught up with committing crimes themselves. And so I wanted you to explain that and how you got that through.
Thank you for the question, Chairman Biggs. Yes, like to find laws that are completely outdated and useless when it comes to protecting survivors. And the vacator law was one of those in Arizona. It had an effective date of crimes prior to like 1987, something. So I presented it to Representative Grass, and I said, we need to update this because the issue that we have currently are survivors that were charged with prostitution because somehow automatically at the age of 18, somehow you're consenting to what's happening to you when you're really being trafficked. So you're charged with prostitution or some other petty crime, which is not uncommon for those that are hungry and the trafficker is controlling their aspects of eating or drinking, so they steal food to eat. And being able to update this law, which was supported unanimously through the House and the Senate on both sides, and now it allows survivors who have these charges to be able to fill out a form and request to meet with the judge and hopefully get those set aside so that way they can apply for background checks. Of course,
Then they get a clear record and they can live a normal life after that.
well,
To a certain
yes.
extent.
Yeah, with the vacator law, it's not expungement, so they still show up on a fingerprint clearance card.
Right.
Absolutely. Somehow cut off. Yes, but they can go on. It gives them hope. Somebody who maybe wants to be a teacher can now apply.
Anybody
to be a
want to
teacher.
change their vote
Somebody
yet?
who wants to be a nurse, such in my case, I became a nurse and I was able to do that.
Thank you for that. And I know
Is
that
she making
there's
a strong
additional work to be
argument?
done on Arizona's law as well. So we'll be talking about that. I want to go to you, Ms. Basham, for a moment. So human trafficking, child trafficking, that happens across border as well.
Correct.
So when you have misplaced 330,000 plus children, which the previous administration did through its ORR programs, those children, some being placed in sponsors who were running strip clubs, dozens going to the same address, same person without vetting.
Chica's got that
makes them
wrench.
more vulnerable to human and sex trafficking.
Absolutely.
Does she actually believe it?
My time has expired. Appreciate that. I'm going to recognize now the ranking member, Ms. McBath, for 5 minutes.
We'll see. We'll see
Thank
the
you, Mr.
answers.
Chair. In a memorandum dated January 27th, 2025, the Office of Management and Budget's acting director instructed the heads of all executive departments and agencies to effectuate a temporary pause on federal grants, loans, and other financial assistance.
I'm going to be honest with you. The Spot the Show episode of this, like, I just started it with this, just testing the fucking waters. I'm going to be honest with you. This is going to be fucking hard for every single one of us. It doesn't matter how you lie. Opening statements from every single fucking person. It's going to be hard to disseminate who's lying or who's not. Honestly, who's grifting, who's not. This one's going to be a tough one.
That's the OMB memo.
This is what we're going to do for the first segment of this shit. Testing
The
it.
funding pause applied to 1, the issuance of new awards, 2, the disbursement of federal funds under all open awards, and 3, any other relevant agency actions that may be implicated by Trump's executive orders. Ms. Brugman, what did this memo mean for the organizations in the Freedom Network? And also, what was the immediate response to this memo by members of your organization?
The response to the memo was widespread fear, confusion, frustration. Organizations, the funding that
100%, but she's not a
issued by the
witness.
federal government is reimbursement funding. So by cutting off the funding with such little notice, not only were people not able to determine whether they'd be able to continue serving folks going forward, but also weren't sure they were going to be paid the money that they were already due from the federal government. So immediately people within our network had to lay off staff and stopped accepting new clients.
I don't
denying
know.
services and support to the very victims that we've been talking about this morning. And that includes legal services, housing,
There
case
are people
management,
that I have
assistance
heard in
through
this
the
shit
legal process to clear their criminal records.
in
All
these
of these
committee hearings
services
that
were
I would
immediately
100% believe
in great peril.
that they speak the retarded shit
How
that
did
do.
your executive director of the Freedom Network anticipate this memo would affect victims and survivors of human trafficking?
Well, what we know is that when programs are not available, victims are stuck with nowhere to go. They stay with their traffickers. They do not, they're not able to access safe housing, alternative jobs, food, shelter, medical and mental health services, substance abuse services, all of the critical.
Ma'am, let me help you out here. Women who have grown up in sex trafficking rings know no other way. They can't even press a button. That's it. Just a random button. They can't even press that because they don't even know that. They don't know that schedule well, that timing. They can't do that because all they know is sex. Next question. Was that hard?
Services that they need in order to leave the trafficking situation, heal, and then if they're pursue justice either through a civil case or in working with law enforcement. Without those services and support, they remain in the traffickers' orbit and continue to be abused and exploited.
Let me ask, does your organization encourage prostitution or open borders?
No, I was talking about Macbeth. Macbeth is not in the witness shell shit. Somebody pointed out that Macbeth, pug bitch. Somebody pointed out that pug bitch right here. They wanted to vote for her to be the show. This is a Democrat fucking representative. All right. Rhonda asked why I put it in the list, and I had to go back and look at it. No, Miss Macbeth, this Democrat representative was not in the choices, but everybody's like, I'm voting her. Not everybody. There was like one. I'm going to be honest. That was in the chat, but yeah.
And please explain your position and why.
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. We do not promote any form of work. What we promote are human rights. All workers
Stacy,
deserve
what's up?
human rights. No one should be
No
criminalized
chin
for the
having
work
shit.
that
That's
they
a pug
do,
bitch.
either because they have no other choice or because it's the work that they choose. There is a full spectrum of reasons why people do any type of work. Not everyone is as privileged as myself to choose to do legal work in a safe office. For those who are left with choices that are less safe, we have to improve their safety. That is the approach we take to all other sectors of the workforce, and we should take that same approach with sex work as well. Improve the safety.
The bipartisan.
Did I'm not totally sure about this. Just to confirm with everybody, did this bitch just not say legal work is rife with prostitution? For your, I guess it would be secretaries at that point, right? Because she just roll it back.
What we promote are human rights. All workers deserve human rights. No one should be criminalized for the work that they do, either because they have no other choice or because it's the work that they choose. There is a full spectrum of reasons why people do any type of work. Not everyone is as privileged as myself to choose to do legal work in a safe office. For those who are left with choices that are less safe, we have to improve their safety. That is the approach we take to all other sectors of the workforce, and we should take that same approach with sex work as well. Improve the safety.
The Bipartisan Trafficking Victims Protection.
Not only did she call out prostitution and law firms, but her closing fucking words were, this should be allowed and we need to improve it. I swear to God. Y'all want to change your vote yet? I'm thinking we got one. We got one vote for her. I think that one person out of the 5, I think that one person got it. Hold up. Wait, what?
Other sectors of the workforce, and we should take that same approach with sex work as well. Improve the safety.
The Bipartisan Trafficking Victims Protection Act was first signed into law by President Clinton.
This bitch. I want y'all to understand 100%. This bitch just said prostitution is human trafficking, but we should protect it. I think that one motherfucking vote got it. I'm not. How? Wait a minute. How can you make that fucking connection in your goddamn head? Prostitution is human trafficking, but it should be protected. I want y'all to hear it again. Keep what I said in mind. Prostitution is human trafficking, but it should be protected.
To choose to do legal work in a safe office. For those who are left with choices that are less safe, we have to improve their safety. That is the approach we take to all other sectors of the workforce, and we should take that same approach with sex work as well. Improve the safety.
The Bipartisan Trafficking Victims Protection Act was first signed into law by President Clinton in 2000 and has since been reauthorized a number of times. Can you please explain how and why the Trafficking Victims Protection Act was first developed?
Absolutely. At the time in the 90s, there were a host of cases of forced labor and sex trafficking that involved a lot of extreme
This is why I do what I do.
coercion. The laws we had on the books at the time did not recognize these types of forced fraud and coercion. At the same time, there were no programs for the survivors.
I
And so
haven't
they
heard
were trapped
any of these
within the
yet.
trafficking situation. Many trafficking
This is all
victims are
live.
living with their
This is my
trafficker.
reaction to it.
And so leaving the trafficker means needing a safe place to live. And so in recognizing both that survivors needed better services in order to rebuild their lives and to engage with the legal system, the TVPA was created to accomplish both of those
I have
goals.
one more question for you. Where do any gaps in services to victims and providers exist, if there are any, and how could legislation effectively address those gaps?
There are many
Ladies,
gaps.
time has expired, but you may answer the question.
Thank you so much. There are many gaps remaining. We need more funding. We need more support. We need to be allowed to really identify communities most at risk and direct our programs specifically to their needs, to their experiences, and to their situation. We need more housing, medical care, mental health care, case management services are always critical.
Mr. Chairman,
So continue to throw money at it. A failing situation, and we're sitting here trying to discover why this is a failing situation. And your answer to a failing situation is to continue to throw money at it when we are $36 trillion in fucking debt. Hey, trafficking is a problem, right? Ladies and gentlemen, human trafficking is a problem. How do we solve it? Give me money. This is how we got here. This is how we got here because there wasn't enough people like me in the now, in the point in time to where you are listening to this shit. Hold up. I want you all to understand. You have gotten to a point. Let me bring it back. You have gotten to a point here within this country where, yes, we do elect our representatives. For the most part, there's a lot of fuckery going on. Representative Van Drew, who we heard from in the beginning, a lot of controversial shit for that. I don't think he's going to make it. But with this human trafficking shit going on, oh, fuck, I just derailed myself. Not gonna lie. Give me a second. I'll bring it back up here in a minute, but we'll continue a bit. Let me find that exit that I was heading for.
I have a unanimous consent request. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record.
Let me back it up.
Expired, but you may answer the question.
Thank you so much. There are many gaps remaining. We need more funding. We need more support. We need to be allowed to really identify communities most at risk and direct our programs specifically to their needs, to their experiences, and to their situation. We need more housing, medical care, mental health care, case management services are always critical.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
Yeah, that was it. Ma'am, with all due respect, and I'm going to say this with every bit of respect that I can give you, you're talking about an administration who not only allowed this to happen, but enforced it to happen. And you're telling me that you need more money to follow the process because a brain dead, retarded fucking potato was our president and allowed this to happen. I mean, we brought up the economic shit for everything, including how the United Nations feels that we should boost our economy. Yeah. The aging and declining population, that document. This is first order thinking. And it really is from this bitch right here. It is first order thinking. It is, hey, we got this problem. What do we do? Okay. Let's do this. It'll stop it all. Well, you do that and it continues to happen. What else? This is first order thinking. The first thing she thinks, the first thing she thinks will be the ultimate end all be all to it all. I want y'all to understand, for our crew, you're on that level, you know. And shout out to every single fucking one of you, because more neurons are firing in your brain than the average human fucking being. Because this right here, this person you are seeing on your screen is the average human being. Welcome to the upper echelons of intellect. Get ready to be browbeaten for your shit. I'm sorry, I'm slurring, I'm drunk. We've been at this for a minute. Fuck it, let's continue.
I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a research brief from the ACLU titled, "Is Sex Work Decriminalization the Answer?" What the research tells us, a comprehensive review of more than 80 studies on the decriminalization and criminalization of sex work, which revealed there is no clear
Okay,
link
so,
between
so you
criminalizing
can,
sex
you
work
can
and
do
stopping human
yours,
trafficking.
but if you want to read from it like I did, next time you need to do it in your 5 minutes, which is what I did. So we're going to go with Mr. Tiffany for 5.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Cooper, how can social media companies help? I think about, I view, especially with young
That
males,
motherfucker just did not. But
pornography
he
is
did.
kind of a gateway drug to stuff like this that happens. How could the social media companies help? And have you identified ways that they could be to stem the tide of this proliferation?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that question. It's a great question. Under our current legal framework in the United States, social media companies have to report CSAM
you're
that they
right
find
wing,
on their networks, but only
homophobic,
if they see
transphobic,
it.
omniphobic,
So they don't have to
xenophobic,
proactively look for it, and I think that proactive detection
everything
is
phobic,
probably the most
right wing
significant
bigot.
action that technology companies could take in this country
What you mean, Shiga?
to look for the material and then remove it. So that would be the first thing. The second thing is a lot of the social media companies like Meta provide encryption on their services like WhatsApp. And WhatsApp, CSAM is proliferating across that particular application because it's encrypted and it provides safe harbor for pedophiles all over the world.
Have any states taken action? First of all, I'm not sure the legality. Can they have any states taken action in this regard?
Some of the states are looking at things like age assurance and age verification issues to be able to block content for minors.
Pornhub. Wasn't that the controversy behind Pornhub? Because Pornhub said it would hurt our business model if you made us age verify. Was that not the actual fucking argument? It would hurt our business model if you made us verify anybody that entered our fucking website was actually 18 or older, regardless of how you did it, which you kind of do have an argument. Just because I want to look at some woman getting fucked, I need to provide my ID. It is a weird situation with that one. But there ain't no goddamn way you're going to tell me that you did age verification just by hitting, are you 21 or older? Yes. I swear to God. That is the argument in that case.
But then some states are looking at ways to be able to sort of block the efforts of the Internet Crimes Against Children task forces by preventing them from being able to collect what's called.
Now, I will admit this, the porn industry is rife with trafficking. It really is. It's a disgusting human trafficking organization. It is. We have protected it. We have protected the porn industry because it makes a lot of money. But it is rife with human trafficking.
Attribution data in their investigation. So you kind of have both things happening at the state level. It's a bit of patchwork. So we have some laws that have been passed, like in Utah, that have problems. And we have some laws that are passed in other states that are working towards like age verification.
Thank you. Ms. Lopez, is prostitution a component of human trafficking in your experience?
Well, it is a result of being
Wait a minute.
trafficked. It's not a choice by the victim.
Ma'am. Why the long pause in that? Roll it back. What was this question?
A component of human. Thank you. Ms. Lopez, is prostitution a component of human trafficking in your experience?
Well, it is a result.
That was the whole goddamn thing. I just fucking expanded on like we're doing. We're doing this fucking live. I haven't heard this one. That was just exactly what I just fucking ranted on. Let's see what this bitch has to say in response.
Result of being trafficked. It's not a choice by the victim.
But it's a component of human trafficking.
It is, absolutely.
Is that right?
Because somebody is paying for a service.
Yeah. Is it helpful to your cause to encourage prostitution?
No,
It is not helpful.
to encourage prostitution.
Yes. That does not help
No.
to limit human trafficking. Is that right?
Well, if you're saying that prostitution is okay, it opens the door for anybody to say, okay, well, I'm going to save this child who's 17, but looks like they're 21. Let's go ahead and prostitute them, and we're not going to be held liable.
So in other words, legalizing prostitution is not going to be helpful to your cause.
No, not at all.
Ms. Basham, are you familiar with something referred to as rape trees?
Didn't this bitch just say we shouldn't criminalize prostitution? Didn't that bitch just say that not too long ago? I'm going to be honest. I said this was going to be tough, but I think we have a winner.
Microphone.
No, not extensively.
Okay, so when I was down to Arizona on one of the trips with Mr. Biggs, an Arizona sheriff shared how the
Whoever
gangs, if I
voted
recall
Miss
this correctly,
Bergman,
they would hang a
drug
woman's
mean,
underwear
you
when
may
they
be
would bring
right.
her in from a foreign country, and when they were trafficked into the United States. Those were rape trees. I'm sorry to have to share it in such explicit terms.
I guarantee you
Is
that
it
was just a
Is it helpful
looks
to secure,
because that was
secure
a
the
phone.
southern border to prevent some human trafficking in the United States of America?
That
Well,
was a
let me
vote
give you this
within the
analogy.
first
If
fucking
you
minute
take
of
excellent
her
care of
being
your
on the
children
screen.
in your house, you are going to lock your door at night. And I believe
Which
very
you could have been
firmly
right.
that, first of all, a lot of these children, we know this now. We are not in the dark. They are being raped along the journey here. It's a horrific set of circumstances that they are facing here. And by having porous borders, what it actually ends up doing is it becomes a push-pull factor, and it actually encourages this. The biggest thing with human trafficking in general is it's a crime. It's very different than every other human rights abuse because it's not
Yeah.
just slavery. It is slavery, but human trafficking is actually at its core part of the advanced criminal networks. And that's why it's such a big deal. And it is part of this committee explicitly. So yes,
Okay.
I absolutely believe that every country needs to have authority over their borders. And I believe that there should be no incentivization for someone to try to cross those borders, because otherwise what you get is you get children who are caught in the middle and they become the commodity.
So securing our borders will help prevent human trafficking.
Holy shit. Every bit of what that woman just said made complete 100% sense in a scientific everything. I want to roll it back. I'm going to roll it back. I think y'all, I think the majority of you voted wrong. Hold on. I want to hear this answer from the beginning. As a matter of fact, let's hear the question from Mr. Tiffany, because they got to take a piss. I heard it, and I was paying attention. I'm buying time.
Arizona, on one of the trips with Mr. Biggs, an Arizona sheriff shared how the gangs, if I recall this correctly, they would hang a woman's underwear when they would bring her in from a foreign country, and when they were trafficked into the United States. Those were rape trees. I'm sorry to have to share it in such explicit terms, but is it helpful to secure the southern border to prevent some human trafficking in the United States of America?
Well, let me give you this analogy. If you take excellent care of your children in your house, you are going to lock your door at night. And I believe very firmly that, first of all, a lot of these children, we know this now, we are not in the dark. They are being raped along the journey here. It's a horrific set of circumstances that they are facing here. And by having porous borders, what it actually ends up doing is it becomes a push-pull factor, and it actually encourages this. The biggest thing with human trafficking in general is it's a crime. It's very different than every other human rights abuse, because it's not just slavery. It is slavery, but human trafficking is actually at its core part of the advanced criminal networks. And that's why it's such a big deal. And it is part of this committee explicitly. So yes, I absolutely believe that every country needs to have authority over their borders. And I believe that there should be no incentivization for someone to try to cross those borders, because otherwise what you get is you get children who are caught in the middle and they become the commodity.
So securing our borders will help prevent human trafficking.
Absolutely.
I yield back.
Is there any point of that? Any point of that you could not logically track back with half a brain cell and say, there's something about that just doesn't make sense? And I asked that in a fucked up way, because I want you to think before you just randomly spouting off. I asked that in a fucked up way. Think about it.
Back. Thank you. We've been called to votes. I think there's just one vote. I would urge us to go over vote quickly and come back. I'm trying to poll, see who's available to come back. I think most everybody can. So I'd ask the witnesses to stay close. we're going to go into recess until 10 minutes after the vote. So probably 20 to 30 minutes, somewhere in there. So with that, we're going to be in recess.
And other politicians, and Donald Trump, most
for committees called back.
All right, here we go. But you are right,
Back
KB.
to order. Others are on their way back from voting. Thank you for all for being here. And the chair recognizes the ranking member of the entire committee, Mr. Raskin, for his 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
We might have a winner.
The most famous child sex trafficker of our time.
I got this. How about this? The more this picks up, the bigger it gets. Grand fucking picture for these hearings. How about this? We do a whole little poll. If anybody wants to put in there, anybody wants to vote, to do a thing, we do a whole little poll as far as this is concerned. We will, from opening statements and the statement after, for everybody to think about it, the statement after, the rebuttal, we lock in votes. And we see who's really paying attention, who understands, who gets it on a deeper fucking level than just the words spoken. And we see how many of you are actually really fucking paying attention. I think this will be great. Let's go.
I venture a guess is Jeffrey Epstein, a man of extraordinary wealth, power, influence, and connection. A good friend of Donald Trump's, actually. And
Hold on. Wait. Raskin, ranking member. Bupid. Let me ask you a simple question. How in the goddamn motherfuck are you going to sit here and say Elon Musk is involved with human trafficking and online exploitation? Wait a minute. Are you going to bring up what happened right after he bought the Twitter platform that was rife with online human trafficking and exploitation?
and other politicians who used his resources in order to exploit girls. And I'm wondering if, Ms. Brueggemann, perhaps you could start, if you would explain basically how sex traffickers work and how they are able to get access to underage girls and to exploit them for their purposes.
Thank you for the question. Sex traffickers work in many different ways to target vulnerabilities of the individuals they're targeting to exploit. So for young people, it's often through grooming, through approaching them and offering things that they're not getting at home. Whether
So in his case, he had a woman, I think her last name was Maxwell, who worked with him, and then she would procure the
Objection
girls
leading.
by giving them gifts of money or clothing or invitations to parties, that kind of thing.
My understanding is, yes, that there were people were being approached and offered financial rewards and benefits, an opportunity to come to parties, but we're not told exactly what was being expected of them, what would happen once they arrived, and then they had difficulty to not consent to what was happening, and were entrapped in that situation.
Yeah, and so they tended to be poorer or vulnerable from a more like a broken home or dysfunctional family situation, right?
Yeah, I think what we've heard from our witnesses is that people are targeted in different ways. So it might be because they were low income. It might be because they're have an insecure immigration status. It might be because they're queer and not being respected by their communities. It might be because they're seeking validation.
It might be because you may be a little bit weird and nobody understands you. I'm just going to interject that. I want that to plug into your brain. It might be because, hold up, roll it the fuck back. No.
Yeah, and so they tended to be poorer or vulnerable from a more like a broken home or dysfunctional family situation, right?
Yeah, I think what we've heard from our witnesses is that people are targeted in different ways. So it might be because they were low income. It might be because they're have an insecure immigration status. It might be because they're queer and not.
And so they tended to be poorer or vulnerable from a more like a broken home or dysfunctional family situation, right?
Yeah, I think what we've heard from our witnesses is that people are targeted in different ways. So it might be because they were low income. It might be because they're have an insecure immigration status. It might be because they're queer and not being respected by their communities.
Because you're weird. And people ain't up with the weirdness. Now you're sex trafficked. Wait, what? Hold up. I'm just gonna be honest with you. You got cases like Amaranth, all right? Where however you want to chase it, the bitch is just chasing the dollar bill. And what's about the dollar bill? Well, her fucking body. Let's just admit that shit, all right? This bitch is making millions of dollars a goddamn month off OnlyFans and Twitch. If you were in the public eye of being beautiful, in the majority of being public eye of being beautiful by visual only, body type, everything that you're doing, and then all of a sudden you start doing sex acts and you pay money for it. Huh. That's the sex work she's talking about, ladies and gentlemen. I want you all to understand that. OnlyFans whores, Twitch whores. That's who she's talking about protecting.
It might be because they're seeking validation and love and attention. So there are lots of ways to target folks.
Okay. So you had an interesting colloquy about the law of prostitution. I know that's not what this is about, but I'm just wondering, did the law criminalizing prostitution and putting women in jail for prostitution help any of the girls who were trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein and his network?
Exactly. No, the criminalization of people engaging in
Wait,
the
wait. Hold up. One day ago. That was during the release of what was. I'm gonna give it to Rat Foreskin. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna give it to Rat Foreskin. This was a sneaky ass motherfucking attack. Rolled the fuck back. When they go with the Epstein files and all that debacle. What did the motherfucker bring up about it?
About the law of prostitution. I know that's not what this is about, but I'm just wondering, did the law criminalizing prostitution and putting women in jail for prostitution help any of the girls who were trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein and his network?
Exactly. No, the criminalization of people engaging in the selling of sex does not help anyone. It makes them more vulnerable, more at risk, and unable to come forward for assistance if they do experience abuse and exploitation. And the criminal records, as we've
I'm sorry, bitch. If the actual fucking claim is true more often than not, even at the Justice Department, if the people believe it's fucking true, you goddamn better believe it. Which is how you all tried to weaponize all that shit against the American fucking people. The pay gap. If feminism. Let's be honest. Stop with the bullshit. Pull it the fuck back. There ain't no goddamn way you can sit there and there ain't no way Raskin can have roll it back. There ain't no way he can have anybody defend this fucking position. Hold up. I'm sorry.
What this is about, but I'm just wondering.
This is
did
what
the
I do when I'm
law
actually listening to this.
criminalizing prostitution and
Alone.
putting women in jail for prostitution help any of the girls who were trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein and his network?
exactly, no.
Would any of our laws in place right now would have stopped Jeffrey Epstein? Paraphrasing. Roll it back. Keep that in mind. Would any of our laws right now would have stopped Jeffrey Epstein?
You had an interesting colloquy about the law of prostitution. I know that's not what this is about, but I'm just wondering, did the law criminalizing prostitution and putting women in jail for prostitution help any of the girls who were trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein and his network?
Exactly, no. The criminalization of people engaging in the selling of sex does not help anyone. It makes them more vulnerable, more at risk, and unable to come forward for assistance if they do experience abuse and exploitation. And the
Ma'am, that right there is exactly why women don't come the fuck forward with shit like that, even if they've been trafficked, because you just said if they're in the porn industry, nobody's going to believe them.
criminal records, as we've heard, follow them throughout their entire lives.
Okay. I've got an article I'd like to submit for the record about Elon Musk's business empire is built on $38 billion in government funding. Without objection, if I could, from the Washington Post.
There was a lot within the porn industry. You have fucking claims, ladies. You have fucking claims, but there ain't no goddamn way. Who is it? Lana Rose that was just like literally just she was a jizz fest literally in the porn industry, and then all of a sudden she's just like, oh, I've been human trafficked, and then started a podcast literally trying to vomit on camera because she saw semen. Yeah, track that shit back. I think it was Lana Rhodes. I'm not sure, but I see cultural shit. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not all political, you motherfuckers. It is weird that it's porn related, right?
That's a lot of money. People are getting a lot of money from the U.S. government for different purposes, and I hope that our oversight committee will be able to ferret out the waste, fraud, and abuse in a lot of these programs. But how much money? You were asked the question. How much money does your organization get? And I know you're a consortium of how many different organizations?
Right, so we do have 89 different members. We also have staff ourselves, so we receive direct federal funds in order to run a program to help survivors clear their criminal records. We provide training and technical assistance to housing providers, and we're also working.
I may have to send this bit to Rhonda. I don't know if Rhonda's still here. Ma'am, does this not sound familiar?
Consortium of how many different organizations?
Right, so we do have 89 different members. We also have staff ourselves. So we receive direct federal funds in order to run a program to help survivors clear their criminal records. We provide training and technical assistance to housing providers, and we're also working on other training and technical assistance programs. And then our members have different funding.
I'm
that they get
sorry, Rhonda.
directly.
So
That
how much money
sounds
did you get in government
loose
grants and
connection.
funds?
So we get the amount, as Mr. Biggs pointed out, I think it was around 2 million in that one
2
grant
billion?
year.
Oh,
Million.
2 million. Okay.
Yes.
Because I was talking about Musk with 38 billion, and you said 2 million for all of the consortium of.
Over a period of 3
Okay.
years.
Oh, just a little wasted bit of it. $2 million has been wasted. If you're taxpayer funds, yeah, that's okay because it's not a billion. It's not a billion like Elon Musk, but 2 million. $2 million. You will never see that in your lifetime in your bank account. 2 million fucking dollars has been wasted. But it's okay because it's not billion like an Elon Musk, right?
Okay. So perhaps I come to you, Ms. Lopez. What would the effect be of actually demolishing government funds, grants to all of these organizations? There are some people who just want to shut it all down. And what would that mean?
I can't speak to other organizations, but I can tell you Pearl at the Mailbox will never accept government grants
And how come you don't accept government grants?
because we want to be able to continuously employ the people that we choose to employ, and we don't want to be
So, but you just admitted to government funding, but you don't accept government grants. Wait a minute. You admitted to government funding, but you don't accept government grants, and you're going to die on this hill.
beholden to another agency that tells us what to do.
Okay. And Ms. Cooper, what do you think the effect would be of a shutdown in government funding?
Well, I think anti-human trafficking and child exploitation efforts have been historically underfunded. So really, we need more funding for enforcement efforts, for demand reduction. But I think that it's really important to clarify that there's good funding and there's bad funding. And good funding needs to go to support law enforcement. It needs to go to support survivor care. It needs to go to support legal services. But bad funding would be funding that supports the full decriminalization, and that means funding that supports.
You don't remember her saying she got government funding. That was 2 questions ago. That was 2 questions ago when they were talking about that. She's just like, hey, we get this shit from here, and if you cut this off, this is going to be a problem, but we don't have government funding. Because we don't have government grants.
Decriminalizing brothel keeping, pimping, and sex buying. What we need is an increase in efforts to enforce those third-party profiteers that profit from prostitution.
Thank you very much.
Gentleman's time has expired. Now recognize the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate all the witnesses being here today. You know, I understand Pam Bondi said that they're going to release
There you
the
go,
flight
K-Bean.
logs of the Lolito Express, Jeffrey Epstein's planes coming out today, and we're asking for them to be unredacted. We want to know who was on the flights. I understand there were 200 victims in that process. We will indeed get to the bottom of that. I'm grateful President Trump has the courage.
All right, Mr. Moore, I'm going to be critical as fuck from an Alabamian. You're talking points? They're talking points. You got nothing. Harriet fucking Hageman has more of a beat on the ground than you do. As an Alabamian, I can say that. However, your talking points are right on point. But there ain't no way you're representing your area.
And the willingness to put the names on a list and let everybody know what was going on this island that Epstein owned. But anyway, Ms. Basham, can you maybe break down the funding the trafficking funding that was put in by 45, President Trump, as opposed to the Biden administration? What were the differences in the budgets we spent on anti-trafficking between those administrations? Do you know off the top of your head?
Yeah, I know some of that off the top of my head. And so just as a background, I did used to work at the Department of Justice, was in senior leadership there, actually at the Office for Victims of Crime, which is the largest federal funder of domestic anti-trafficking
Everybody's got
efforts in the
COVID.
nation. So I can tell you this,
Mask
under
up,
the last
bitches.
year of the President Trump's administration in 2020, it was allocated that over $100 million in a single fiscal year just from the Department of Justice for domestic anti-trafficking efforts. This is the largest ever given in any administration. And I do agree with Representative McBath when she said at the beginning that
Hold up. What is
anti-trafficking
she talking
efforts
about,
need to be
RP?
prioritized. That's absolutely the case.
Jog my memory real quick.
$35 million was allocated for shelters. Shelters, as Ms. Bruggeman mentioned, are one of the most essential parts to the recovery of survivors of trafficking. They are the foundation. We have got to have funding for shelters. Since that time, the funding has dropped to about half, many years less than half of that 35 million, and it has never come back up. And that's with inflation.
Hold on. So, are you saying they're not lizard people? They're bird people?
That's
so
what's
the
more
Biden administration, even with inflation, cut funding to less than half than what President Trump was spending. So explain to me the shelter. Now, how is that such an integral part? We won't, you don't have to go in detail because I got some other questions I want to ask Ms. Cooper and some of the others, but how does that help the process? Is it just get folks off the streets? Is that kind of what happens?
Yeah, you have to have safe shelter. Any survivor of trafficking.
Oh, yeah,
a
he
lot of
straight
times
up
when they
fucking
leave,
did.
They are in a very dangerous situation. They need a place
He
that's
straight
safe,
up
and they
fucking
actually need a
did.
place with wraparound services so that they can fully recover and then move on with their lives. And that usually takes at least a year, sometimes 2 years for long-term care.
Ms. Cooper, you mentioned the unidentified 56,000 children, I believe was the number you told us.
Computer
where
virus
these kids
going
we know
around.
they're being victimized by family members or whatever the case may be, which is incredibly tragic. Do you think facial recognition will help? Is that something down the road that our law enforcement agents will be able to use to try to identify these children and get them out of those harmful situations?
Yeah, actually,
Wait.
facial recognition is a game changer.
Wait. The squirrel hole right now. The bird flu is going around, right? If birds aren't real and this is not a thing, then the people that come down with bird flu are plugged into the fucking matrix because it has to be a computer virus. Hold up. Are we going this fucking route?
Changer for that purpose because children's faces are in the photographs, and I think that it's led to quite a number of
course not,
successful
but
identifications and rescues of children that have been seen in that database. So Homeland Security investigations, the FBI, all of our federal and state partners need to be able to have permission to use that technology. It's a game
I'm a
changer.
dick.
Good. How much money do you get, or your organization, the TBO organization, get from the federal government?
Nothing.
Not a dime. But y'all, what, 30 million a year, I think, is your budget. Is that right?
Yeah, our budget's significantly higher than that because we do have some organizations that are sort of subsidiaries of us. So I think that right now we're at about $50 million.
Thank you.
This is subsidiaries.
Appreciate your efforts. Ms.
Yeah.
Lopez, Pearl at the Mailbox. Wow, what a name. Tell me, how does that work? I know you only got about 60 seconds or so, but tell me a little bit about Pearl at the Mailbox and what you do in your organization.
Relax. We work on prevention. There's many organizations that work on the post-rescue. but there's not a lot of people working on the prevention side. If we can teach people to spot it and stop the grooming process, we have a better chance of protecting children from going into trafficking.
How do parents and grandparents, what is one of the signs that you think like that we maybe as parents and grandparents might miss? What is something that I know you need to be involved in your children's lives, and we certainly are, but tell me, is there a certain thing that you recommend, maybe a 2 to 3 bullet points? Hey, here's what parents and grandparents need to be looking for.
You know, in my case, I would always say, and other survivors, is the behavior that changes before ever words are ever used to say what's going on. If a child is behaving differently, wanting to spend more time away from home, maybe have new friends, just things to look at. And we've lost our ability to listen to our intuition, and we kind of forget that, okay, maybe we need to pay attention because something's not right in our home. But I say,
Ladies and gentlemen, while you were growing up, no matter the circumstance, how many times did you change friends? Um, How many fucking times did you change friends as a child? I get what she's trying to say. Like, if it's a normal situation, if it's been there, like a change in something could indicate you need to kind of look at your bitch. Do you realize the average human being literally changes their friends every what is it, 3 to 5 years, 5 to 7, something like that? But because somebody evolves in their own fucking character as a child, you need to watch out for that. I agree. I do agree. But it is not a goddamn warning sign. It is a sign of development within the fucking child. The best time to nurture what you think is best. Roll it back from the beginning. From the beginning of this fucking question. How did she think you must handle your kid's development?
Your children's lives, and we certainly are, but tell me, is there a certain thing that you recommend, maybe a 2 to 3 bullet points? Hey, here's what parents and grandparents need to be looking for.
you know, in my case, I would always say, and other survivors, is the behavior that changes before ever words are ever used to say what's going on. If a child is behaving differently, wanting to spend more time away from home, maybe have new friends, just things to look at. And we've lost our ability to listen to our intuition. And
Every
we
child.
kind of forget that, okay, maybe we need to pay attention because something's not right in our home. But I say that the schools is the missing link. We don't have enough prevention education in our schools.
Thank you, and I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
I will admit this. I understand what she was getting at because there could be some, even in the school system, there could be something where the kids just are like bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and all of a sudden he's drawn back, reserved, and there's something going on. There really is something going on. Because as a child, a young child in that situation, when there is a immediate change that does not align with any kind of biological or age tilt, there's something going on. She has a point. But I don't think you made that point the way you wanted to, ma'am. Or maybe you did. And if you made it that point for that reason, it is incredibly fucked that you would say most children are sexually abused. I mean, okay, that is a reach. I will admit that. From what she was saying, that is a reach. I will admit that. But it does happen. An increasing amount of what we are seeing. It does happen. And as a childless man, I'm just going to say this. As a childless man, biologically, I have no children. For you to sit there and tell me I can't, I can't get that thought out. I can't even say it.
Yields back. And now I want to include into the record without objection an acknowledgement of the good work of Mr. Goldman when he was prosecuting and breaking up an international sex trafficking conspiracy, apparently. So that was good work, and I want to highlight that for you, Mr. Goldman. With that, yield 5 minutes to you.
I thank you very much for that, Mr. Chairman.
Actually, I'm gonna rescind that yielding because Mr. Cohen got here just in the nick of time before you started, and I had promised him he could go next.
You stand by the praise, nonetheless.
Yes, I stand by the praise. I stand by the praise, and
As long as you reiterate it again before I go.
I know you like that stuff. So, Mr. Cohen, yield to you for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I listened to your testimony and appreciate your.
All right, listen up, you son of a bitch. You're the god of Memphis, right? Let's see how you line up with Memphis in this situation. I want you to understand, Memphis. This motherfucker said you love him. This motherfucker said he had overwhelming support. Come on, Memphis. You're a lot fucked up and we all know it. But there ain't no goddamn way you're going to sit here and tell me that Memphis is so corrupt that they would cover up child sex trafficking, right?
Issue, and I've got a bill.
I'm putting a lot of faith on it. I know where the fuck he's running with this. This is simply because I've heard a lot of him. I'm sorry, Cohen. Prove me wrong.
Bill on the SOAR bill, which you may know, but Ms. Basham didn't mention it, and I think in a list of bills she mentioned. But I want to ask each of you, have any of y'all heard of either Andrew or Tristan Tate? Ms. Brugman, what do you know about Andrew and Tristan Tate?
I understand that they're accused of sex trafficking internationally, and there's questions about their jurisdiction and their freedom of movement at this time.
Thank you. Anybody else know about them? Ms. Cooper, what do you know about them?
I just am aware of what I read in the news, that there's several cases pending.
And they are social activists and whatever they call them, influencers.
Correct.
Right, and they were, they're no longer having the travel restricted. They were allowed, given the U.S. passports back today, and they flew on a plane allegedly straight to Fort Lauderdale. There is allegations that there was involvement from our administration, the Trump administration, that got Romania and pressured Romania to release them. They've got some pretty serious charges against them for rape and sex trafficking in Romania and also, I think, in England. What do you think the odds of them returning to Romania are after they've been released with their U.S. passports? Ms. Brugman?
My assumption would be very low.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hold up. How many of you actually have been plugged in to the Andrew Tate situation? Or how many of you have actually just been like, it's whatever, I don't care. You were for a while. I'm going to say this. I was interested in the Andrew Tate situation as soon as it popped off. More details came up. Despite what you may think about him, how he may present himself, how he may conduct himself, I still see it as a grab him by the pussy situation. And I'm going to be honest, ladies, y'all know full well you attract yourself to the bad boys. They're the ones you want to fuck. The rich, the powerful, the ones in everybody's eyes. If it's a man, you want to be attracted to it. If it is a woman, men want to be attracted to it. Not going to lie. It is the draw with fame, with fortune. It is the draw within humankind to actually do that. But you're not going to sit there and tell me, like, the grab by the pussy situation. I'm sorry. Every single one of you, Man, woman, it don't fucking matter. Every single one of you, if you met a celebrity and had the chance to maybe try to make a move to fuck them, you would. Even if it's the first time and only time in any time you will ever meet that celebrity, you'd take your shot. Stop lying to yourself if you're going to say anything other than that. With that being involved, let's roll back to the angel of Memphis, Tennessee.
And anybody else have an opinion? Well, that just happened today. It's pretty startling what they've done. They're dual U.S. Canadian, UK citizens. And
By the way, that's well in the background. Who literally just popped up like, what the fuck is happening right now?
not good folks.
Where's Fang Fang, son of a bitch?
Let me ask you, are y'all familiar with, where's my, here I am. Are you familiar with any grants or that have been restricted by the Trump administration here in the executive orders that affect your particular area, Ms. Brugman?
Yes, there were grant funding from HHS for direct services for trafficking victims that were halted for about 2 weeks, leaving providers without access to funding and uncertain if they would be able to continue supporting those survivors with housing, food, medical care, legal services. And also, we've seen halting of funding internationally from USAID and the State Department that have ended critical human trafficking work internationally, but also that we're hiring survivors here in the United States as consultants and experts in developing those programs who have lost their livelihood when their contracts were canceled.
And this would be damaging to arresting sex traffickers in the future, would it not?
Absolutely. Without building that capacity and that expertise based on the knowledge of survivors, we're unable to actually effectively stop trafficking, labor, and sex trafficking. Any restriction, any halting, any stopping of that work, of that critical work, is a gift to traffickers.
Any of the other ladies familiar with any grants that might be held up? No. Ms. Brugman, you've been an expert in this. Do you think your being an expert in this area makes you more likely to be aware of these issues than if you were an expert in rocket propulsion or electric cars?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. The DOJ office that administers the Office of Victims of Crime and the Office of Violence Against Women and the Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency, all of which fund important anti-trafficking exploitation programs, they've been threatened to be slashed as well. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, sir. We're very concerned about the ideas that those offices, the staff would be slashed. We need those staff to help administer these grants and make sure that the funding continues to move forward, that everything is reviewed and programs are provided with the support they need.
And when we look at budgeting, and we've been given by the judiciary areas of over $100 million to look at budgeting, do you think these areas are more important to stop sex trafficking than building a border wall?
I do.
Thank you. I'd like to mention my bill that I had introduced to reauthorize the SOAR Act, which was to give people training to identify people that have been sex trafficked. It was law. We got it passed through the House. It stopped in the Senate for funding problems, but it's been reintroduced. And I hope that y'all would encourage your senators to support it. It failed last time for whatever reason. And the House had passed through pretty much unanimously. It was successful between September 2017 and 2023. They hosted more than 200 events and trained over 260,000 healthcare professionals across the country. So thank you very much, and thank you for your testimony.
Memphis. How do you justify that? I mean, honestly, how the fuck do you justify that? But here's your golden god. I can track it back to committee hearing after committee hearing where he says the same shit. Memphis, what the fuck is your goddamn problem? This white man represents you. And he believes he is your golden god. I'm sorry, what? I'll give you get some food.
Time's expired. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the witnesses for your testimony. As we've held hearings on this topic the last few years, the numbers, the scale of the problem continues to be absolutely horrifying, and it's particularly alarming the prevalence of these horrors here in the United States and the number of victims. I do think there is some cause for encouragement that we have an opportunity to start to turn a corner and to help prevent these crimes and to help victims and to stop there from being even more victims going forward. One reason, of course, is that we have an entirely different situation at the border, which was connected to this problem. A second reason is that I think there is a growing realization that we need to use the full force of the criminal code to hold traffickers accountable. I'll give you one quick example of that. In my state of California, there was a bill that said, well, I think we should classify trafficking of a minor as a violent offense, as a serious felony. Incredibly, the state's assembly's public safety committee initially voted not to do that. They said, no, this is not going to be considered a serious crime. However, the public backlash was so great that they eventually reconvened and held a re-vote, and that bill made it all the way through and was signed into law by the governor. So now it actually is considered a serious felony with real consequences in California. And I think that there's more we need to do under both state law in California as well as under federal law. A third area that is very important and was mentioned by Ms. Lopez is education. And actually a good example, a good law that we have in California is one that is designed to promote prevention education in schools. There's an organization based near my district, Three Strands Global, that has pioneered a lot of very good education efforts in classrooms. And then finally, I've introduced the National Human Trafficking Database Act. This is a piece of bipartisan legislation. Mr. Johnson on this committee is a co-author. What this would do is establish a national human trafficking database at DOJ, as well as incentivize certain state law enforcement agencies to report to the database. And so reported data would include data that indicates the presence and prevalence of human trafficking for every county and every state, the names of all anti-trafficking organizations operating in each county, the total number of state-level human trafficking organizations collected in coordination with local DAs. And then, as I mentioned, it would also incentivize states to submit this data by directing DOJ's Office for Victims of Crime to award grants to states to collect and submit the data, authorizing $50 million per fiscal year. I also want to thank Ms. Hageman, also on this committee, for authoring this bill with me as well. So I believe, Ms. Basham, you mentioned this issue in your testimony. So maybe if Ms. Lopez, if you wanted to just expound on the education, the importance of the education piece of this, and then Ms. Basham as far as the data collection goes.
Education is key, and that seems to be what's lacking. And if you spend resources to educate individuals about what human trafficking is and the grooming process that leads to trafficking, people have the ability to understand it. We teach our children how to drive cars, and it's a process before they get a license. So why are we not teaching the children how to spot when somebody is trying to harm them, such as a predator, whether it be in person or online? That is lacking throughout all of our country, and specifically in Arizona. We can't get these programs in our schools. So we need to focus on education for prevention purposes.
Thank you so much. There are two key reasons why data is important, and specifically this National Human Trafficking Database Act. The first is it actually funds state law enforcement. And as we all know, law enforcement tends to be historically underfunded, and especially when it comes to trafficking, they just don't have enough resources. So it actually brings the money directly where we need it most so that every state in the nation can have that money for their state law enforcement. The second thing is the word data, unfortunately, is not an exciting word. There is an adrenaline with it, but those numbers represent individuals. Data are people. And so every single number is a person. And the number one biggest gap, in my opinion, in trafficking is that victim identification. It sits at about 0.4%. So over 99% of victims are never identified. And the National Human Trafficking Database Act helps us to see what we're not currently seeing.
Thank you very much for your work and
Leftover
your
taco
advocacy.
soup.
I yield back.
Gentleman
Oh, yeah.
yields, Mr. Raskin, you have some UCs?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I had a mini freak out when I was getting some food, ladies and gentlemen, because we don't have any more cheese. And then I had a mini freak out because I'm a white man raging the fuck out about how we don't have any more cheese. The irony of it all, if you know any boondock shit, you understand.
To the girls who were just so young, the horrors of Jeffrey Epstein's private island, that's Vanity Fair. And listen to the Jeffrey Epstein tapes. I was Donald Trump's closest friend in the Daily Beast.
Without objection? And also, without objection, Mr. Fry will be permitted to participate in today's hearing for the purpose of questioning the witnesses if a member yields time for that purpose. And now, are you ready, Mr. Goldman?
Ready.
Okay, we'll yield time to you, Mr. Goldman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You are right. I supervised sex trafficking cases in the Southern District of New York. And based on that experience, as well as 10 years of experience prosecuting other cases, I can say with great certainty that victims of sex trafficking in particular are...
Before we go any further, I want you to understand that this son of a bitch that is speaking right now literally told a woman, in more words than not, is she told a woman whose child died of a fentanyl overdose that she was too stupid to know what high crimes and misdemeanors were because she did not go to college. I swear to God.
The most traumatized and
Paraphrasing, of course.
Witnesses, and I don't mean difficult in presenting difficulties, but that it is incredibly difficult to have victims feel comfortable coming forward to testify, which often is required in order to hold people accountable. I just want to make sure that we are all in agreement here that federal funding is essential to fighting online exploitation and sex trafficking. Ms. Lopez, do you agree with that?
Yes and no.
Okay.
I think
well, I know you don't take it, but I mean, you don't accept it, you said, but you do support the Human Trafficking and Exploitation Prevention Training Act, do you not?
I do, and I believe there's a place for federal funding.
All right, I just want to make sure, Ms. Cooper?
The right kind of federal funding, so funding that supports.
Absolutely, yeah.
And I assume Ms. Brueggemann as well?
Yes, of course.
Now, Ms. Brueggemann, tell me a little bit about how online exploitation of victims influences occurs, and also
he is the heir to the Levi Strauss company.
Victims to come forward.
Sure. Online exploitation
Because
happens in
he
a lot of
married
different
in.
ways as technology continues to evolve. And online services are used for both labor and sex trafficking. So recruiters use online spaces in order to recruit workers with false promises of jobs and then bring them in and traffic them throughout our country. Sex traffickers also use online spaces to identify.
Fuck it. I'll try to pass it up, but I will admit this, Ken. Track it back. Dan Goldman is the heir to the Levi Strauss dynasty. I guess you could say that. The company, everything about it. Dan Goldman is the next heir once that motherfucker dies, right? Yet this motherfucker had a goddamn, what is it? A process server. Had a process server that could not reach him to evict him of the apartment that holds him in his district where he was elected. The motherfucker can't pay his own rent for what holds him in his own goddamn seat.
Identify and groom people. We're talking in games, in apps, in online chats, and then also use online spaces to share, advertise, and sell.
Right. It's a very common method of for sex traffickers to prey on victims, right?
Absolutely. As our society has moved online, so have the criminals.
Right. And so if there were a social media king, for example, who has expressed support for sex trafficking, would that
Orange Man bad. No, I'm sorry. Autistic man bad. Wait. Can y'all start using that as a defense? I mean, Orange Man bad was the whole thing with Trump. Can we start using Autistic Man bad as a defense? Just a random fucking defense, kind of like first fucking line of defense with Elon Musk. And this is coming from somebody who is scared living shitless of Elon Musk and everything that he's doing. But there ain't no way you can sit there and tell me that I can't say the word retard because somebody with an extra chromosome might take offense to it. And in the same goddamn breath, tell me that somebody who may not have an extra chromosome but is a little more fucked than the rest of us that became a billionaire and may be the banality of fucking evil itself incarnate just because he's a little fucked in the head. He is America's worst enemy, ladies and gentlemen.
would that be a concern of sex trafficking victims in your experience?
I would think absolutely yes.
Well, I just want to put up a photo here. This is Elon Musk in 2014 with Ghislaine Maxwell. Mr. Raskin had mentioned Ghislaine Maxwell was the right-hand person for Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking operation of minors. And we spoke, Mr. Cohen spoke earlier, and I want to return to this, about these individuals, Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate. They were charged in December of 2022 with human trafficking, trafficking of minors.
Mind you, ladies and gentlemen, for anybody that doesn't know, keep this in the back of your mind. Every goddamn board he's put up is thousands of fucking dollars of your taxpayer money. Just for this. because you are too stupid to know what he's actually talking about without a visual aid.
Rape, including minors, money laundering, and organized crime charges. In March of 2024, the British police obtained an arrest warrant for them based on an investigation into rape and human trafficking. And if anyone wants to go online and get a sense of this Andrew Tate, you should. So I can't quote almost anything he says because it is so vile and misogynistic that it is not appropriate for a morning television show. Last week, there was an article in the Financial Times about how the Trump administration was pressuring Romania to lift restrictions on the Tate brothers and to allow them to leave Romania. And lo and behold, what do you know? Just today, they were released from house arrest, given their passports back, and flew on a private plane to Florida. And I can assure
So far, what I can track, at least $10,000 of your hard-earned money has been spent on visual aid alone. Everything that he's saying, he's not reacting to what's in the background. Doesn't even look at it. You also have to think of the pay between this son of a bitch flipping the thousands of fucking dollars in taxpayer money that are wasted for this because they'll never be used again. They'll never be shown again. But because you're too stupid to understand. Or, hey, it's that Fiverr clip, right? It's that Fiverr clip that's going to send you into fucking stardom. Could be either one of them. But to me, as an American taxpayer, left, right, center, it doesn't matter. To me, as an American taxpayer, you were literally telling me that I am too stupid to know what the fuck you were talking about without a visual aid. It is insulting. And you spend my money on just printing these out.
you they will never return to Britain or Romania to face these charges. For 5 years, Andrew Tate's account on Twitter was banned. But when Elon Musk took it back over in November 22, he reinstated him and gave him a social platform to continue their sex trafficking and their illegal conduct. And Mr. Chairman, I think we ought to take a very close look at these social media companies and their role in the online exploitation of sex trafficking.
Thank you, gentleman's time has expired. Chair now recognizes the chairman of the whole committee.
It's social media companies like Facebook, Instagram, X, TikTok. You don't come to think of it, you actually have a claim to all of it, but it's because of them that online exploitation and human trafficking exist here in society. Before social media, it never existed, right? Now, if your argument is that it increased, touche. But that argument was not what you said. I just handed you a bone, Raskin. You fumbled the fuck out of that, brother. But that's the botched pube head kind of implantation. Shit. I don't even know what the fuck happened to you, but there ain't no goddamn way you had cancer. We all know that. It's a little weird that your hair is fucking thinning. It looks like a goddamn Brillo pad. Then you say you have cancer, and then you remove the do-rag that you've been wearing for months on end, and now you have a Brillo pad full of pubes. Sorry, no.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr.
For
Chairman.
5 minutes.
Appreciate you having this hearing today, and I'm going to yield my time to the gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Biggs, for having this hearing. I want to dive in. Ms. Basham, you've dedicated most of your career to combating human trafficking, and I think no one would question your expertise in this field. How many human trafficking cases are prosecuted at the federal level in this country?
Yeah, so in 2023, it was around 1,000, and the year before that, it was around 1,600.
And during these prosecutions and your review of them, do you think that there are adequate protections for victims of human trafficking who may have been forced to commit nonviolent crimes by their traffickers?
No, there's a huge gap.
Do you think that that is a serious problem in our federal system of laws that we don't have those protections?
Absolutely, and I think it's covered in several fold. One, through the vacatur and expungement, as I mentioned, but also through providing civil legal services at the federal level and allocating funding through the Office on Violence Against Women.
So that being said, this year,
What the fuck was that? Hold up. Is that picture of Bill Clinton is not used in this fucking hearing? Why was that on deck? Hold on. Now, I'm just going to be honest. It's that picture of Bill Clinton that we're about to see while she flashes through her goddamn while she's talking. And then it flashes a picture of Bill Clinton. And then flashes a picture of like some stock image. Why was that on deck? If this is not part of the game. Hold up. Like I said, I'm reacting to this right now. They're clear and I've never seen this. Why?
And I think it's covered in several fold. One, through the vacatur and expungement, as I mentioned, but also through providing civil legal services at the federal level and allocating funding through the Office on Violence Against Women.
so that being said, this year, I reintroduced the Trafficking Survivors Relief Act, along with colleagues that really span the ideological spectrum. This is a truly nonpartisan piece of legislation. Is there, with that particular legislation, would that close some of the loopholes in our legal system and provide adequate protections for victims?
Absolutely. And one of the other ones I want to mention is the right for affirmative defense from the outset. So that is one of the biggest reasons, one of the biggest questions is why would someone, be deemed both a victim of trafficking by the court and then at the same time want their crimes vacated? Well, the reason is that oftentimes they don't have the right to have that affirmative defense. And that affirmative defense is what makes it crystal clear to the judge and to the court from the beginning. It lets them really look at the case and say, is this a victim of trafficking? Instead, what happens is the crime is being prosecuted. So DOJ or whoever puts prosecutors who are, used to prosecuting white collar crime. Like they're not used to prosecuting necessarily trafficking cases. So they're focused on the crime, usually money laundering, bank fraud, those sort of things. And so when the focus is on that, then through the process, the victim actually, the survivor bubbles up, the real story bubbles up. And at that point, they're looking at two different things. And so that's what's really a huge problem. And so the affirmative defense is so critical, and that's what it really establishes from the outset.
Correct.
That's part of it.
And to be clear, I think most of our states, close to 50, have this at the state level.
Absolutely. I think it was 40, it might be 49 now. I think one state just crossed that finish line. And that is the biggest precedent that we have for this, because there are more trafficking convictions that actually fall at the state level. And we've seen that for over 10 years. So we've seen that actually states that implement this, they are not overrun with cases. And additional to that, they've actually strengthened, as Sherry mentioned, a lot of states like Arizona, they have actually strengthened their laws over the years.
Right. And this is obviously, so this legislation, nonpartisan, obviously 49 states have it, approaching 50. So when you look at, obviously it's pro-victim because it provides that affirmative defense, but it's also pro-prosecution, right? This is why prosecutors and sheriff associations, and they love it too, because, and why is that? Why do you think that they would want something of this magnitude?
It makes their job easier.
Correct, because they're able at that point to go after the real culprits, right? The real individuals who are behind the trafficking victim, and go after these rings.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for your time, Mr. Chairman. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you.
I was just going to say, if Mr., I'm only going to probably take 3 minutes if you want 2 more of mine, Mr. Fry. You sure? Okay.
Yeah, I just have a couple of UCs real quick, okay? First of all, I'd like to introduce in the record this image. We'll get you the hard copy. Mr. Epstein, Ms. Maxwell, and President Clinton. Also,
Okay.
I've got another article called "Schumer Got Thousands in Donations from Jeffrey Epstein." Without objection, those would be.
All right. Redeemed. Except for the fact that there ain't no way in hell I do this shit from my fucking living room. Audio wise, I'm a lot better than most of you. Visual wise, we do have some glitches. And we found something in StreamYard that I can't fucking deal with. However, whoever the fuck made that debacle, that was a big one. That was a fucking big one.
And Mr. Swalwell, you're 5 minutes now.
Thank you, Mr. Biggs. And look, as we have trafficking victims testifying to us about really important issues, I think it's insulting to them to try and
Push that button before you access something, motherfucker.
bring in.
Oh, goddamn. Hold up. I'm sorry. I hit one of my, no, it's not the oversight. House Committee. I hit one of my macros and it closed out the screen. I'm an asshole. I need to take them off. If I'm not gaming, that needs to be a thing. I need to get rid of them. I do it all the time. I'm a dick. I apologize. Not really. Here we go.
Politics right before I question them. Look, we'll see whatever is on the Epstein list if the full list is released, but I'm here to get serious things done, and so my line of questioning will not be absurd. In the
5 minutes now.
Thank you, Mr. Big.
I'm going to hear. Wait, what?
And look, as we have trafficking victims testifying to us about really important issues, I think it's insulting to them to try and bring in politics right before I question them. Look, we'll see whatever is on the Epstein list if the full list is released, but I'm here.
If the full list is released, I want y'all to understand this is Mr. Fang Fang himself, who sits on the Homeland Security fucking committee. I'm not going to rehash what the fuck this motherfucker's done. Let's just put it this way. He was balls deep in a Chinese spy. Gentlemen, before post-nut clarity, how does that work out for you? By the way, Christine Fang was passed around between him and 4 other Democratic officials and 2 unnamed Midwestern fucking mayors. They were pissed. They were passing this bitch around like she was a fucking hot potato. Where's the women's rights on that shit, right? Oh, she's a Chinese spy, so it doesn't matter, right? The spy or not. Why the fuck are you passing this bitch around like she's a piece of meat? Come on, Swalwell. You're the champion of women's rights, right? So why the fuck were you passing around a Chinese woman?
Here to get serious things done, and so my line of questioning will not be absurd in the spirit of what was just said.
Your line of questioning is always absurd, but continue.
Ms. Lopez, thank you for sharing your story as well. I was a prosecutor. I've had child sex trafficking victims testify. It's one of the hardest things in the world to convince them to confront their attacker, their assailant, their trafficker in court, and more cases plead out because you want them to avoid doing that. And so these monsters typically don't get the full sentence they deserve because you're trying to protect the victim from having to go through cross-examination and seeing that individual in court. So thank you for sharing that. Ms. Bruggerman, could you share with us what would happen to organizations that help victims and provide support to victims and survivors of trafficking and exploitation if the temporary restraining order holding back this administration's order is lifted?
I will put it this way. I agree, Ken. But here's what's going to really blow your mind. At the time this Christine Fang shit was going on, there was an influx of a Chinese operation where Chinese nationals were trying to get in where they fit in and everything American. And I do mean everything. It didn't even have to do with politics, cultural, whatever, however that goes. There was a spy campaign that actually happened within 2011 to 2015 that the Chinese unleashed. You got Christine Fang, but hold up. Track the fuck back, brother. You got this person named Lindy Lee. Now, she's all over the place. She was a financial DNC financial committee chairperson, not even chair, but she was on the DNC financial committee. As soon as Kamala Harris loses, this bitch goes everywhere saying, "You lied to me. You took my money." Cry about everything. I raised all this fucking money everywhere. That's the whole point. Now, this is where it gets fucked up. In one of the articles that we found from her father, in the article, her father is a real estate mogul in Pennsylvania by the name of Richard Lee. Look that name up. It'll be Chinese because she immigrated to the United States at the age of 5 years old. He comes here to the United States in an age range for her daughter, or for his daughter, to graduate from Princeton. Just what, 15, 16, 17 years later? He's a real estate mogul. Is the Chinese not goddamn buying up real estate all over the fucking place? Yet you look up Richard Lee in connection with Lindy Lee and you get jack fucking shit.
Which, the order on the halting of funds?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yes, the service providers depend on a variety of different sources of funding, and I think the witnesses have talked about the different sources that they're familiar with. It is a web of protection that is woven with federal funds, private dollars, donations, earned income, that
It doesn't matter.
nonprofits around this
It
country.
doesn't matter, RP. It doesn't matter. You're talking about a time and an influx of Chinese spies coming into this country. There was a goddamn operation campaign. And all of a sudden, he defected because the Chinese government killed his parents. She came here when she was 5, and all of a sudden, right out of fucking college, she sits on the DNC financial committee. And then after Kamala Harris fucking loses, after running for office several times as a goddamn Democrat, but yet she's conservative at heart, right? No. Hold up. In that interview with Sean, no. That was the interview with Piers Morgan. She turned conservative because she saw all the shit that was happening in the DNC. Now she's conservative and you must deal with it. However, she's a Democrat conservative, whatever the fuck that means. And then all of a sudden, she's always been a conservative. And any question of that, and you're a bigot. The Piers Morgan episode, the last Piers Morgan episode she was on, I swear to fucking God, track that shit back. Everybody called her out. Jennifer Otting called that bitch out. And that's one of the most leftist fucking journalists out there. Jennifer Otting called that bitch out on that. Can we look into her father? That's all I'm asking. I don't give a I don't give a fuck about her. Really don't. She's done. Politics done. Everything about her, she's done. Can we look up a billionaire that the public can't find shit about that made his money off real estate in the Pennsylvania area after immigrating to the United States as a Chinese immigrant at a time when the Chinese had an operation of throwing spies in the United States? Can we not do that? I'm sorry, there's a lot of connections there, though loose they may be. I can't find anything about it to make it any more solid than that. Is that not a problem?
Are working every day to ensure that they are able to provide consistent, reliable, dedicated services and support. When that is interrupted, even for a week, for a month, the message to survivors is we cannot be relied upon. The day that you are able to find the time, the effort, the strength, the ability to escape your situation
Take it easy,
may be the
Chica.
day that our doors
All right,
are
Chica.
closed.
We're going to be back
And
tomorrow
once
with
you
some
do
more.
that, you may never be able to come out again. So if we allow our providers to close their doors, to go dark, we are inviting traffickers to walk in the door, to hold survivors
100%
captive,
Spud.
and we are telling survivors that we no longer care about your safety. We no longer
Army
care
Dylan.
about your security.
The
and we
confirmation
do not
hearing
care
tomorrow. That'll
whether
be
or
the
not
first
you're
thing I
able to
fucking do.
ever escape
I'll
your
try to make it.
abuse and
I'll
exploitation.
try to set it up
We
about
just
an
can't
hour
let that
before I
happen.
go live.
Thank you, Ms. Bruggeman. And I imagine all of you know this, especially Ms. Lopez, but in my experience as a prosecutor, I was trained in law school and through the training that the district attorney's office provided to prove cases beyond a reasonable doubt. Of course, you want to have compassionate people, doing the job of criminal prosecution, but I could never have done my job unless I had outside organizations who were working with the victim in all of the life.
Who was the victim? Could it have been Fang Fang? Oh, I'm sorry. She was a willing fucking participant in taking dick because you were a Democratic influencer.
Life issues outside the legal issues that needed to be addressed. When they are pulled away from the trafficker and they need to reestablish their lives, get their confidence back, get their health back, receive the mental health services that they certainly need, to get a career.
Munchausen by proxy syndrome. Much there, Swallow. Where's Fang Fang? Because the last known location of Fang Fang was in that Chinese flight that fucking was cruising along. All of a sudden, just plummeted, picked up, and then plummeted again to the death. All 100%, all 127 passengers, including the pilot, presumed dead. Not a goddamned one of them, not even the pilot, were named, except for a woman who was registered as Fang Fang, presumed dead, bodies still never found. A lot more to pin that down as Christine Fang. We did an episode on that a long fucking time ago. I'm sorry. There ain't no way you gonna sit there and tell me that flight that presumably killed 127 passengers, pilot included, and the only one named is Fang Fang, albeit loose connections back to Christine Fang. A year and a half after the situation with Swalwell, who fucking blew up in the media. which was 5 years after the incident. There's a lot more to that whole fucking story, including Nancy Pelosi being involved.
Career, if they have children, a prosecutor can't do that. And the only way to hold these monsters accountable who are trafficking them is for a prosecutor to have a victim who wants to be at least somewhat a part of the process. And so your organizations help us bring accountability. And accountability puts the worst people away and prevents the next victim from being trafficked, but it also is a deterrent to someone who will see that you will pay if you do this to a victim. So again, to each of you, thank you for what you do in this cause. Our victims are worthy of your support, and I hope that we can see any funding that's been pulled to be restored immediately. And I yield back.
Okay, thank you. For the record, Shared Hope International, Congressman Linda Smith, who's the architect of TVPA, and I introduced that, and she's here today. Thank you for being here. And the fact sheet on combating demand and harmful impact of decriminalization of anti-trafficking also entered into the record without objection. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Lee, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today. I too am a former prosecutor and served as the lead prosecutor on the Child Exploitation Task Force while I was at the U.S. Attorney's Office in Tampa. So I have seen firsthand both the horrible crimes that are perpetrated against our country's most vulnerable children, and also how vital the work by federal agents and others in investigating and prosecuting these cases truly is. As a member of Congress, I am committed to ensuring
What's
that
up
we
with
do
that lip
everything
always
that
being to
we
the
can
side all the
to
time?
stop the sexual
Is
exploitation
he trying
and
to be
trafficking
Rocky?
of children and to stop
Is
these
he
predators.
trying to do the
Ms.
Rocky
Cooper,
voice?
it has indeed been a
I,
pleasure and an
I
honor
don't
to work with
understand.
you and the Tim Tebow Foundation
Unless
on
he
the
strokes the
Renewed
fuck out.
Hope Act. You mentioned earlier in your testimony, this bill is designed to provide resources and training and also requiring the Child Exploitation Investigations Unit and HSI field offices to hire an additional 200 computer forensics specialists and criminal analysts, because these units are a dedicated team of investigators who can play a crucial role in combating human trafficking. I appreciate the bipartisan support of many members of this committee and the chairman's leadership on this legislation. You touched on something earlier, though, that we need to revisit, and that is, you said the words, the right kind of federal funding. So clearly, the Renewed Hope Act, to find these specialists and add to them to supplement the team doing this important work, is indeed adding additional federal employees of a certain type and specialty who can help rescue these children and stop these predators. But I'm interested, Ms. Cooper, how much does the Tim Tebow Foundation receive in federal funding?
We do not receive any federal funding at all.
And how many victims has Operation Hope identified?
Tentatively identified 730 and safeguarded and, rescued, I believe it's 289.
So I think it is important for this committee hearing to note that your foundation is doing that kind of extraordinary work in partnership with federal agents, but not by surviving on federal funds. In fact, you have received no federal funds to do the important work that you were doing to stop child exploitation. Now, would you tell us if we had those additional 200 agents at HSI?
Yo, hold on. I want to point it out. If that is true, if what is actually said is true, the fact that you have successfully prosecuted 289 people in child exploitation without any federal funding? Yo, shout the fuck out. Shout out to that, because that is a hard fucking feat. if that is true. Nice fucking job.
What you believe we could accomplish.
Yeah, absolutely. So over 25 days, they've tentatively identified 730 of the 57,000 children that are waiting and languishing in abusive situations and hoping that someone is going to, knock on that door. So imagine what we could do with 200 full-time investigators and victim identification specialists, because right now, Homeland Security is a global leader in this issue. They are the tip of the spear. They are the most well-trained, along with some of the analysts at Interpol and Europol. But we need to take that army of 7 that's sitting over there at the Cyber Crime Center, and we need to put it on blast, in the words of Senator Cornyn. And that's why we need 200 investigators and analysts to ramp up that effort and get to those 56,000 remaining children that are waiting.
And you also mentioned in your
I
testimony
want to ask
the
why,
proliferation of CSAM materials.
but I kind of
just
don't want to
how
know.
rapidly that material is increasing and growing. And I'd like for you to touch on 2 things. One is why these federal investigators, why this is important that it sits at HSI, and also the urgency of us actually enacting this legislation, getting this done, and getting it signed into law.
Yeah, absolutely. The reason why HSI plays sort of the most important role globally is because they have international jurisdiction. And the nature of child sexual abuse material is that it crosses both state and federal and international lines. And so the offender who is raping their child in Ohio is going to share that image with someone overseas in a country, and they may share it with someone in a country that does not have good diplomatic relations with our country. And that's why HSI's partnership with Interpol and Europol is so important, because not all countries want to share their data directly with the United States, and they need a neutral third party. So that's why Interpol's relationship in this ecosystem is absolutely vital in order to find those American children that are waiting to be rescued.
Great argument. Not gonna lie, that is a all right. As America, we have our laws in this country, right? Explicitly around the sex trafficking, things like that. This is why we are here. I get it, because there's loopholes. There's a lot of fucking gray area in the laws as far as sex trafficking is concerned. I mean, let's be honest. Hunter Biden did break the fucking sex trafficking laws with the Mann Act that says if you hire somebody, I'm sorry, what is it? If you take somebody from one state and put them in another for purely a sexual act, that is trafficking under the Mann Act. Hunter Biden hired a fucking prostitute from California, flew them to DC for a day to dick her the fuck down, took pictures of the shit, and then flew her back on taxpayer money. Technically, Marjorie Taylor Greene is correct when she showed dick on the House floor. She showed a picture of somebody's dick that was literally a black bar. She was correct in calling that shit out. Yeah. Yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene was correct in calling that shit out. Just like the Jewish space lasers claim. Project Iron Beam. There was a talk 2 months after Project Iron Beam was actually supposed to be starting to be implemented before the pause. Project Iron Beam. 2 months after that was announced, there was talks if it were possible, if we could do it, if we could supply the energy. How about scaling that up and putting them on the satellites to defend Israel from orbit? There's your Jewish space laser claim. And it is 100% fucking true.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, and I thank the gentlelady for her work on this bill and other bills and legislation in this area. Appreciate it very much. Appreciate all of our witnesses being here today, and you know we're not going to stop till we get this gets under control. So thank you for being here, and with that, we are adjourned.
Thank you.
That was quick, short, to the point. I'm actually glad I did both of these tonight. There was a lot of pausing going on, but I do want to check the record. I want to keep this going. I want to see what's going on here. And we're coming to the end of this because I got to get my ass to bed. Opportunities to strengthen America's energy reliability. We still have that one. Government accountability. That one's going to be a good little long one, but I think there's a break in that one. Let's see. From House Committee on the Judiciary. HR 176, adoption of the 119th Congress authorization. Hold up. Hold up. Y'all see that? On 3-4. That is the State of the Union Tuesday. That may be put off until next fucking weekend then. I don't know. I'm going to hear it. I'm going to listen to it. What does oversight have for us? And then the next day, 3-5, which is Wednesday. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I may have to interrupt business party, or maybe we do a whole little collaboration where we sit down and listen to the whole damn bit of that. Depending on its length. A hearing with the sanctuary city mayors next Wednesday from the Oversight Committee. House rules pop in whenever the fuck they come up. If they schedule it, it's a fucking thing. But Homeland Security. Preparing the pipeline, examining PCR strengths within important investments in the Western. I don't give a shit. Honestly, I don't. House Foreign Affairs. Miss Milestones. Last 4 year, the AAP. Turkey between East and West. Two more from that. I do definitely need to listen to. And of course, we get the Harmeet Dillon confirmation hearing that we need to hit up. That will be the first thing in the morning. I don't know exactly when. You're just going to have to wait for that notification because it is the weekend. It is my time. I will do what I want to do with my time. And and we also have a reading with Rhonda. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and end this right now. But I will say this. This is your taxpayer dollars at work. Are you happy with this representation? Because I'm not. Obstruction is happening with every bit of everything. Left, right, the center, it don't matter. Very few of the people that you actually supposedly elect to represent you are actually fighting for you. Now, if I were to name names, that would be biased as shit, right? Well, how about this? All right, cool. I'm going to add my own shit when we do this. But you at least listen to them. Every bit of it. And make your own decision, whether we agree or not. That's not the issue. The issue is, are you okay with these people that you pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to for them to make millions off selling you out? Are you okay with these people representing you? Left, right, center, it don't matter. We're going to do more with this. We're going to bring more of this to you. We got some more, of course, members only content coming. We got a lot more shit coming down the pike, including visually. As soon as I get all that shit set up and figured the fuck out, a lot of shit's going to change with this channel. And it's all because of you. Every single one of you. I appreciate the hell out of what you do, what you bring to the show yourselves, and the value you bring with your voice as well. But for right now, I got to get my ass to bed. We will see you again tomorrow with some more. But until then, just sleep well as best as you can. And ask yourself once again, are you happy with this representation?
Comes a president. We can't start our own little business here.
That's all I need. I'll make it happen with some work and belief. Know what I want, so I'll take it on. I've made mistakes, but mistakes make you strong. Let's break it down for a minute. I want the crown, I'm gon' get it. You hear me loud, man, I'm winning. Yeah, Charlie Sheen will be grinning. These ladies know that I'm sinning, and this is just the beginning. I'm closing in the night inning. There ain't no point in resisting. Living life like a dream. Big pride, that's the thing. Every night got a team. I've been tied to the scene. Out on stage, here I'm screaming. Okay, it's a dream, and I pray as a team. One day it'll be me. If I want it, then I'll get it. Head down, don't regret it. Push myself to the limit. If I play it, then I win it. I'm just saying, I'm just living for today. For a minute, I don't stay, I just visit. Have no shame, I admit it. Looking at me to see if I succeed, to see if I believe. They're looking up to me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the